How's it going? We are live and back for another streaming extravaganza. This time, we're going to be doing our best to get done quick, and we're going to be shutting off the noise from the phone, which I forgot to do for the second monitor. We build it as we fly it. Make no mistake, this is only our 8th stream of all time. We'll get it right sooner or later, I'll tell you that. It's usually on me, the problems, because luckily, we have with us, as usual, GDP Japan helping us out, fly this plane through the sky, keep everything up, and Adam and doing their thing. Don't give me that Cube Tech stuff. If I see any more of these Cube Tech plugs, everybody with the Cube Tech, enough with that Cube Tech stuff. Yeah, the purpose of this stream is definitely not to promote anything, including anything I use or anything else. I'll just tell you what I like, what winds up showing up a lot, but nowhere am I insisting anybody buy anything. I think you can get an amazing mix done using any of the tools you have built into whatever workstation you have, even if it's a standalone digital Tascam thing from back in the day. You can make it work. There's always a way to make it work. What's going on, Toeman7729? What's going on, CXQ5 the man? And Alex Christoph drums? What's poppin'? We are doing an earlier one than usual. That's first thing you might notice is, wow, the vampires aren't out yet, and you're doing it. That's true. Because this time, it's, I don't know how to say this, but my goal, right? I have to give goals in the beginning. The goal is to get done with this thing in a lot less time than usual. So I'm putting a stamp on getting done at 6 hours. And a lot of times when we do these things, half the time may be spent mixing, half the time may be spent chatting and chilling and talking, answering questions from you guys, And at the moment, these things they go on 10, 11 hours. It'd be really nice to capture a 6-hour stream. And what my goal and intent is to keep a firm eye on the chat. That's why I got this second monitor thing over here going so that I can keep a firm eye on it. And then that should allow me to, as questions come in, I'll pop over, I'll answer stuff. What's going on, Braxel? So for anybody who is unaware of how I do these things, the goal here for me is answer everybody's questions, help out as much as I can, and if I don't know, I'll tell you I don't know. Sometimes I learn from you guys too. It was an interesting thing that I never really considered on the last stream, and I just want to bring it up because there's no right way or wrong way, but when it comes to using the auxiliary buses like that I create for effects built into VCAs, I did realize that my goal is usually not to change things that I then have to chase my tail about. And what I realized is I am sort of doubling up on the amount of effect boost I get from somebody's question about why I do something a certain way. So, always learning, always a student of the game, no matter how we look at it, right? And basically, it's something I felt like worked on a song or two I was doing, but the last one, it didn't. The last one I had to basically bring down the effects significantly at the end. And I have a tendency to do that anyway. Like, when you're using speakers in the room, you have a tendency to put more effects on things like reverb or delay. Then you throw on the headphones to do a check. And that's when, if you can trust your headphones, it may really show you where the delay and how many feedback loops there actually are, how many times you actually hear the reflection of the delay, how long it is. So once that happened, I lowered everything a lot. Because I felt like I was muddying up my mix from adding all these effects. And that brings me back down to the roots of it too. It's just, it's the reason I love Blood Sugar Sex Magic. It's the reason I love the Chili Peppers stuff like Californication as well. The albums that have so little in the world of like studio production added, like studio tricks or more effects on it. Like I like the bare bone stuff without it more. Most of the time, Blood Sugar sounds like them playing in a room recorded very well. That's really what it sounds like. And, Rick Rubin kind of kept a handle on that because if I'm not mistaken, the initial couple mixes of that, or maybe this was on something else. Maybe this was on Audio Slave or something. The initial couple mixes of something had too much reverb on it. And he was like, take that down. Take off all the reverb. Like, Rick is not a guy who mixes, but at the same time, his ear was telling him he needs to hear the band raw, and he couldn't. He wanted to hear what they sound like in the room on the record, and it was sounding too, studioed, too much verb, too much delay, too much all this stuff. So it's cool to actually have that, to always reset, I think, to that perspective where don't add it just because we did it the last song or two or three and it worked. And the way I was joining my effects with my VCA for like the vocal, for example, I would take all the vocal effects that I added, which are essentially in parallel. Like the vocals go to the mix bus, and then those additional effect tracks of like reverb, delay, all that went to the mix bus also, and it was all post fader. So if I bring the fader up, I'm actually sending more level into those things, so they would kind of get naturally louder on their own. And I was also bringing up the volume of those things by tying them into the vocal tracks themselves. And I'm not sure if that makes a whole lot of sense in hindsight, now that I think about it. I mean, at the time, once the person brought this up, I felt the same way. I was like, you're right. I'm definitely like doubling up on it. And sometimes it works and helps. Maybe you do need more of the effect of whatever, this, if you think about it in parallel compression wise too, maybe you do want to, if you're automating tom fills, maybe it is a good thing to bring up not only the tracks themselves, and then a post fader send to bring that up without actually tying it into the tracks. But maybe it makes more sense to bring them both up sort of in this way of multiplying it by bringing up the send to it and the return from it, like the send and the output of the track itself that's doing the effect. Sometimes, on a fill, it kind of makes sense because you want to make it super powerful and sort of punch out at you, and that a little bit of extra volume, it just means you don't have to move the fader as much to get the result you want, is usually what I find. But it doesn't always work, especially on like vocal effects. Because a lot of times, I'd be wanting to automate the vocal and bring it up, and I'd bring up too much of the vocal effect. So I think on this mix, we're going to go about that a different way. I'm just not going to tie the vocal effects into the vocal tracks. I'm just going to raise the vocal, track volume up. And then as a result, it's going to send more level into the effects because the effects are post, if you know what I'm saying. So I'll flip to the scene so we can kind of check it out right now. Yeah, I appreciate that, Braxel. Anybody, watching and give the thumbs up. They'll feed the thing more if you thumbs up this thing, and that's the bottom line. You thumbs up if you throw something in the chat, if you keep it like it helps. So, without further ado, let us jump over here and see what's popping. So this is a track that when I first got the speaker test thing going, like it was one of the first, when I moved into this new room, I, had that speaker test thing going on where I was trying different speakers and trying to get set on a pair of monitors I like. And I wound up mixing the song on like 45s, the ATC 45s I had. And when I compare, and then it's so funny, but in the interest of doing a stream, by the way, I got to click the button here. So let me just start the timer, because I had it set at 6 hours, and now it's going to be like 10 minutes less than that. But anyway, this is my point. When I mixed this song originally, because I didn't know the room and didn't know the speakers, I was basically flying a plane blind or with a severe, all sorts of paint on the windshield, right? I was looking around for what it should be, and I think I can see this, but is that really what that is? Or is that just is that cracked glass? What am I looking at? What is it really telling me? And, it's amazing how different things can be once you get dialed into your room. So I felt like I didn't give this song its due. And it's my job to go back and kind of, people wonder when should you redo a song or whatever? Well, only if things have really changed for you in some way. Like if you got super dialed into your room, in my case, different monitors took me a long time to get comfortable with them. So all these things kind of add up to the room positioning of the speakers, the monitors, all the height of the monitors, all this stuff. It just kind of builds into, I should give this song another another crack at the mix. And that's the goal here. So it's a very simple song in terms of what's in it. Totally simple. And as you see me do this, look this way, that's the chat window. Because I've got the chat window all over the place. On Ableton, anything works. Anything works, Alex Christoph. You could do anything on anything, bottom line. All right? It doesn't matter what you use. In fact, I plan to do a mix on one of these old school things just to see what we can come up with. I used to use this Korg all the time, and it had a Korg sound. Like, they might as well have called it cork, because it sounded corked. Like, everything was just trapped in a bottle the whole time. And I used to work on that thing exclusively prior to switching to Pro Tools LE7. And I have to say, I resisted it. For a long time, I was like, do I really need it? Like, this Korg thing is so cool. You could do so much on it. Little did I know, everything I recorded was being Korged. So, not necessarily a benefit, but it taught me a lot. It taught me a lot. It was my first, thing that felt more substantial than a mini disc 4-track. And I was like, now I'm in the big leagues with this Korg. So, it's a D1200 if you want to look up what that looks like. It's absolutely ridiculous. You could probably get one for $50 today. Kick. All right, what do we got? Kick, snare. So the pink is the drums. Kick, snare, overhead left, overhead right. The purple is the bass. Now, there's two bass tracks because it's basically the same performance, but one of them's different from some point in the middle out. I just put it here as, if you see JIC, you know what that means, just in case. Just in case there's these extra bass tracks that we may or may not need, we probably won't need them. Because this bass player, Paulie T from B, amazing bass player. What are we talking about here? This guy, if you didn't catch it, check out the Flea interview on Rick Beato's channel at some point, because they just dropped it today. What an amazing interview. I am stoked on Flea. Everybody knows it. I love the Chili Peppers. I love Flea. What an amazing, just his whole story is so cool. And Rick does an amazing job as usual, interviewing the guy. And, Flea is a bit sensitive, like me. I'm kind of sensitive over here. You'd never know it, but I'm a little bit sensitive. There's been moments where I've made some heartfelt videos where I have to hold in the emotions. And Flea's like that too, and that makes me feel so good. He's his wife or something said, "You're not gonna cry again, are you?" or something to him. And that's so cool to me. It's so cool to be somebody who's still in touch with some of that vulnerability. I kind of like it, it's cool because I know I'm like that, but I'm not saying I'm special or anything. I'm just saying it's there. It doesn't take that much to get to it. It's right there. And with Flea, it was, it's on the surface for him too, which is probably why he's such a in tune musician to just what's going on, the channels all around him that he wants to access and all his emotions. It's because it's right there on the surface, and he's worked his whole life at keeping it there on the surface. So it's pretty cool stuff there. Other than those purple tracks, we got red acoustic. That's these two red ones. These two right here are, if you notice, it says muted. It was another acoustic performance that was just dreadful. It's not that the performance was dreadful. The recording itself was bad. One of the mics had a ton of hiss on it, so maybe the jack was bad or the cable was bad. And then the same thing with this one. It was one of them had hiss, the other one was just a thuddy, weird. The EQ might have been cranked on the low end to 10 on the board, or something ridiculous. Some oversight in recording was going on with these two tracks, so I just muted them and got them out of there. The best way to fix your terrible mix is to mute the stuff that's terrible. Perfect first analogy. There's some things you can't mute. And, if they're that bad and you can't mute them because you need them in the song, well, record them again or that's ultimately the way to go. Beats every mix trick in the book. But at the same time, nothing's perfect. So all these, we have to work in some way. It's just unusable, these two. So they stay inactivated. Speaking of that, I'm just going to get rid of them. Or get one step before get rid of. Get rid of is delete. One step before that is hide. That's usually how I look at it. These we'll leave here just in case something crazy happens and we need them. What else we got? Green is guitars. And this time I put a bus in between each of the guitars because I set this up long enough in advance to kind of plan ahead. We may not use this, and it's not for, it's basically in parallel for an effect. It's not like both guitar mics go here, but if I want to use Cooper Time Cube, it's there. If I want to use the tape echo, it's there. And it's basically, this is a front, whenever you see 58, at the time I had a very limited mic selection when I recorded a lot of this stuff. And it just goes to show you, you don't need the best mics in the world, especially to record guitars. I had basically two 58s that were, we would use them as the first mics I ever got was so that we could rehearse with three singers. So the drummer had a mic, Paulie, whose name is Leighton, the man also. It's the same drummer on a lot of the stuff I do. It's either Leighton usually, Doug Parsons, so it's California Leighton, Doug Parsons, or Zach Thomas is the old school drummer. Also, all these guys were great. You couldn't be a drummer who's just okay and do any stint of time with the Easies. It just didn't happen. So 58 is the front mic, and it was a Shure SM58 that I still have because clap it up for the 58. It does the trick. Now, over here, we got this Dyne. The Dyne was this like Dyne Audio 58, and it was also a Shure, but Shure had this line of mics that they used to rock. They used to rock this, like, I think it was like a cheaper line or something. Like if the 58 was, 80 or $100, these were like $50 or $60. Like I think, if I'm not mistaken, it was just a cheaper line that they could sell people, to get them in the game of Shure, but something like that. And I used to use this mic because I felt like the output was just lower too. So when I would compare the two outputs, it was more quiet. It never really sounded as pleasing on a vocal as if the Shure 58 did, but it was perfect for like the behind the cabinet mic. And it sounds really good on all the guitars that I record. When you see a Dyne, it's behind, which makes, sense for me because I repeated the process a lot to try to hone in what I was doing. So the 58 is a front guitar cab mic. The Dyne is the back guitar cab mic. If you have an open back cabinet, go to where the speaker is between the metal, like the speaker's housed in metal. But it's like a pinwheel is how I visualize it. Between that, you can get to the speaker. So I had a mic pointed in there at that, between the metal. And then on the front, pretty much at the cone, somewhere near the cone. The seam of the speaker is, like the cone is a dust cap, essentially. That the center of your speaker is a dust cap. So somewhere in there. At the time, I don't know if I was as flat, just, on center as I kind of like to do now, but like it's all about that, where that seam is generally around the dust cap thing. But everybody likes things different. Move the mic around till you like what you hear. I'm in no way trying to say do only this. It's never what I would do. I'm just trying to remember what I did at the time. Always shine a light in there so you could see it and find it, because just because you have one speaker in a freaking amp doesn't mean it's in the center. Okay, and the same thing with if you have a twin or something. It doesn't mean the speaker's in where you would expect it to be. Trust me, it's not always that way, depending on the amp and everything. And so do that. And what else we got? When you see blue or octave, those are the two mics I used to use as room mics, essentially. So I would back them up off the amp a little bit and record more air between the cabinet and the mic. And this was a blue Bluebird, and this is an octave MK219. So you get more of a far away sound on these. It just doesn't sound as direct. And every time you see two, this is one performance. So these are all like broken up into performances. That's why they're panned the same way. See, they're panned the same way. Now, I haven't really worked out any of the panning or anything that I'm going to do in this song. I just threw auto align on it, ran it through, and color coded the stuff. When you see blue, it's a vocal. There's so few, like the vocals on this song. It's really two. It's like a lead, a kind of double with this, like affected thing going. And one difference in a way for this song is that some of this flavor track stuff was built into this song. So it makes it a little easier where I won't have to like build a ton of that from scratch at the end. But there's been plenty of these videos I put up, like these streams, where I've actually shown you exactly how I do that. And I might do it for a moment or two here or there, but I don't think this song's going to require me to do so much of it. Also, because I am returning a little bit to those roots of like, we could add flavor and sound effects and this and that, but also let's keep it kind of natural sounding too. Like, always got to go natural with it. Go natural with it. Go natural with it. Go natural, natural, natural with it. I'm just going to pop out the chat real quick before we keep rolling so that I can keep an eye on stuff. Sometimes through on the screen, because they're both sort of helpful. Oh, we got DJ Victor Nova. He's asking a good question. He's saying, with so much info on YouTube nowadays, I'm wondering if you recommend books from past professionals or learn on YouTube. What do you think? I think everybody is going to get something different from every single person they learn from. Even if someone doesn't know what they're doing or talking about at all, you may get something from them in some regard. The weird part is like knocking out of the way the information that doesn't help and won't make sense. And I guess the less you know, the harder it is to do that, because there's like some weird quote or saying around this, or maybe it was what's so terrible today? Now when I see Bruce Lee saying something on a freaking show, I don't know if it's AI or if that was really something Bruce Lee said. That to me hurts so much, because there was a time where we didn't have to worry or think about this stuff. I actually hate that. But there was something I saw, and it could have been something in that camp where it was like, a master will learn more from a fool's question than a fool will learn from a master's answer, or something like that. And it made so much sense. It was like, the more you know, the more you realize, like, there's something in here to pick up that's really cool that I never would have thought about because of the path that I took. And that's why I have to say, it's like, it's all good. Braxel, chill out. I don't ignore everything you're saying. Chill out, dude. I'm just answering DJ Victor Nova's question here. So I think the first thing we should do is definitely look to the knowledge in the old books. Look to that, because if you do, you'll find some great stuff, like especially with building a room, building a studio. I think it was called Build It Like the Pros. It was a book on how to build your studio properly. And I learned more from that book than I ever learned on YouTube. There's stuff you can learn on YouTube, absolutely, but that book was really helpful. Really helpful. I got you, Braxel. Don't worry. It's all good. I know you were joking, but I have to, this guy it was a great question. The great questions stick out to me. That's an awesome question, DJ Victor Nova. I think there's something to be learned from everybody, honestly, and especially some of the old books you may find. You may find some little snippets of knowledge in there that never make it to a video. A lot of the guys who make videos make the stuff people want to click on. They got to make a catchy title, and they got to focus on some topic that's on the radar. It's like, sometimes that's not where the meat of it is. That's just the fringe, and it might, that stuff could matter like 1 or 2%, whereas there could be stuff that's like 20% ruining what's going on that you could learn from, really helpful stuff that just never gets talked about that way. And it's also how you learn. If you only like listening to videos, like you can't learn from, a book, then don't. That's the beauty of today. You just have the option of learning in multiple ways that you would never be able to before. Like years ago, there were some videos you could rent and stuff at the library, things like that, crazy places to seek out information. Now it's just so much easier. You get it all willy-nilly and willy-nilly and willy. What else we got? Yeah. So now let me see what's popping over here. I appreciate the shout out, Braxel, for everybody to give a thumbs up. That's really nice. Yeah, what's it called? Braxel wrote, I use a VCA in Cubase to do that. Yeah. VCAs are my favorite way to automate stuff. Voltage control, like that's it. It's just controlling your amount of volume. That's the beauty. It's just so simple. Simple is great. When people use a bus to do that, like, why can't you just put it on an auxiliary bus? Well, now you're tempted to put things on it. I like that with a VCA, you just can't. Forget about it. You also get to move stuff and then still change the balance within if you want, and then you can keep moving. Like, it's not all connected the way if you were to like group put stuff in a group, and then that's like this VCA. I mean, this auxiliary controls this stuff. It's just different. I hate groups nowadays. I'll group things when I need to group things, like especially to get a volume thing nailed. I like to group stuff. Like when I'm trying to go through a mix and get it into shape, I'll take all the guitars and put them on a group and just lower it all, because this is pre getting my VCAs set up. Like I want the VCAs to stay at 0 for the majority of the time until the mix is pretty much locked, and then I deal with the VCAs. Also, if I add things within the song, I want to put them in the right place on the VCA groups. So I do them kind of late after that stuff's built. But prior to that, group all your stuff and lower it, wherever you have to. Dude, I saw, I don't know why. That Fleet was awesome. Watch that thing. I've never tried Mic DSP ES EC300. Never tried that. The only Mic DSP plugins I own, and a lot of them are great. I just only own 2 of them because, you know me, I don't like to buy a ton of stuff. The ML4000 and the ML8000. I own the 8-band multi-limiter jam, multi-band limiter thing, and then I own the 4-channel that has all the flavor to it. The 4 has way more flavor, but the 8 is a little more surgical, and nowadays I hardly use them, either one of them, but there was a time where I used them all the time on everything. So it's like, we go like that. And it might swing back to using them again. I love I forget the name of the dude who makes those plugins, like the guy's name, but it's great. All their plugins are great. I've demoed a couple and been like, wow, this is amazing. I just didn't want to go for it. I almost bought that pack, whatever it was called, the 5040, it's like one of those things where you open up the module and then there's tons of choices of everything in there. I almost got that because last year or something, there was like a great deal on it, and I almost did it. But what stopped me was every time I clicked it to open, it would be like 1 second, 2 second, 3 second. Now it started open. It's open at like 4 seconds. And I have a fast computer. So there's just something about the way that was working. Granted, maybe it was because it was a demo. I'm not positive. But it took so long to open that. I figured it was because there's so many modules in it. But I was like, every time I want to tweak something, if I have to wait 3 seconds, that's too long. I want to just click the thing and have it open. So the fact that every time I'd want to click it, I'd click it, then it would do its open thing. Maybe that's a demo feature. I really don't know. But that doesn't work like that with their ML4000 or the 8000. I just figured it was because of this massive library of stuff in every plugin. I couldn't deal with that. And I don't have the APB whatever stuff. So maybe you need that to make that not like that. Like just like with UAD stuff, it runs on the satellite chips faster than it runs in natively. I don't know. But you know how it takes a little longer to open a native UAD plugin? It took really long time to open that pack of stuff. So it's weird, but that's something I was thinking about. Hold on, changing it to live chat. Make sure I have that on live chat. Ooh, Ostrich! CK1BQ, how's it popping over there? He says, hi, have a good session. Thank you. I appreciate that. It's pretty easy to pick out bad advice. I don't come across much. It's usually just techniques that don't apply. Nothing bad or wrong. Yeah, a lot of times it could be techniques that don't apply, but the stuff, you can usually spot the bad advice when it's like, do this all the time, always. Smarter people know that that's not the way to go about it. More often than not, I just see people regurgitate things other people have said like years ago. I just see the regurgitation, and sometimes it's like word for word, practically, which to me is like, oh, you're just riding someone else's whole video, aren't you? But that I don't appreciate. Not that it's happened to me. I'm just saying I don't appreciate seeing that, because I'm like, this person, if they have to do a word-for-word video on someone else, like, what do they really offer? What are they bringing to the table? I don't get it. So, Audio Guy, 1994. Hi, everyone. And a lot of people like say the same things. They do. They just say the same things. So it really comes down to who do you learn best from? Like, good teachers are good teachers because they get through to you. And every teacher doesn't get through to everyone. Some people work better like with certain people. You just if it had like if we could take this into a cosmic level, it's like some people can channel into your brain and get there and get through. And other people, you just, because of maybe some weird inherent bias or something, you just can't ever learn from them. So seek out the people you want to learn from. And also don't be surprised if you can't learn from somebody and then all of a sudden you can, because I think I've said this on video before, but like when I first started, it was really hard for me to watch certain people. Like Andrew Sheps was tough for me in the beginning, or like when I first started digging into YouTube, I don't know why I had a hard time watching him. And then all of a sudden there was like a moment where I was like, I need to soak up all the Andrew Sheps I possibly can because I loved watching him. So it's just weird. At different times, different people will appeal to you in your life. For whatever reason, that's how it worked out for me. And I consider him one of the freaking greats. Just really extremely knowledgeable. I'd love to have a beer with the dude. And the dude knows so much that, that's just how it is. I also think if you start listening to like CLA, who I love, and Tom Lord Alge, who I love, the two of them basically perform while they're explaining stuff. Whereas Andrew's a lot more chill and laid back. So if you're kind of used to the people performing while they explain stuff, it's like a show. And then, the other one, Andrew's great because his comedy, his like comedic sense, his sense of humor is so good that it makes watching him hilarious to me. I mean, the dude's it's like comedians. Some people like some comedians, some don't like others. That's the bottom line. And it's the same thing with teachers. Some people like some teachers, some people like others. But yeah, what do we got? Audio Guy, what's going on? 1994, how you doing over there? I need the stuff between the stuff. CXQ5 the man. I need the stuff between the stuff. Yes, it's exactly right. Have you read Zen and the Art of Mixing by Mixer Man? Have I read Zen? I don't think so. I need to. I haven't, but I need to. He actually reached out to me at one point, and then I sent him my address to send me a book, and I don't think he did because I don't have it. So I gotta follow up on that. But he seems like a cool dude. I made a video talking about some of his methods before, and like one of his, he's a cool dude. But I would read that Zen and the Art of Mixing. He had a classic one that was all like back in the day. We used to talk about just like the different, stories that he had about, everyone would leave and then he'd have to record stuff again, kind of thing, and pretend it was the band's performance or something. Maybe I'm totally destroying it, but maybe I'm making soup out of what he said. But at the same time, I know that one of these books is like gold that I definitely should read. What's the question? No, it is a great question. I do the same. Your question is on the way. What are we talking about here? What's the question that I missed? Somebody, let me know what question I missed. Somebody let me know because it's Uncle Rick's plugins. Oh man, the Uncle Rick is back, huh? It's like an ongoing Uncle Rick stories here. There's just like these threads that follow through like a long series. You gotta catch the beginning of the thread to know what it's about. Joining you from the C-Bus, Seattle. Nice. The C-Bus. I need another good delay plugin. I'll throw on a couple delay plugins today other than Echo Boy and stuff if you don't want Echo Boy, because I love Echo Boy. The Art of Mixing, David Gibson, classic. I'm fine just figuring out how to do better panning on my mix with your live on a background. Honestly, it feels like a co-working space for musicians. That's where we're at. You're fine. You're just figuring out how to do better panning on it. See, the panning thing, right? There's so many different philosophies on the panning. There's so many different philosophies on the panning. Like, some people like to literally 23% one way and then 75% and then they 45%. They're like, they get 51. They get like in between all the stuff. And then the old school guys are all like LCR for the most part, because I think it's just more of a function of the way certain consoles used to work. There was only like certain consoles had LCR. That's it. They didn't have the between the knobs. Right? So when you think about the between the knobs, when we're in our DAWs, we could pretty much put stuff all over the place. Now, what do I think? The reason I choose something over another is usually because of what else is in the mix and what I need to kind of make live there also. So, like, let's say we have vocals down the center and there's a bunch of them. Like, we have a lead and a double of the lead and a bunch of harmonies and all this stuff. Well, if I'm taking harmonies and panning them out super wide, I might not want to put the guitars out super wide, or vice versa. If I want the guitars out super wide, maybe I'll take the harmonies and tuck them in a little bit more. Sometimes they could all live on top of each other, but a lot of it's a question of the density of the mix and how much is in it, because that will really lead you down a path of what can be done. When things get muddy, you can tuck things in that are all occupying the same pan space. So that's usually how I think about it, is like, I like guitars super wide and choruses, and this isn't always, it's like a general rule. Choruses super wide feels good for guitars. And then on vocals, I want my lead down the center. I always want bass, lead, vocal, kick, snare down the center. So if I'm going to say always, it's usually those things. Kick, snare, bass, lead, vocal down the center. Now, what the other vocals do, sometimes down the center works just fine for them too. Sometimes getting stuff slightly out of the way when it comes to like a rhythm guitar, like if you have two guitar parts playing the rhythm of the verses, maybe that you want to get kind of centered, but not really. So 25 one side, 25 the other performance. So now your two performances are like 25 and 25, leaving a little more room for the vocal in the middle. So they're kind of out of the way, but they're not wide. So when the chorus happens, you can create that change, the juxtaposition between here are the guitars, here are the guitars. It makes things feel bigger. We're always trying to create like step ups in excitement from part to part, like verse to chorus, or chorus to pre-chorus, chorus to post-chorus, or chorus to bridge. Like, step ups in excitement. And depending on how the song is orchestrated will determine how you might want to go about that. A lot of people think like incrementally, up steps, verse the tightest, now pre-chorus a little wider, chorus wider than that. But you know what sometimes feels better than that? If you have if you have a pre-chorus that's of decent length, you take the verse and you can kind of make it the medium wide thing. And then your pre-chorus gets small. Then your chorus feels huge when you take that super wide because of what came right before it. It's the change that makes things feel big. That's why I'll put stops, like I'll cut out instruments prior to drops and leave just drum fills or something sometimes, because taking everything away and now we hit them hard in the chorus makes a huge difference. Whereas if you were to just kind of leave everything in all the time, always, you get way less of that. I try to have, if I'm involved in a pre-production process, I try to get the band to play it that way. But if I'm not, we could do it in the mix, and that's the thing. It's like not everybody does everything perfect, but we can kind of experiment with ideas while we're mixing and be like, what would it sound like if? And, it's a common thing I do. If I, cut this out and let that be there, or if I'm doing like hip hop or something, if it's sample based and it's just a repetitive loop, well, what would happen if I pitch shifted this part, on the violins here? That's interesting. What would happen if I took the drums and changed them here, because the loop never changes and it's boring. So why don't I do that here? Oh, that's cool. So we get to like really experiment in pretty cool ways, because that's how I look at it. Is everybody's not going to think about everything. When you hire a mixer or a producer or somebody, what you're really getting is you're cloning yourself to now think about more things. That's how you should think about it. It's like you thought about all the things you could possibly think about to record the thing, write it. You wrote it, you recorded it yourself or whatever. Now, if you hire somebody who's going to mix it, well, now they're coming to the table with a fresh head, thinking about all the things that you thought about, but different ones. Like we're going to make the same music sound great. But now I'm thinking about how to take what you gave me and make it great. Whereas you got all this baggage about how you recorded it, what you used, whether you did the part 100 times or twice, whether it was, took a long time and it was hard for you or not, whether your mother listened and said she didn't like it, or your brother, or like your best friend. Like you got all this weird baggage tied up in what you're doing. And a fresh set of ears doesn't. And that's a beautiful thing. So they're listening with that outside perspective. I think it's hugely helpful. I'm going to play some song right now. Toman, we're going to play some song. We got some song right now. Stereo wide button. Yeah, I'm a Widener fan. So I'm going to run this from the top and sort of just get a balance kind of worked out. Like a rough idea of balance. Where does this thing end? Is this where it ends? Let's see. All right. I'm going to run from here, from the tizzy. Observe, that girl's got curves. Well, I said be heard of. If you got the nerve, did I? Well, let's go back the way we came, while the sand around us drains. I took it slow, I lost control, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me out, she kicked me out, she held me down, left me around, baby she went down, she cut me out, she kicked me out, and we went down, we went down. I've got to make a confession, more like divine intervention. Never believe in the angels you see, never believe there's a devil in me. Devil in me doesn't want you to be an angel, oh, an angel. I took it slow, I lost control, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me out, she kicked me out, she held me down, messed me around, baby she went down, she cut me out, she kicked me out, and we went It ends with this. Sorry, I cut it in a weird place, but this is where it ends. Hold on. So that's the track, and there's nothing on any of this stuff. And some of it's amazing to me. The only thing that stuff is on is where like the bass got sent, it's routed to this bus. So the bass has some stuff on it, but on the tracks themselves, on each bass track, the D112 bass mic, the SM58 mic on the bass cab, there's nothing on these things. Little interesting. This band would have taken the gold at the Stars Hollow Battle of the Bands. What's the Stars Hollow Battle of the Bands? It sounds like in the movie That Thing You Do, where they're talking about, where the first gig they play is at the school Battle of the Bands, the high school Battle of the Bands. That's what it sounds like. It's a great movie, by the way. Everyone should watch That Thing You Do if you haven't ever seen it. Watch it. It's an amazing movie for all musicians. Tom Hanks is amazing in it, but everybody in that movie is amazing. The writing is amazing. It's one of the best movies ever. I think everybody who's a musician would appreciate that movie. Bass Bus gets the typical treatment from my template, which is just more top end. Because the way I recorded this and everything, there's so little top end on the bass that I just need it. So I boost the top end. And clearly, this is way above, your 12K shelf boost. It's way above like that 2K, 1.5K thing, but I'm also boosting there too. I just find that this it just brings up some air on top and makes this sound more natural when I boost around 1.6. And then my 220 hertz kind of low rumble. The low mid thickness of the bass. A lot of times I like 500. Like I could manipulate this stuff, but that combined with the Sans amp, boost in the lows, this prevents me needing a sub octave. Spectre in the middle, 1K, 500 hertz zone with the tube saturation, and then some LA2A stuff for love, and then the 1176. Other than that, the drums are hitting right now nothing. But I kind of queued it up for my parallel stuff I like, which is like some sort of a distorted, devil lock, but with some echoes and stuff happening. And then, an option 2, which is what this is. It's like a second option for that. It's basically I can audition 2 different jams here just by A and being one and then the other. But we got Decapitator and then maybe potentially Echo Boy Galaxy, Tape Echo, something like that. For that triplety kind of like embellish the groove a little bit. I always like the way that sounds. Let's see. Gilmore Girls. Well, I haven't seen the show. I can't tell you what the band is doing over there. I don't know what that Battle of the Bands was like. Evan, use the auto align too? ? Do you ever find issues? Never find issues using it. And don't let anybody ever. There was a couple. The last stream, I think, or maybe it was the one before. I can't remember at this point. Somebody was talking about, like, when I was saying how this is one of the most beneficial plugins to ever grace the community of mixers, and somebody was saying something like, "Oh, it takes a lot of time to use and blah blah blah." It's like, no, it doesn't. I don't, if you don't want to pay for it, that's one thing. I can understand somebody saying it's too expensive, so they don't want it, but don't make up other nonsense. It takes way longer to go in and manipulate stuff with like waves in phase. It takes forever longer, so much longer. It takes way longer to go in and line it up just by lining up the waveforms. If you were going to zoom in and then measure where something is, and then you grab it like this, and then you find if you're going to do this, it takes forever. Like, no, thank you. If you're going to just flip phase on stuff, you're getting a 180-degree phase flip. That's it. You're just turning the wave over or leaving it where it is. This stuff moves everything around the way, like, mathematically, meticulously. So mathematics is what robots do best. You can, anybody who doesn't think auto align is, as good as doing it as like our human ear is. This isn't about opinions and taste, really. This part is about mathematics. It's about sliding things around from the same performance. So you got one performance with 7 mics. It's about moving the mics around in a way that makes it mathematically the most lined up. That's it. This is not opinion-based or anything. It's, can you do math faster than a calculator? No, you can't. And that's the point. There's not a person out there who could do math better than a calculator. And that's where we're sitting when we use auto-align. It's like, might as well get your waveforms locked up. If I turn this thing off, watch the mix just disappear. And we haven't even started mixing yet. It just shows you the starting point, why some people have such a hard time mixing. The first problem is multi-mic sources are not in phase. And you can't get it to be this good of an in-phase situation with flipping the phase button back and forth. You just can't do it. That's good for certain things. It's not good for making the phase mathematically lined up. That's why guys like Michael Brower love it. That's why anybody who mixes stuff loves it, because it's all you got to do is group the stuff yourself. As far as I'm concerned, if you don't have your session labeled where you know what the same performance is, that's the only time you'll say it takes a long time. Because when I see 58 dyne, I know that this is one performance. I might need to check if this is part of the same performance, but so what? You go through your session, you check and see what's the same performance, you put that in its own group so that you're telling the computer, just line this stuff up. Because if you get somebody who's really tight at the guitar, they could do 2 different performances. The machine will think they're pretty close. In some parts, it could be super close where it'll think it's one performance and then treat it like one performance. Slide things around to make it work as one performance. If you're using it incorrectly like that, I could see somebody thinking it's not good. But if you're using it correctly, the thing is a world beater because it just works. Now, you didn't always need this for history in life, but the worse something is recorded, the more you need it. And back in the day, when you had to go to a pro studio with guys who had been engineering more than 3 things, they did a lot of stuff, setting stuff up, and guys who knew something about, the way it should sound, producing the thing. When you have all these major heavy hitters doing stuff, people who have at least lived and breathed it forever, even if they never had a hit or nothing, it doesn't even matter. If they've lived and breathed it, you know what you should be doing to move mics to get the phase right when you're recording. I would venture to say it can still be improved a little from that if you throw something like this on. But if you do that, this is needed way less, which is why it was historically never needed. I think that's a huge thing that whoever, I forget the dude's name, but somebody was like pushing against it. And I could just tell it was because this plugin is pushing against their wallet. That's why they were pushing against it. Because in my opinion, it's never made anything I've done worse. It's only made it sound better. When I hit play and take this off, the whole thing folds in on itself. And the reason it folds in is very simple. You have guitar mics that are now canceling each other out because the phase wasn't like, how many people have a phase flip on every channel of their budget console? I didn't. I had an Allen & Heath live console. You couldn't flip the phase on anything. How many people have custom cables made with the phase flip so when you put something on the back, it's going to be the right way recorded out the gate? Who does that? Who has that? Very few people. So what'll happen is you have to at least go in when you get a top and bottom snare mic, flip the phase on one. You gotta. Similarly on a guitar jam, you got mic facing this way on the front, mic facing on the back, got to flip the phase on that one. That'll get you closer, but this gets you exact. So what happens when I take this off is all of a sudden the guitars cancel themselves out. The drums, for the most part, lots of them cancel themselves out. This is what happens. So it's like, what's the point? Why avoid it? I'll show you. I'll play any part of this song and turn this thing off and watch the whole mix fall in on itself. The bass mics, which are multi-mic'd, cancel themselves out, and without knowing what someone's doing, like if you're doing hip hop and all your stuff is sampled and it's all like, obviously you don't need it. So it's so funny how it's all use case. You need this with multi-mic'd sources. If you're doing hip hop, but you record a guitar on all your hip hop beats you make, and you record that guitar with 1 mic, you don't need it. 2 mics, you do need it. 3 mics, you need it more. 4 mics, you need it even more. So if you just think about it like that, just for guitar, it matters. but it matters on every instrument that's multi-mic'd. Multi-mic'd, that's the key, because the rest of it doesn't matter. Multi-mic'd sources. So let's hit play. That girl's got curves. Well, I said be heard on. If you got the nerve, did I? Well, let's go back the way we came, while the sand around us drains. I took it slow. I lost. You hear what I'm saying? This is not a matter of debate. It's not even close, because when things aren't in phase, they cancel themselves out. So you could either, pretend that everything you do is always perfectly in phase and you don't need this, or you could try it and see how much better it sounds when everything's perfectly locked up in phase with the freaking robots. Let the robots wash the dishes, line the tracks up in phase, shovel the driveways, do the stuff robots are good at doing. That's the point. Like, let them calculate math. You got me? It's absolutely insane. I don't think more tests need to be done here. It's absolutely crazy. Roman X 3267. It's absolutely insane. I mean, from where I sit, it's absolutely crazy. So the things that suffer are guitars, because they're all multi-mic'd. The bass, because it's multi-mic'd. What doesn't change is the vocals, because it's not multi-mic, so it's not even on the vocals. You see what I'm saying? It doesn't change. Like, the drums appear quieter, potentially, because the guitars are louder. That's all. But the drum beef, if I were to play just drums, it would still be a huge difference. So what I'm saying is there's a difference across the board, no matter what. And it's not just volume difference. It's that things are canceling themselves out, which means you don't get the whole extent of what that mic recorded. You get a fraction of it, because that fraction that you're getting is the only thing you're getting is what wasn't canceled out by the back mic. The only thing you're getting of the overheads is what wasn't canceled out by the other overhead. Like, one overhead's giving you something, the other overhead's canceling some of it out. Put it in phase, not the case. You're getting what you're hearing from the snare is only what you're hearing because of the result of everything's canceled out except for what you're hearing. Now, all of a sudden, put this on, you hear the whole snare. You hear the whole thing. It just, everything gets bigger, puffier. It's like not even a question, no debate. Anybody who thinks otherwise is out of their mind. But what I could tell you is sometimes things actually should be out of phase if you want them to, for a flavor or an effect or something that's got nothing to do with the broad scope of things. If I had to mix this song with this off and everything out of phase, I'd be working most of the time to get it just to now where it is in phase. Just to get it close to that, I'd be spending time. And that's what we don't have, time. So I think that's why this is probably the best invention in plugins when it came out, since I don't know when, since the DAW. But like I said, not for everybody. Not if everything you do has one mic on it only, then no. Audio guy wrote, I would like to phase invert my out of phase room reflections. That's actually a thing made by PSI. They make a bass trap that works in that way. Kind of. Sort of and kind of. It takes the frequencies and cancels. It doesn't allow them to reflect and mess everything up because of this kind of what you described, this like active phase cancellation thing. So it supposedly was, at one point I was going to get a bunch of them, and instead I decided, rather than that, I'm just going to treat my room the way I should treat the room, rather than try this other thing, which cost about the same depending on how many you get, because the size of your room for those things, they weren't cheap. They were like, I don't know, they were like $6,000 each or something crazy, $3 or $6,000, like they're a fortune. So it was a question of like, well, if you get this, you can't treat the room, because who has the money? So pick one. You want the room treatment, or do you want these bass cancellation things that are only going to work on the low frequencies, but arguably they are the worst problem frequencies for most people in most rooms. The other stuff is way easier to tame. So I don't know, but the PSI thing makes a huge difference. I've heard. I have never tried them. Like I said, I almost tried them. But that kind of treating the room makes a huge difference. And that's a way to treat the room without actually putting panels up. It's technology that's been around for a few years, but it's definitely ahead of its time, to some degree. And believe me, I'd love it imagine if you could just put those up and never treat your room at all, but just use those. That's an interesting thought, but I don't know. I wasn't a believer when it came down to it. I never tried them, but I wasn't a believer. All right, we're going to throw an EQ on everything so we can start cooking a little bit. So we're about an hour in and just talking, no mixing, except for, answering questions and stuff. So I like this view for selecting stuff because it's so easy to see what's colored. A big tip is always keep your sends the same color, like this, whatever this olive is. And if you do that, it stands out to you this is a different color than this. It just stands out what your buses are and what your, or your effect channels are compared to everything else. And in my case, there's already like some stuff on those channels, whereas these have nothing but auto align. So if I were to go in here and add some stuff, it shouldn't tell me like, hey, you're going to remove a plugin that's there. Like, watch out. Watch out. So what are we putting on today? I was thinking we would go with, this is a song, like I like to hear the song first and kind of see what I'm feeling, but I definitely want to use some SSL stuff on this. So I'm really thinking about doing the G again today. First I'll put a 1081 for safety. It's either that or we put the API, API vision channel strip. It takes up a lot of CPU. That's the only problem. But this track doesn't have that many tracks. It's like 36 tracks or something. It's not that many. So we could probably get away with it. We could probably get away with some vision. And we could run it, the native version. Vision channel strip, this guy right here. So as you guys know my style, I'll do 2 EQs because one of them is flavor and one of them is color. Actually, wait, that's a synonym for itself. My bad. I just realized what I said. One of them is surgical and one of them is color or flavor. You decide, color, flavor, pick your own verbiage for that. But I like one of them for more surgical nature and then one of them for just like a wide, like, do we need more whoomp, whoomp, whoomp? Let's just add some on the color thing. But do we need to the cymbals are too harsh in this zone? Well, you got to pull that out with something else. So starting out the gate with the 4KG and the API. Doo-doo pop to poop. Yeah, my go-to pair of headphones, DJ Victor, are the Focal Classic Spirit Pros, which they don't make anymore, but you can find on eBay. But I don't recommend people buy discontinued headphones necessarily. I use these because they work, because I've used them for years. Over, I can't remember, 8 years, 7 years. Like I've had them for a minute. So that makes me comfortable with them. Whereas I'm getting comfortable with these. So what I do is I try to listen to these like once I'm fairly happy with a mix and know what they should sound like in here. That's kind of how you get comfortable with headphones. It's a long process, but essentially when I'm happy with the room, the sound off my speakers, and then I'm happy with the sound on the Focals, the Classic Spirit Pros, that's the only time I'll throw on these other ones to be like, okay, that's what it's supposed to sound like. This is when I get happy. It's this. Okay. And then if I do that for a long enough time, I think it gives me sort of a reference where like, okay, and sometimes it's easy to bounce back and forth between two headphones and just be like, okay, so this one gives me more of something, this more full low end and more mids and less top end, something, just to kind of start to dial yourself in a bit. I'm not sure if that's the best way to do it, but to me, that makes the most sense at the moment of how to check a new set of headphones. Like use one you use that you like, that kind of work for you, and then do that. If you have none that work for you, just pick one pair that is not just making music sound good, but is giving you some actual clinical information, some data to work with, and go with those. That's why I don't recommend using, I don't know, spend a little bit. I don't recommend the budget stuff because the budget stuff is usually not the best, but some people can make it work. If you can make a pair of MDR 7506s work, like Shep's, go for it. I have never been able to. They're great headphones to give to somebody in the studio when they want to like record drums or something, but they're bad, for mixing. For me, I can't deal with it. Yeah, Braxel, you notice more depth, but what you really notice is not more depth. It's the full range of the instrument. So yes, sure, it's you could interpret that as depth or, thickness, width, perceived volume. It's all of it because now you're getting the full wave. The other way, you're getting the wave chopped off by some part of the other stuff that's canceling it out. So you're never going to be able to get the fullest extent of that signal. No matter how much you boost the VQ and all this, it's not going to matter. Or I should correct that. It will matter less than if you boosted very little and it was already locked up in phase. That's the problem with, I think, when you look at this like, oh, I can get away without it. Well, you wind up needing to boost so much more on so many things just to get relatively happy. And it could have started there. It could have started where you're like, this doesn't need a whole lot. And that's usually what happens. It was a game changer for me because I told you the amount of time I'd spend with like anything else doing it was wasted. It was just all wasted. So let's go through. I generally start at the bottom with kick and I kind of work my way up. I don't usually go in order. Everything plays at once. I don't add stuff one at a time generally. When it comes to vocals and stuff, I leave everything playing, always. Nothing on the mix bus, nothing on the master, 0, 0. If I do anything, I lower the master as I get too hot, which I'm usually told because of my PAZ analyzer. It tells me if I'm over 0 because it's on the mix channel right here, clarity. So if I lower this, I know, if I'm clipping that thing, I just take it down. But here we go. That girl's got curves. Well, I said be heard on. If you got the nerve, did I? Well, let's go back the way we. All right, here we go. I like to just sort of assess what I'm hearing to determine where I need to make my changes. Drums need to come up a bit, right? But rather than bring the drums up, I'm going to bring all the guitars down to get a better idea of everything. Now, I'm going to leave the solo where it is because I felt like it might have been okay or a little on the hot side when we just listened to it all the way through. But I just want to bring all this stuff, we'll just call it stuff minus drums. And then I'm just going to bring that all down a bit. This way I'm not fighting against myself. You know, I want to be able to hear the drum and not always be boosting way more than I need to just to be able to hear it.
Observe, well, that girl's got curves. Well, I said be heard on. If you got the nerve, did I? Well, let's go back the way we came, while the sand around us drains. I took it slow, I lost control, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me off, she kicked me out, she held me down. We messed around, baby, she went down. She cut me off, she kicked me out, and we went down. We went down. I've got to make a confession. More like divine intervention. Never believe in the angels you see. Never believe there's a devil in me. Devil in me doesn't want you to be an angel. Alright, angel. I took it slow, I lost control, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me out, she kicked me out, she held me down. We messed around, baby, she went down. She cut me off, she kicked me out, and we went down. We go down,
I copy the overhead left to the right because whatever I do here, I want to match on the other channel. Once they're in phase, keep the EQs the same on a left and right overhead or room mics. It's generally where I start. If something's really drastic, like, you know, the freaking one side is picking up a lot of hi-hat or something because it's much lower, or, you know, some weird positioning thing, maybe I would adjust at that point. But as a starting point, I keep them the same. I also get way above the pain. A lot of people, if they're like what to do with the overheads, I like the sound of cymbals at the top, the airiness, and I don't like it in the middle, like 5K, 6K, that harsh, annoying brashness of a cymbal. So I get way above it, and I boost from there. That's generally, and I don't put any compression or nothing on the overheads until I decide maybe later it might need something different. But I rely on this like parallel bus of some kind of distortion or something with maybe echo or whatever to give it maybe more than it has naturally with just EQ. But EQ I kind of like. Just EQ is safe. Compression is less safe on cymbals because they just don't leave. They whoosh, whoosh all day. Just constant whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. They never die out. We need them to go.
observe. Well, that girl's got curves. Well, I said be heard on. If you got the nerve, did I? Well, let's go back the way we came. While the
I'm noticing that one of these tracks has like no, it's like farted out. Like, what's good here? You know, why is it not there? Let's see what's good there. It's the same on this one, so I know it's like that, but like, why is it like that? I don't think it matters much because I didn't really notice it in the track, but let's.
well, I lost control, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me out, she kicked me out, she held me down, messed around. Baby, she went down, she cut me off, she kicked me out, we went down, went down.
This like Echo Boy into the Galaxy thing, where like a super short 32 millisecond into a little bit of this like kind of like a reverby sound on the Galaxy Tape Echo, the Dub L Spring R deal. And it just worked on a song before it. I don't know if I'm going to use it on this one, but I just wanted to hear what it sounded like peppered in.
Observe, that girl's got curves. Well, I said be heard of. If you got the nerve, did I? Well, let's go back the way we came.
It just gives it a little more spread and personality. I'll leave it like, 10 dB lower than the main bus at the moment. We'll see how that goes about, how that winds up ruining our lives later. Let's see. I may not EQ these tracks at all. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. There's a lot of dynamic range here, but it's being smushed on this track, the LA2A really, and also some of the saturation smushes. So let's see what that's doing.
Lost control, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me out, she kicked me out, she held me down, messed around. Baby, she went down, she cut me off, she kicked me out, we went down, we went down. I've got to make a confession, more like divine intervention. Never believe in the angels you see. Never believe there's a devil in me. Devil in me doesn't want you to be an angel. Oh, an angel. I took it slow, I lost control, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me out, she kicked me out, she held me down, messed around. Baby, she went down, she cut me off, she kicked me out, and we went going up,
Just going to see how we get away with this. Maybe the just compression on the vision on a few of these.
lost control, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me out, she kicked me out, she held me down, messed around. Baby, she went down, she cut me off, she kicked me out, we went down, we went down. I've got to make a confession, more like divine intervention. Never believe in the angels. Never believe there's a devil in me. Devil in me doesn't want you to be an angel. Oh, an angel.
Generally, I like a slower style release on acoustic guitar and bass, because a lot of times quick attack on bass is good, especially if you got an aggressive slap part or something like he does. Just to be able to get some control on that, it helps. A quick attack sometimes can chop the transient down enough where you'll get more volume out of it, but it won't like poke you in the eardrum right out the speaker. Because if you use too slow of an attack, you're letting all the transient through in that super aggression of that slap. And then what'll happen is you could think, oh, wow, but then it'll punch more, which is why a lot of people use slow attack on a lot of things. The problem is relative to the volume after that, you'll never be able to kind of match them. That initial hit will be loud and the rest will be quiet. And if you make the track louder, you're never going to chomp down on that enough to bring up the back of it, the part that's not that first few milliseconds of that pop, 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 pop. So get that smushed down a little, you get closer to the volume behind it, and then it'll sound more warm and gluey a lot of times. I'll do this on this 76 very often, but in this case, I'm sort of seeing what we could do on an acoustic guitar too in a similar way, because the acoustic guitar could be very kind of pokey.
Observe, that girl's got curves. Well, I said be heard on. If you got the nerve, did I? Well, let's go back the way we came, while the sand around us dragged.
I'm noticing the level is a bit different. Like this track is a little quieter than the other one. So just to level it going into what's next, I'm just going to turn it up by like a dB, maybe more. But just visually, I can tell that this one is more dynamic than this. So it's a question of where the mic was placed more than anything else. But what I could do to accomplish that is more compression on this one compared to this one that doesn't have as much dynamic, so it doesn't need it. Whereas it seems like these have more, there's more of these spiky, pokey jams. They're kind of all over the place, but it might only be certain sections where the guitar was a little closer to one mic than another. So I'm not too worried about it, but at the same time, I don't know if this setting will work on both. Let's find out. But I had to compensate with the clip gain a bit just to get it a little closer. Maybe that's even a little too much.
Observe, that girl's got curves. Well, I said be heard on. If you got the nerve, did I? Well, let's go back the way we came, while the sand drains. I took it slow, I lost control, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me off, she kicked me out, she held me down, left me around. Baby, she went down, she cut me off, she kicked me out, we went down. We went down. I've got to make a confession. More like divine intervention. Never believe in the angels you see. Never believe there's a devil in me. Devil in me doesn't want you to be an angel. Oh, an angel. I took it slow, I lost control, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me out, she kicked me out, she held me down, messed around. Baby, she went down, she cut me off, she kicked me out. We went down, going up, down,
Yeah, Braxel, I hear what you're saying. LA2A is amazing on bass for me and acoustic guitars. Love it on both. Also vocals, man. Sometimes the 2A is just nothing like it for like buttery vocals. The 76 is obviously like my favorite compressor ever, the 1176, right? But the 33609, I don't know what it is. I have a tendency to only use that on like buses, mix bus or drum bus or parallel bus. I don't typically put that on like the tracks themselves. But on a bass bus or something, yeah, the 33609 could work too. It'd be interesting to do a mix with, forcing us to use like the same compressor on everything because they all have such different flavors. The API Vision is a very specific flavor of compression. And sometimes it works real well in complement with another compressor as like also. So like this into like what we're doing now, kind of this on the bass to smooth it. And then it's going through that saturation chain with the EQ and then hitting a 2A and 1176. I don't hate on it. Stuff like that can work if you need to. Sometimes it's unnecessary. But it's just API's compression with their sort of something about, the what they use in the Vision channel strip especially, but it was one of the modules, like you can get the 550 and then there's two different kinds of compressors that they make. I think they're both, one of them is a 225 obviously, but it's like one of them has a rounded like lighted VU thing, and then the other one is different and has the LED jams on it. They're both very different. One is super spitty, kind of more like a 2500. The other one's opposite. It's pretty cool. I love it, the 2500, by the way. Like that's what also API 2500 is a go-to friendly buddy of mine. Probably lately been using it more than the SSL bus comp. But I like them both. They're all kind of cool. It's just what kind of music you're doing dictates whether you like that style or not.
That girl's got curves.
Alex Christoph, you're absolutely right. 3.5K on the cymbals is a disaster waiting to happen. That a lot of people just, I don't know why they do it, but they do it. It's like leave off that. Leave out, even on your snare, be careful and aware that your hi-hat bleeds into it. So, and I don't always go about it like gate first. I usually gate last when I think things are ruining stuff because I like the bleed from one drum to the other. Something a little more natural sounding to me when I do that than when I just gate everything from the jump. So that's why I never do that. There was a time where I did do that, and I realized I was losing a lot of whatever the drum sound was bringing to the table. And every drum kit recorded with like a couple rooms, couple overheads, kick, snare, mic. They all have a flavor, and as soon as you isolate the drum, like more than it would be with the bleed, it really changes the flavor. It's not always preferable.
Observe. That girl's got curves. Well, I said be heard on. If you got the nerve, did I? Took it slow, I lost control, I lock and load, let it go.
If you don't want to copy from one to the next, you just group them and use the global jam. I just didn't do that yet, so I figured I'll just do this instead. But if I come in here and I want like whatever this guitar is, we Apple G it, we go into globals for make sure B globals is on, boom, and now we've got, whatever this is, Fire 01 group, and now that stands for the Firebird was used for these tracks. If you notice something else, the volume of one of the mics is usually a little louder than the other one. It's not always that I do this, but when I have a front and a back guitar mic, I don't like how bright the front one is. I usually like that. It's nice to blend them together, but that brightness should be lower than the back mic, which is more low end and thicker and warmer. At least in this song. As soon as I kind of got, if you listen to this, and like, now listen to this. At first blush, it doesn't sound like this mic's particularly good at all. Well, it's behind the amp, so it has that sound, but when you blend them together, I love the sound of them together, and it's just so much worse if I just had a front mic. Listen to the difference. Either mic by itself would be trash, and together it creates a good sound. So it's just every mic you record, like don't listen in solo to the mic and be like, well, this doesn't sound good. It doesn't matter. What does it sound like with the other thing? Think complementary. If you got dark, oh, that's super dark and whatever. Well, now just combine it with something pokey and bright. Perfect. Perfect. So let's see what else we got.
Control, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me out, she kicked me out, she held me down. Messed around, baby, she went down. She cut me out, she kicked me out, we went down. We went down. I've got to make a confess. Believe.
Just like with cymbals, the lower you get into the range where the guitar is actually sitting, the worse it's going to sound in terms of harshness, but it will be louder. So this is where people who don't mix often get tricked, is they hear somebody say the fizz on the top of the guitar is 5K. Well, that's true, but if you boost at 5K on a distorted guitar, you were getting too much annoyance with your fizz. If you get way above it to the air and boost up on a wide, nice wide Q, it's way more gradually bringing the top up. It just has a tendency to sound more pleasing. It's a question of where is the lowest you can go before it starts being a problem. That's really what I test out, is like, does it sound better at 15K boosting 12 dB on top, or to boost, 10K? Is that too close to the problem? As soon as I get to 7 or 5, I'm in troubled waters, so that's how I look at it usually.
Took it slow, I lost control, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me out, she kicked me out, she held me down. Messed around, baby, she went down. She cut me out, she kicked me out, we went down, going up, down,
And I'll try to mix around the frequencies a bit, like 700, 800, 1.5K. Like, don't boost all the guitars in the same zone all the time, but sometimes it really doesn't matter. You could just group them and bring them all up, and you'll be okay in some frequency range. It depends. On the last track, I think I did that, and exactly what I said, I don't usually do, which is just group them all and sort of more boost in the middle. We're good. But it depends on what the song calls for, obviously. In this case, it's like I'm sort of spreading around where the boost is, 800, 700, 1K. And I don't like the super harsh 3K zone. I try to avoid that also. All right, now I'm thinking panning real quick, so I want to talk about the panning for a second. We got NEIXIR. What's going on? Nice. Yeah, that the 33609 for bass is it's not my first choice, but that's pretty cool that you love it there. I like that. I abuse the 1176 whenever I use I agree. Sometimes I do that too. It depends on the direction of like what's first. A lot of times I'll abuse the 2A and use the 1176 as a catch-all. Sometimes I'll abuse the 76 and then something else as a catch-all, even like an L1 or something. But, depends. I love the 76. When I track bass, it goes through that. And I've actually said before that amps are great and I love them. If there's one in the room, I will record an amp and a DI sound all at once, right? If there's no amp in the room, just a nice pre, like a 1073 pre, get some saturation from that, drive that into a 76. You're good to go on vocals, on bass, on anything. Acoustic guitars, like maybe don't drive it when you want the cleanness, but it's just nice to be able to have a compressor that works on so many things. Even like a Pultec, in between, like 73 Pultec, then 76. I like that. Use your nice EQ flavor. Put the Pultec after it for some additional love. Gotta love that. Maybe I gotta mix a song like that. Just nothing but, some 3-band EQ that the freaking computer will be okay with. Because you can't put a 1073 on every track. Because the computer just goes. Brrr. But the Pultec after like a 3-band is nice. 3-band and then a Pultec gives you kind of a little bit more love in it. A little bit more love in it. All right, panning. That's what I was going to say. I went off on a tangent. So when I look at the way it looks to determine panning more often than anything. In other words, I'm seeing, okay, these are chorus beef things. They're for thickening. Let's go super wide, right? So for these two tracks, this is a perfect example of they're doing the same thing, two performances. I'll go left with this, right with this. On both mics, the same place. You split your mics up from one performance, you get hollowness. Now we have an additional guitar. So now I'm forced to go a little deeper. I'm forced to see what exactly do I have going on here. This is a solo. We don't have to worry about it, so don't think about that. We've got this part right here. It says blue and octave. So I know this is our room sounds. And so are these, blue and octave. So these are room sounds. Now I go deeper. G and L, G and L. So this is one guitar, the G and L ASAT. This is a Firebird. They sound different. I come up here, I see blue, I see the same mics, but fire. So these are both Firebirds. The mics are blue and octave because they're room mics. Otherwise, I had to use the 58 and the Dyne mics. So I know going into this that if I were to pan this one left and this one right, for example, that won't give me as much of a difference in sound between the left and right speaker because it's the same guitar. Even if I change pedals, even if I change the amp, it's the same guitar because it's the Firebird. Fire. See? Whereas this is a G and L. It's a different sound. So I know if I pan the G and L to the right and the Firebird to the left, even though the mics could be in the exact same position in the room, it'll sound very different, and that gives us that perceived width. So that's the logic behind we're going left with the Firebird, right with the G and L. Then on this track right here, we have an extra, essentially. We've got another guitar that is also doing chorus beef that I could put down the center. Let's just see what else we have. We also have a close mic doing more than just chorus beef. It's largely chorus beef, but also pre-chorus. So it's doing the same parts below, but also some pre-chorus stuff and some hits in the pre-chorus that flomp, flat, flomp. Kind of like the song Sugar High. Remember that song? It's a good song. From the movie, from one of the best movies of all time, Tower Records. Empire Records it was called, but it was basically based on Tower Records. It must have been, right? Must have been. Maybe not. Who knows? It's probably just a story, but it was pretty cool. So what do we got? 58, so these are close mics, and so are these. Now, something's got to live in the center, generally. Not always, but in this case, this one goes the whole time. So clearly, if there's going to be one that wins the game of who was in the center, it's this guy, because it plays the whole time. Now, some of this is puzzle making, but it's also guess and check. So we're going to play it. We're going to move this around and see where it works the best. Like right now, based on the volume balance the way it is, it sort of works. But I may try something else. Like maybe put this, also in the center, or 25, 25, or this one, maybe we'll go 25 off to the left with this, and this one 25 off to the right with that. In the choruses only, like we'll mess with the pan. That's possible too. So let me just investigate this. So interesting how on the right side it does sort of still work. It feels a little off balance, but it does sort of work. So I'm going to try something else too. Let's bring this in, this track, to balance it, which is why it exists here. Our tape echo. Let's give this a little love. Sent to 11 and 12. And let's just see how much of this we need to sort of balance this out when it comes in. It's like, get over there. But it's following the main pan. That's our problem. At least now it's balanced out. Let's see. I don't care if it leans right a little. I just like that there's something now on the left.
That girl's got curves. Well, I said be heard on. If you got the nerve, did I? Took it slow, I lost control, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me out, she kicked me out, she held me down.
I gotta say, this is one of those interesting cases where, to me, it sounds a little better off balance, where we have the strong right side. Is something about the hits, especially when these come in.
That girl's got curves. Well, I said be heard on. If you got the nerve, did I? Well, let's go back the way we.
You know what I mean? Like, I sort of like this,
Did I
sort of like that being over there. I don't know. I'm gonna come back to this in a minute, because as soon as I started manipulating it to make it more balanced, it felt wrong. That's interesting. It doesn't usually happen. Let's take these off. CXQ5 the man. That's awesome, man. I'm gonna have this in your box in 5 hours. Play it in a smoke-filled room. I agree. That's the way to do it. Make the lights nice and chill. We may go to a dark lighting situation at some point. Let's see. Let's go to the next part and see what we need. Pretty cool line right there.
it slow, I lost control, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me out, she kicked me out, she held me down, messed me around, baby she went down, she cut me out, she kicked me out, we went down, we went down. I've got to make a confession, more like divine intervention. Never believe in the angels you see. Never believe there's a devil in me. Devil in me doesn't want you to be an angel, oh, angel. I took it slow, I lost control, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me out, she kicked me out, she held me down, messed me around, baby she went down, she cut me out, she kicked me.
Okay, let us take where we're at the moment, and let's just move to vocals. So that's the thing. I just try to not get beat up on the song. So now I'm over here looking at vocals. Where's the blue stuff? Blue stuff. Let's hit it with some blue stuff.
That girl's got curves. Well, I said be heard on. If you got the nerve, did I? Well, let's go back the way we came, while the sand around us drains. I took it slow, I lost control, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me out, she kicked me out, she held me down, messed me around, baby she went down, she cut me out, she kicked me out, we went down, we went down. That girl's got curves. Well, I said be heard on. If you got the nerve, did I? Well, let's go back the way we came, while the sand around us drains. That girl's got curves. Well, I said be heard on. If you got the nerve, did I? Well, let's go back the way we came, while the sand around us drains. I took it slow, I lost control, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me out, she kicked me out, she held me down, messed me around, baby she went down, she cut me out, she kicked me out, we went down. That girl's got curves. Well, I said be heard on. If you got the nerve, did I? Well, let's go back the way we came, while the sand around us drains. I took it slow, I lost control, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me out, she kicked me out, she held me down, we messed around, baby she went down, she cut me off, she kicked me out, we went down. Well, that girl's got curves. Well, I said be heard on. If you got the nerve, did I? Well, let's go back the way we came, while the sand around us drains. took it slow, I lost control, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me off, she kicked me out, she held me down. We messed around, baby she went down. She cut me off, she kicked me out, we went down.
Let's throw the 1176 on it. I was just seeing if I could get happy a little bit with that, with the compressor on there. It does its own thing. That compressor really doesn't have as much control nearly as much as this, as far as I'm concerned. I'm sure people could use it for some things. I'm just not super happy whenever I dial that in. It's good for like as a second compressor, you know, if you're going to use something after it, but it's not always good by itself, or at least I don't get happy with it by itself.
Observe. Well, that girl's got curves. Well, I said be heard on. If you got the nerve, did I? Well, let's go back the way we came, while the sand around us drains. I took it slow, I lost control, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me off, she kicked me out, she held me down. We messed around, baby she went down. She cut me off, she kicked me out, we went down. We went down. I've got to make a confession. I'm all out divine intervention. Never believe in the angels you see. Never believe there's a devil in me. Devil in me doesn't want you to be an angel. Alright, angel. I took it slow, I lost control, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me out, she kicked me out, she held me down.
I'm just going to start marking stuff.
Me out, she kicked me out, she held me down.
This will be our chord.
I took it slow, I took it slow, I took it slow, I took it. Ah, she held me down. Baby, she went down. She cut me out. I've got to make a I've got to make a I've got to I've got to make I've got to make an angel. Alright, angel. I took it.
It seems like tedious, but it's super helpful to then just know pre-chorus, chorus, where's the verses, where's the pre-chorus. It's just helpful. You know, like the intro. Let's get our start of the song, too, while we're at it. That's 3/8. What is it? 3/8. So where are we here? Yeah, it's about. That'll work. That'll work. It's more than 400ths of a second, which is all I really care about. 3, 2, whatever. Yeah, I'll just go right there and call it start. What number was that? 6. All right, well, remember it's 6. I usually leave room in the beginning, but I started numbering in the other way, so it's 6. Oh no, that means this one's going to be 7. Oh man, where are we living? Who came up with that? Terrible. We got to change that. I can't allow that. Not on my watch. We're going to make this 7, and the next one's going to be 8. I turned the volume way up so I could hear the intro. Where's the outro at? It's blasting at me now. Looks like this is our. There's a little bit of farting at the end of this, like whoo. Although I can't see it on this track. Must be a different track. No, it's on this track. Okay. So where is this? This is 4/4. Let's just take it. That's good enough for me. I'll go a little extra for good measure, and we'll call it. I hate when like on an album, a song ends and then the next one starts like too quickly that my heart didn't even get a chance to beat. I hate that. I like when they go into each other like a concept album, but I hate when it just ends. Boom. It's like give me a breath. All right, we're cooking today. We're cooking, and we're clear. We're cooking, and we're cooking. Been jamming buttons in the house. How we doing? Good to see you, buddy. Good to see you. It's 2 a.m. by you? Oh, man, see? This is the first time that the world is on its, flipped in the way where it's actually 9 p.m. in the East Coast. I know usually I'm doing this. It's at least 2, 3, 4 p.m. A.M., p.m., a.m. Now we're back in business with some labels. All right. I usually like the view to be kind of like that, but let's check and make sure we're groovy here. Yep, hold on. I'm loud as hell right now. Too loud. Took my money and she cut me out. She kicked me out. She held me down. We messed around. Baby, she went down. She cut me off. She kicked me out. We went down. We went down. Now, the reason my head went to let's start labeling stuff and putting our markers in is because I started to use an effect. The first second, my head wants effects. So I was like, where's the effect at? That's when I changed up because I was like, you know what? It's funny. I must have undooed it. I undooed it. But like in this verse, like right here, we may want this thing, to come up a bit, but not in the pre-chorus. So that's why I start doing this stuff, is when I want to see where everything is super clear so that I can then make adjustments like this, like for just argument's sake. Let's say we want this. Now it makes sense, right? This up, this down, then up. It's like a scene change. I like that. Well, that girl's got curves. Well, I said be heard on. If you got the nerve, did I? Well, let's go back the way we came. How'd that? Oh, this song has, so funny. It actually has like a verse, then like a post verse. Like we have to come up with a new name because it's not a pre-chorus, because that's what happens next. But this is definitely like a different part, kind of. Well, let's go back the way we... So I almost need to label this freaking thing because it should be slightly different there vocally. Well, let's go back. Let's just to treat this with an effect. I should actually put it where the words start and not where the part changes. So we'll call this post verse because it's kind of a post. I'm just creating. Let language work for you. Never feel bound to the roots of language. Just change it how you want. Make it work for you. Let's go. Just like the tools in Pro Tools.
Well, let's go back.
Or Reaper. If I want to push the freaking algorithm a little bit. Reaper, 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 Reaper. Somebody should make a song that's all about just Reaper, Reaper, and then it might catch on more. People already know. They don't need the song.
Well, let's go back the way we came, while the sand around us drains. I took it slow, I lost control, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me out, she kicked me out, she held me down. We messed around, baby, she went down. She cut me off, she kicked me out, we went down.
Got to turn that on for this to be active. Bada bing.
I took it slow, I lost control, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me out, she kicked me out, she held me down. We messed around, baby, she went down. She cut me off, she kicked me out, we went down. We went down.
M7R, if you're curious, is just feeding the key. It's a key feeder, bada bing, which makes this thing duck, bada boom. And that way you have a reverb that gets out of the way even more than it might already be getting out of the way. You know, if your reverb takes up too much space, use that. That's your best friend, the key.
Me out, she held me down. We messed around, baby, she went down. She cut me off, she kicked me out, we went down. We went down. We went down. I've got to make a confession. I'm all out to
Alex Christoph is asking GDP, what is your favorite, and he's asking me too, what is your favorite frequency? Mine is 57 hertz or 8K and 8K. That's such a funny question. What's your favorite frequency? That's a good question. That's a really good question. Favorite frequency. I'm weird. I would probably tell you like 800 hertz is my favorite frequency, honestly. If I had to pick one. I don't want things to be harsh, but I love the mid-range. Like, I love it. So what does that mean? That means low end is great, and I love the low end, but for me, it's like the mid-range is key. And, you know, I do recall seeing an amazing interview that Pensado, you know, the man, it's so sad, man, when health is such a delicate thing, you know what I'm saying? Pensado, he provided so much to the music community that every time people say his name, there should be like, you know, a moment of salute as far as I'm concerned, because the dude is amazing. And what he brought with his, you know, with Pensado's place and with just his constant effort, right? So JJP and there's actually really cool. You could watch Pensado interview JJP, and it's an amazing interview. And then JJP interviews Pensado, and it's just as amazing because the two of them together is like what made it so good, those interviews. And you can find both of those on Pensado's place. So I would watch both of them, and I have. And I could tell you that, you know, JJP's idea of the mid-range is key is so critical to mixing. Like, you know, don't focus so much on the lows, don't focus so much on the highs. If you need more lows, just like, it makes, you know, it's so easy at the end of a mix to just like boost 50 or 60 and bring up a ton of lows. But if the mid-range isn't working, you can't just fix that at the end like super easily the way you might be able to do it, on like the 60 hertz zone. It's just, do I love 60 hertz? I love it. Absolutely. I love the sub-octave zone too, like 40 hertz and 30 hertz. And like, yeah, who doesn't? You get so much beef and power out of that. On a phone, you can't hear it. So with the advent of systems that can't produce it, it makes it even more of a strength to make your mid-range sound amazing, because otherwise the rest of the mix just won't sound good. Things, being blurry in the middle is really tough. And there's also so much, everything overlaps in the middle to some degree. Not everything, but a lot. Vocals are there. There's some bass stuff there. There's some guitar information obviously there. There's, if you've got any kind of string stuff, that could be there. If you got keys, it's there. It's such a place of focus for me. So I love 800. If I had to pick a frequency, any frequency, I'd probably say 800. And it's funny how certain mixers hate certain frequencies and certain ones love it. Like if you watch Warren enough, you've heard him say dump 350 or 300 hertz or something. Like he's dumping that a lot. He's dumping that. He doesn't love it. Andrew Sheps talks about 500 hertz is like the devil's frequency or something. Whereas I could, tell you, I'm pretty sure I saw Eric Valentine always boost 500 hertz on a lot of things, or at least he points out. I mean, there's no always. He points out he loves 500 hertz. That's how I feel about 500. I love it. I feel like 500 and 800, I like those frequencies, especially on a bass. I love 500 hertz. So, I don't know. So it's so personal taste. Such a ridiculous question and also a great one at the same time. Great question. Caused me to think over here. Causes me to think. Here we go.
I took it slow, I lost control, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me off, she kicked me out.
What did I miss here? Did I miss something? Did I miss something a while back? GDP, did you handle that? Whoever? I didn't even know. But I feel like every once in a while I just miss a bunch of stuff in here. But no, I think I caught up. I think I'm there. I think we're all good. I think I caught up. I think we're all good. We got this ridiculous comment from this Jason douche. You look like the dude from How to Catch a Predator. Well, thanks, I guess. That's such a weird comment, man. Great show, though. Who doesn't like that show? That show, there's certain shows that just never go down, and they're amazing. Like Caesar, the Dog Whisperer. It's an amazing show. Doesn't matter how old it is. You could keep catching them and just be like, this is amazing. Well, I'm clearly not that dude, but everybody probably knows that. What else we got? Yo. Totally get it. Thanks for hanging with us. Danny Lyrica. Yeah, Reaper. Don't fear the Reaper. Yeah, I don't know. Well, I was scrolling through. That was ridiculous. Danny, don't fear the Reaper is right. One of these days I'll try it. Tony worked a lot with Andrew. Benjamin Buttons wrote, Tony worked a lot with Andrew. Gonna have to ask him about his opinion on Andrew disliking 500 hertz. Will probably induce a roasting of some sort. Tony worked a lot with Andrew. Gonna have to ask him about his opinion on Andrew. I've heard it in many videos where he calls it the devil's frequency or something. That's what he said. And maybe he just means in certain contexts on the mix bus or something. I don't know. But it's that's just the way it is. It's 500 hertz hurts some people. Because it's a boxy frequency, so I think that's what it is. It's just a boxiness, but it's also some oomph. You know, like on a bass, 500 is really nice. And I wish I could give you like a good example of this while I'm playing the track, where because I definitely boosted a little 500. I'm sure of it. I remember it like it was yesterday before we started talking about this. API 500. It's one of my favorite things to boost on API, especially because of the nature of like the way the curve works. Just sounds really good to me. Listen. Let me just like do an on off. It'll be all the EQ, so it won't be such a good example, because if I go in here and turn all these EQs off, they're doing more than just that, so it's not really a good way to show it. But 500 and also some top end boost at 800. I do love those two frequencies that I mentioned. That's the zone I love. But I'll also saturate on the Spectre at around the same thing, 550 and 977. What do we got? Doo-doo pop.
Well, let's go back the way we came, while the sand around us drains. I took it slow, I lost control, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me off, she kicked me out, she held me down. We messed around, baby, she went down. She cut me off, she kicked me out, we went down. We went down.
Let's take this 1176 and move it to these other vocals so that they just start sticking out a bit more. The easiest way by far, get your vocals working for you. Fast release all the way right or close to it. You could back it up as much as you need. Attack, you can start all the way slow and just sort of start turning it up until it does enough of what you want. Even at the slowest, it's still pretty fast. So keeping that in mind, you know, somewhere in this zone I like to stick a lot, but starting at the slowest point is also just fine. If you find you can't hear a difference as you turn it up, what you're really looking for, or listening for rather, is where it starts to enact and cut off that transient. So there's a curve. You know, how do I draw this so you could see it? Like if the waveform's here, the curve is here, but it's flipped. So I guess the curve would be here, right? The curve is on this side for you guys. But the point is, you got your wave, and how much do you want? Like how harsh of a knee do you want? And how quick do you want it to start doing its thing determines how much of the front of that transient you're actually going to keep or not. So the more you turn this up, because it's like lightning fast, the more you can really knock that down. The transient gets substantially lower by cranking your attack faster, right? So that would be to the right on this particular compressor. Most compressors, it works the opposite way.
Well, let's go back the way we came.
Just the way the attack is, it makes sense for like smaller numbers to be faster, right? But not on that compressor.
Well, let's go back the way we came, while the sand around us drains. I took it slow, I lost control, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me off, she kicked me out, she held me down. We messed around, baby, she went down. She cut me off, she kicked me out, we went down. We went down. I've got to make a confession, more like divine intervention. Never believe in the angels you see. Never believe there's a devil in me.
You notice how it makes it smaller when you turn that up? Like, it's not that it's bad, it just is smaller. That's what I notice anyway. It feels like if you need a vocal to take up less space, turn that on. And it's kind of obvious that a saturator might do that. But that one does it in a way that is not always my favorite.
Well, let's go back the way we came, while the sand around us.
I'm might want to run this in parallel a little bit.
Well, let's go back the way we came, while the sand around us drains. I took it slow, I lost control, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me out, she kicked me out, she held me down. We messed around, baby, she went down. She cut me off, she kicked me out, we went down. We went down. I've got to make a confession. More like divine intervention. Never believe in the angels you see. Never believe there's a devil in me. Devil in me doesn't want you to be an angel. Alright, angel. I took it slow, I lost control, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me out, she kicked me out, she held me down. We messed around, baby, she went down. She cut me off, she kicked me out, we went
All right, let us keep a working. Let us keep a working. Yeah.
observe. Well, that girl's got curves. Well, I said be heard on. If you got the nerve, did I? Observe. Well, that girl's got curves. Well, I said be heard on. If you got the nerve, did I? Took it slow, I lost control, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me out, she kicked me out, she held me down. We messed around, baby, she went down. She cut me off, she kicked me out, we went took it slow, I lost control, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me out, she kicked me out, she held me down. We messed around, baby, she went down. She cut me off, she kicked me out, we went took it slow, I lost control, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me out, she kicked me out, she held me down. We messed around, baby, she went down. She cut me off, she kicked me out, and we went took it slow, I lost control, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me out, she kicked me out, she held me
I like what we're achieving at the moment. We're getting closer where the vocals are starting to. There's only 2 vocals. There's so few vocals. It's crazy, right? These are, what even is this? This is just like flavor tracks, pretty much. Yeah, these are our flavor tracks. It's called High Lines. We got our flavor tracks. We're going to turn these up a bit so we can actually hear them now that everything else came up.
Well, let's go back the way we came, while the sand around us drains. I took it slow, I lost control, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me off, she kicked me out, she held me down. We messed around, and baby she went down. She cut me off, she kicked me out, and we went down. We went down. Well, I've got to make a confession. More like divine intervention. Never believe in the angels you see. Never believe there's a devil in me. Devil in me doesn't want you to be an angel. Alright, angel. I took it slow, I lost control, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me off, she kicked me out, she held me down. We messed around, baby she went down. She cut me off, she kicked me out, and we went ooh ah ooh that out. Here we go, ah ooh that out. Ooh ah ooh that out. That wah wah ah. Well, let's go back the way we came, while the sand around us drains. I took it slow, I lost control, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me off, she kicked me out, she held me down. We messed around, and baby she went down. She cut me off, she kicked me out, and we went down. We went down. Well, I've got to make a confession. More like divine intervention. Never believe in the angels you see. Never believe there's a devil in me. Devil in me doesn't want you to be an angel. Alright, angel. I took it slow, I lost control, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me off, she kicked me out, she held me down. We messed around, baby she went down. She cut me off, she kicked me out, and we went ooh ah ooh that out. Here we go, ah ooh that out. Ooh ah ooh that out. That wah wah ah.
All right. Let us look at what's good here. And let's basically come over on to this jam over here. Yeah, Braxel, I appreciate you sticking around, brother. Don't fear the reaper. I'm curious, how many people are like, every time we do one of these, I'm always curious. Has people really given Luna a shot? Has anybody done that? Because some people I think swear by it, and some people I think just like, love it, but they haven't really spent enough time trying to like figure out what it doesn't do well. But if anybody can weigh in on that, I'm curious about it. Or maybe no one here has used it. I don't know. You guys tell me. I'm kind of a fan of Luna. Like in concept. I love the concept of a DAW that has a sound. I really want, like, I kind of like that. For certain things, I could see that being very useful. It really just depends. If you want your sound to be completely sterile and add all the flavor you want here and there, that's kind of the thing with Pro Tools. So the idea, even like turning on heat on all the tracks, I've never loved the results of that. So it would have to be done super right. I'm just curious if anybody spent the time on it yet. I can weigh in.
I'm on it. She cut me off, she kicked me out, she held me down. We messed around, and baby she went down. She cut me off, she kicked me out, and we went down. We went down. Well, I've got to make a confession. More like divine intervention. Never believe in the angels you see. Never believe there's a devil in me. Devil in me doesn't want you to be an angel. Alright, angel. I took it slow, I lost control, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me out, she kicked me out, she held me down. Messed around, baby she went down. She cut me off, she kicked me.
All right, first step on our high lines, we got to add some sort of panning situation. And we could do this with Pan Man, we could do it with Auto Pan. I'll put Auto Pan on one and Pan Man on the other. Because these are essentially the flavor tracks right here. That's why they're doing cool stuff, but they're not moving enough for me.
Kicked me out, she held me down. Messed around, baby she went down. She cut me off, she kicked me out, and we went down.
I went all buttons in so we can get as much of it as we can.
Kicked me out, she held me down. She held me down.
Nope, that ain't no flavor track. So I guess this is a combination of two things, of both? Okay, that's going to make it annoying. Perfect. I like annoying.
Cut me out, she kicked me out, she held me down.
Let's take this down a whole bunch. Because now I basically have to create another track. So Shift Apple N in Pro Tools or duplicate, either way, whichever you prefer. You could Shift Option D, duplicate, come in here, and then just sort of created another one so that I can dump stuff that I don't want to be loud on another track. It's already routed right now, so that's good.
Angel. I took it slow, I lost control, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me out, she kicked me out, she held me down. Messed around, baby she went down. She cut me off, she kicked me out, and we went down. Going up, down, around, baby she went down. She cut me off, she kicked me out.
de-esser first, because if you put de-esser first, then you're taming the sound prior to bringing a ton of it up with saturation or compression or whatever you do. I really like de-esser first. And, you know, we could pretty much just dial in from here or start with a preset and go from there. Let's see what this is about.
She held me down, mess around. Baby, she went down. She cut me off, she kicked me out, and we went ooh ah, ooh that out, and we go da ooh that out, ooh ah, ooh that out, that wah wah ah. She held me down, mess around. Baby, she went down. She cut me off, she kicked me out, and we went ooh ah, ooh that out, and we go da ooh that out, ooh ah, ooh that out, that wah wah ah. She held me down, mess around.
Nice noise. Everyone's staying away from Luna except the guys working at Universal Audio headquarters. Braxel, man, I hear you with that. Never tried Luna. Braxel's writing too. I have used Pro Tools, Cubase, and Reaper. I use Cubase. Yeah, so that's interesting. I use Cubase 15 Pro. For me, I like the features over Pro Tools, but over everything, I do not like Avid's ethics, and I cannot support them. Interesting. I'm curious. Curious about that. The ethics of, I don't know. I'm sure there's stuff deep in there. All I think of is like the way to make Pro Tools work for me efficiently. I have to buy it every year on a subscription. I think that's probably what you're referring to, right? I have to plug in this phone thing, which I'm about to do. So give me 1 sec. I just got to plug. It's like right here. It's within reach. It's sort of within reach. Hold on. Plugged in the wrong thing. Perfect. That's the problem when all your phone stuff looks alike. Okay. We got phones and iPads and all this extra stuff going, all this extra stuff plugged in. There's a timer plugged in, phone plugged in, iPad plugged in. And the reason that I don't have like more monitors is because then I'd have more reflective surfaces. So this is the minimal amount of reflective glass I'm willing to add to my room to get stuff done. Let's see.
I took it slow, I lost control, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me off, she kicked me out, she held me down. We messed around, baby, she went down.
The host is back. The host is back.
You see, never believe there's a devil in me. Devil in me doesn't want you to be an angel. Alright, angel. I took it slow, I lost control, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me off, she kicked me out, she held me down. Mess around, baby, she went down. She cut me off, she kicked me out, and we went ooh ah, ooh that out, and we go da ooh that out, ooh ah, ooh that out, that wah wah
All right, we're about to EQ some stuff on the solo guitar.
You see, never believe that took it slow, I lost control, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me off, she kicked me out, she held me down. Mess around, baby, she went down. She cut me off, she kicked me out, and we went ooh ah ooh that out, and we go down ooh that out, ooh ah ooh that out, down to wah.
I'm tempted to boost that area like that we don't like boosting 3K. I'm tempted on this guitar, but it's not. It already cuts, so it could just be a volume thing. Took it slow, I lost control, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me out, she kicked me out, she held me down. Mess around, baby, she went down. She cut me off, she kicked me out, and we went ooh ah ooh that out, and we go down ooh that. That's the harsh cymbalness. So if I boost up a lot of like roundness on this to get the highs coming up super high up, 20K boost, it's kind of like Mag EQ 40K rounded top end boost thing. It's similar. You just get as high as you can go on whatever EQ you're dealing with. You boost a ton, but then bring down whatever came up that you didn't like. So you'll still get air, but you can kind of surgically remove a little bit of 6K or whatever it is you want, a little bit, you know, tighter to the Q, that kind of thing.
An angel, alright, angel. I took it slow, I lost control, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me out, she kicked me out, she held me down. Mess around, baby, she went down. She cut me off, she kicked me out, and we went ooh ah ooh that out, and we go down ooh that out. took it slow. She took my money, she cut me off, she kicked me out, she held me down. We messed around, and baby she went down. She cut me off, she kicked me out, and we went down. We went down. I've got to make a confession. More like divine intervention. Never believe in the angels you see.
So dry, isn't it? When you have with this freaking little galaxy life on it, it's giving you a quick kind of springy type reverb. With the decapitator, it just gives it a little more life with or without this track, but this track does a lot of it too. I found the Echo Boy is definitely softening it also, making it where it doesn't sound as just distorted. Devil Lock has a tendency to really creep up when you have the mix at 10 easily. So we're crushing and crunching. And as a result, it's bringing up cymbals and stuff, whereas the Echo Boy kind of removes a lot of that through the high cut. Check it out. Also, the saturation kind of tames it all. So much louder the cymbals are with that on compared to, with it off compared to on. So it's really interesting how sometimes the additive of like a delay plugin with its saturation and its high cut features with like a triplet, it's sort of spacing out that pain a little bit and making it a little easier on the ear. And without it, everything just sounds super dry.
If you got the nerve, did I? Well, let's go back the way we came. While the sand
What you might want to do, if you have a track you really want to smash, like a lot of people are very addicted to that flank, kind of like flack, this long drum sound when you hit a snare. But what happens is if you try to use parallel and put your overheads and all sorts of stuff on there, it gets terrible. So just mute out your parallel track. That, like, if you're sending a bunch of stuff, just send kick and snare, maybe toms, but nothing with cymbals on it to that track that you might want to distort a lot. So in this case, I'm going to experiment with that by taking off bus 77 and 78 only on these two. All right, we're going to leave it on for the snare and the kick, but we're going to remove it for those other ones. And I have a feeling that we can now crush it substantially more. We'll see if it actually works out for us or not. I'm going to duplicate this track so that maybe one of them can have the Galaxy and the Decapitator the way it was, because I kind of liked that, but we'll mess with one of them and it'll just be the Decapitator bus. So I'll turn the Galaxy back on for this one. But for the other ones, and we should create another send while we're at it. So let's see. This is an input. 79, 78 looks free. What's the output situation doing here? 79, 80 is free. Okay, so come in here. 79, 80. Just so we can run, essentially I want to run everything into it the way it was and also add one more as opposed to not. Or at least now we have this option. We're going to change this was the one we liked before, so I'll make that 79, 80. whereas this one is muted on a couple of the tracks. These two it's muted on. So let's see what this is about.
If you got the nerve, did I? Well, let's go back the way we came, while the sand around us drains.
That snare has some ring to it, huh? It's like, you know, the 311 snare or the Sublime snare. Like, some of them had so much ring in a cool way. I always liked it, but we may want to cut some of that out with EQ.
If you got the nerve, did I? Well, let's go back the way we came, while the sand around us drains. I took it slow, I lost control, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me off, she kicked me out, she held me down. We messed around. If you got the nerve, did I? Well, let's go back the way we came, while the sand.
See, when Andrew Shep said the devil's frequency, on something like this, that could be. I can understand that because we're right around that zone, like the 560, was it 690 mark, 680? That's section.
If you got the nerve, did I? Well, let's go way we came, while the sand around us drains. I took it slow, I lost control, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me off, she kicked me out, she held me down. We messed around, and baby she went down. She cut me off, she kicked me out, and we went down. We went down. I've got to make a confession. More like divine intervention. Never believe in the angels you see. Never believe there's a devil in. An angel, alright, angel. I took it slow, I lost control, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me off, she kicked me out, she held me down. We messed around, baby she went down. She cut me off, she kicked me out, and we went ooh ah ooh that out, and we go down ooh that out, ooh ah ooh that out, that if you got the nerve, did I? Well, let's go back the way we came, while the sand around us drains. I took it slow, I lost control, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me off, she kicked me out, she held me down. We messed around, and baby she went down. She cut me off, she kicked me out, and we went down. We went down. I've got to make a confession.
If I'm going to do cutting work, I do want to do it prior to the saturation where it makes it worse. It expands on it, and then you got to cut it. Doesn't usually work as well as if you cut it before that stuff. sometimes it's helpful to hear it there, like what frequency you should be messing with, but then switch the order around. Just the same way you might boost stuff to then figure out where you want to cut. Similarly, if you put it in the wrong place in the chain, then flip it to the right place, it sometimes works because you hear way more of the problem area and then you treat it a little too much and then you move it into position and you can back off the treatment a little bit sometimes.
Well, that girl's got curves. Well, I said be heard of. Around us trains, I took it slow, I lost control, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me off, she kicked me out, she held me down. We messed around, and baby she went down. She cut me off, she kicked me out, and we went down. We went down. I've got to make a confession. More like divine intervention. Never believe in the angels you see.
It's funny, the BX synth sounds better in some songs because it takes up more space than this VOG. You could really dial the BX sub synth thing in if you want, but at the same time, it always like because I have all these dials, I have a tendency to try to use them, and then I'm doing too much, pushing too much into it. So that's why I go so sparingly, like 10%, 25, 22, like really easy on it. And it still always takes up way more space than like anything else. The VOG is kind of nice because it does add some sub octave, but it doesn't take up so much room.
Well, that girl's got curves. Well, I said be heard of.
Like talk about ring. I could almost hear where I could hear the looseness of that head. I can hear like just a lot of things about the mic placement that I might change, but it never really hurt in the track. It's just how much ring is on that drum is kind of astonishing. It almost sounds like the head is super floppy. Super floppy. We run the emoji show. I'm back. CXQ5, the man saying I'm back. I tried to get out of the stream. I tried to get out, but the stream keeps sucking me back in. It's impossible to leave over here. The suits in the smoke-filled room told me not to come back until I had something in my hand. I feel like these guys are all in your head, which is cool. Don't worry. I dig that. That's, I like that. The suits in the smoke-filled room, man. These, the cigar-toting characters like Mr. Big in Frankie Sharp Records. That's what I'm talking about. Frankie Sharp Records from Wayne's World. Gotta love some Frankie Sharp.
Observe got curves. Well, I said be heard of. If you got the nerve, did I? Well, let's go back the way we came, while the sand around us drains. I took it slow, I lost control, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me off, she kicked me out, she held me down. We messed around, baby, she went down. She cut me off, she kicked me out, and we went down. We went down. Well, I've got to make a confession. More like divine intervention. Never believe in the angels you see. Never believe there's a devil in me. Devil in me doesn't want you to be an angel. Alright, angel. I took it slow, I lost control, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me out, she kicked me out, she held me down. Mess around, baby, she went down. She cut me off, she kicked me out, and we went ooh ah ooh da da, and we go down ooh da da, ooh ah ooh da da, and that girl's got curves.
What's going on? A little interesting. What kind of sushi did you get over there? I'm a fan of sushi, I gotta say. I'm a fan. Spider roll. Tamago. GDP Japan. You guys making your own custom tamago over there? Tamago. It's the egg sushi. Gotta love that. It's like I don't know what that is. Since I was a kid, I've been munching on that stuff. That's the good stuff. Tamago. What do we know about it? Right now, where are we in the mix? We're pretty much dialing in some kick stuff. We've already sort of added vocal effects. We're kind of flying through this one because I'm trying to keep an eye on the time and an eye on the tiger all simultaneously. And I'm tell you the truth, I'm fairly close to wanting to do a little automation.
Let it go. She took my money, she cut me off, she kicked me out, she held me down. We messed around, baby, she went down. She cut me off, she kicked me out, and we went down. We went down. I've got to make a confession.
It was all you can eat. That's amazing. A little interesting. Came back from sushi where it was all you can eat is pretty bad actually. Was it amazing or bad? You don't like fish. That's insane, GDP. That's insane that you don't like fish. With that other crazy comment there, GDP. It sounds like Troll City right there at the bottom. That dude right there. I know it's probably not a girl based on just simple odds and mathematics of of viewership and the way it rolls out, but right there, we need some help with that. Maybe we don't. Let's see.
Baby, she went down. it slow, I lost control, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me out.
Blackstone, what's poppin'? It's good to see you over here. We're doing our thing. We're mixing this track. We're basically in a spot where it might be time to start automating things, to start getting that feel together all the way. And if I were to do that, I would grab stuff. I'll throw it in the VCA buses at this point. These VCAs, not truly VCA buses, just VCAs. These guys right here. We'll decide what we're going to do. We're going to have kick on its own track, all the kick mics. In this case, it's one, but it could be samples and stuff too. Kick, snare. We'll do our drum track, obviously. Bass tracks, guitar tracks. And in this case, I'm going to put the acoustic and the lead guitar, or the electric guitar rather, together. So we'll just call all that guitar. We're not going to separate acoustic. There's no real need to do that. And we're going to do our vocals. We'll put all the vocals together. And then a track for effects in case I want to like ride some crazy effects on it. Or rather, not the effects, the high line tracks in this song. It's called Flavor or something like that. I'll put that on its own VCA. And what is that, 7? It looks like 7, yeah. So we already have a Flavor VCA, cool. Now we'll have 2. None. So there's going to be nothing on that one, which is cool. I like to have my hand like controlling, less than 8 if possible, but 8 is usually the max that you need, but 7 can get the job done easy peasy. No problem with that, with 7.
I took it slow, I lost control, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me out, she kicked me out, she held me down. Mess around, baby, she went down. She cut me off, she kicked me out, and we went ooped it out, and we go down, ooped it out, ooped it out, and
I'm going to dump the vocals onto a vocal VCA. And in this song, we are not including any of these. We are just going to take the vocal tracks themselves, and we're leaving out these, which should be just flavor. But the confusing thing is every once in a while, it's not. So that's an interesting thought. But it's like, that's the only spot I could really find where it wasn't. Let's see if there's another spot that's like that before I do this. These all look like effects to me. Yeah, that's some Galaxy, you could tell already. What's this? It looks like it was only that one track that didn't have anything crazy on it. Let's hear this. Like, it's only this one line, it seems, that was weird and not meant to be there. I'm going to assume that's the only line that does that weirdness. I'm just going to put it with this track. For the purposes of the VCA stuff, I'm just going to throw it up here. I'm going to leave those together and see if this comes back to haunt us in any way. Hopefully it doesn't. Boom. So we're just grouping stuff so we can throw it in the VCA. All right, that's all the vocals. The effects, like we said early in the video, they come with the tracks because all these sends, some of them aren't even on like these, but wherever they are on, like up here, 99, 100 gets more level into it the more I raise this volume of this track, because for 99, 100, it's not pre-fader. That's important to note. Sure, could you make it pre-fader and then stuff? Yeah, you could, but I'm not going to do that. Okay, we're going to call it Voc VCA. Where is it? It's called Vocals, but I'll make it Voc VCA to make it make some sense. Okay, now we're going to throw our highline stuff. These are going in the flavor saver section. So it's actually, this is flavor 2, isn't it? Why is this up here?
Down.
Oh, it's not. It's actually not flavor. It's a weird affected vocal.
Down.
I wonder if we need both of those. Yeah, it kind of works. Okay. So these are going to go in our flavor saver section. So flavor VCA. Just so I can automate this whole track if I want to. That's really the only reason I'm doing it. Now we're going to come up here and go solo. The solo, you know, maybe the solo needs to be on its own track. That might make some sense. Since we have a none, we might as well use it. Solo VCA. I'll take it. Solo. These 4 mics. Solo VCA. Solo VCA. Boom, boom. Now, all these guitars at one time shall come with us. Just every guitar in sight. So 1, 2, 3, 4. That's all. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And the acoustic. Take them all. Guitar VCA. I usually do Git or GTR. Whichever one comes out. Doesn't matter. Git. Okay. What else? Bass. Let's get in the bass section. Let's do our bass VCA stuff. And we'll do, because this isn't a send, because it's its own parallel, that I'll send. Basically, if I raise and lower these tracks right here, what I want, I'm going to be changing the level into these. So instead, I'm just going to take it from this bass bus or bass VCA. Oops. Let's go mix. Okay. Now, what didn't I do? Drums, right? It's the only thing I didn't do. You can tell what you did or didn't do by looking at your VCAs, and then you'll see these folders. Flavor matches. Voc, solo, guitar, bass. Drums, snare, and kick are the only ones that say no group, because I haven't fed them in yet. So that's where we shall go right now. We are going to the top of the session. We're making our way to the top of the mountain so we can put them in the VCA. Kick and kick trigger, both of those. Throw them, just in case we turn the trigger on. It'll be nice to already kind of have it there. But at the moment, it's not even on. I didn't even mess with trying it. But I'll put them together. Why not? Kick, VCA. Kick, mix it, kick. Snare verb, and the trigger snare. See, the snare verb is a similar situation where we're going to take it up if we whatever. So I'll leave the snare verb out similarly because it's an effect and it's not, pre-fader. It's basically going to come up as soon as I bring the snare up anyway. So I'll leave that out. Snare VCA. Overhead left, overhead right. And I'm going to actually do what I've been doing with these because I've actually liked the result the most on these kind of things where, is it sending more level in? Yes, it is. But it's been working. I've sort of been like, I want more sometimes of both. I want more going in through this thing itself. And in this case, 7980, we actually have to turn this up. Wouldn't you know? It's a good thing I checked that. Let's also pan these freaking overheads. I just noticed they're not panned. That's insane. This far down the mix, and I just noticed that. It's so interesting. But there's always something we forget, always, at all times. So I don't think that's anybody's any different. Like, you'll catch it eventually. That's the thing. You'll see it sooner or later. And 77, 78. So let's just retrace my steps here. Some people go hard left, hard right, but I heard Bob Clearmountain be like, no, I don't like to do that, on overheads. So it's a toss up. Some people, I don't remember which order he said it, but some people like room mics spread super wide left and right, and then they keep their overheads a little more in the center, sort of like 75 or pick a number, 68, 68, something. But they'll take the overheads and get them out super wide because they think that makes everything feel bigger. Drums, room, the whole thing just feels bigger that way. In this case, we have really no drum room mics. We're using sort of a parallel with some delay on it to give us a pseudo kind of drum room feel, but when it comes to this, since we have no drum room mics, it makes less of a difference if we pan them all the way wide or if we keep them in close. I usually don't go all the way. Sometimes I do. You never want to go full. Ben Stiller in Tropic Thunder. Never go full.
That girl's got curves. Well, I said be heard of. If you got the nerve, did I? Well, let's go back the way we came, while the sand around us drains. I took it slow, I lost control, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me off, she kicked me out, she held me down. We messed around, and baby she went down. She cut me off, she kicked me out, and we went down. We went down.
I'm kind of liking this 78 feel. They didn't sound bad, super hard pan, the overhead left and right. I actually didn't mind it too much in this track. It's just when the guitars came in, now the cymbals and the guitars are all kind of in that hard space, whereas when I put these overheads a little more tightly in, it seems like the guitars feel like the widest thing, and I often prefer that than getting cymbals out super wide. So that's, it's a personal choice, really. Sometimes it's helpful to do like a tighter verse and a chorus panning on the automation for this kind of deal. Like we could do, let's see if this works. Let's get our chorus. Like if this is 78, 78, right? So then maybe this is our pre-chorus and our build up to the chorus.
I took it slow, I lost control, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me off, she kicked me out, she held me down.
Let's see if this is too weird for us. Sometimes this stuff could work, sometimes it's not. It's just giving you some ideas. You go 22, 22, and it'll tighten everything up for at least that pre-chorus section.
Well, let's go back.
And in here,
Well, let's go back the way we came, while the sand around us drains.
before we hear that, I want to tighten this up a little too. We'll go 40, 40. See, actually, I'm reluctant in the beginning of the song to do this because I want it to feel big right out the gate when it kicks into gear.
That girl's got curves. took it slow, I lost control, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me off, she kicked me out, she held me down. We messed around, baby she went down. She cut me off, she kicked me out, and we went down. We went down. I've got to
Let's experiment by doing this chorus right here, super wide, and see how we feel about it. Let's take it.
held me down. She held me down. We messed around. She held me down. We messed around. Baby, she went down. She cut me off. She kicked me out, and we went down. We went down. I've got to make.
The cymbals stick out so much more.
We went down.
It may seem subtle, but it's maybe it's not so subtle, but it's there. Let's take down more of the center.
We went down. I've got to make a confession.
A good trick for pokey rides is also saturation. We could saturate that thing and it will calm down a lot. It'll also make the cymbals less clear, so it's give and take. There are no free rides, and I don't know if I want to take that journey on that real quick.
The sand around us drains. I took it slow, I lost control, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me off, she kicked me out, she held me down. We messed around, baby she went down. She cut me off, she kicked me out, and we went down.
All right, went off that tangent. So we're going to just grab the I don't think I threw these in the jam just yet. I don't think I did. So overhead left and right. You know what? Maybe just for argument's sake, I'm going to leave these out of this and see if I'm happy with those rides that I wind up doing. I'm going to leave them off. O heads, so it's just drums VCA. The parallels move with the tracks, so I'm not too worried about it. They're like, it's going to get more level in it because there's more being sent out of it. So I'm okay with it. Let's see if that works.
Well, that girl's got curves. Well, I said be heard on. If you got the nerve, did I? Well, let's go back the way we came. While the sand around us drains. I took it slow, I lost control, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me off, she kicked me out, she held me down. We messed around, baby she went down. She cut me off, she kicked me out, and we went down. We went down. I've got to make a confession. More like divine intervention. slow. I lost control, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me off, she kicked me out, she held me down. Mess around, baby, she went down. She cut me off, she kicked me out, and we went ooh, ah, ooh, it out. And we go down, ooh, it out. Ooh, ah, ooh, it out. And
Sort of doing the same thing with the guitars in this one, where I'm cascading a bit from 300 boost. What is this? This is also 300, and then over here 200 on the low end, and this is 200 also, and then over here this is 400. So I'm sort of moving around the different performances so that they're not all boosted in the same place, to sort of spread the love a little bit out. Because like in this part, I was like, that'd be cool if this wasn't, if we got a little extra low end and everything in the chorus from the guitars that punch in. That's the logic in my mind between like a 200, 300 hertz on those guitars, and then stay up at the 400 zone for the main guitar. And that 400 or like a little bit higher up does help the riff sort of punch through a little bit more than if I were to bring up like the super bottom. The bottom's good for choruses and thick, beefy guitars, but with that riff, it's not super helpful to have like a 200 hertz boost. Are the vocals usually this dry? I mean, it depends. Sometimes if we want that dryness. See, right now, I'm at the stage where I haven't given a ton of thought at the moment, like just very little bits of thought. Like I don't know if I were to quantify it, 30 minutes of thought on vocal reverbs and things. I've already sort of painted some of the scene on the lead vocal, but everything we do affects other things. And the last song I did, I definitely made it too wet till the end, and my brain won't like let go of that idea. I did release some of that at the end and lowered it a lot. But this one, I'm taking an opposite effect where I'm sort of going in and doing way less on the reverb front with that. Whereas if I boosted any one of these, like it's at negative 46.8 dB. If I bring up any stuff, like this one's the featured reverb in the verse, and I don't know if it's super dry. I also think this song lends itself to like tighter sounds for some reason compared to super wet. Whereas the one I did last stream was way more of like this spacey kind of, there was like cellos and weird noises, and it felt like a haunted house, like a giant castle haunted house, which needed verb and stuff. Whereas this one, I don't know if it does. This does feel like tight, in your face, kind of old school sound to me. Like if I turn this up a bit, it would get a little more verby, but I don't know if that's a good thing. Like, let's check it out. That girl's got curves. Well, I said be heard on. If you got the nerve, did I? Total personal choice thing. Like everyone's going to mix differently because of their taste, man. And in my opinion, for some reason, this song works better to me with less stuff in it, less tails, less reflections. I like those planned ones that were built. I like those, but I don't know if it needs more. The Galaxy and stuff, sometimes I'll automate into it for flavor and feeling, and I might do that, but it's already like little Galaxy here.
Baby, she went down. She cut me off. She kicked me out. And we went down.
There's already, if you like, when I hit stop, you can kind of hear the result of it. Like, listen. There's like all sorts of stuff, in my built-in template, but this is kind of a weird, that and this tape echo doing like a 500 millisecond thing. So let me also plug in the BPM. I think it couldn't hurt us. Let's do it.
Devil in me, devil in me doesn't want you to be an angel. Want you to be more like divine intervention. Never believe in the angels you see. Never.
So I do the down arrow, up arrow thing, which gives me a section, and then I come in here and I go, okay, that's the first measure, that's the third measure, it's in 4/4, and what did I see? It's 97.228, so we're going to round down, assume that my rhythm was on point when I clicked it, so that would be 97 BPM. We're going to trust that, and there's plugins I know that do this stuff, but there's always an older school way to do it without the plugins. And this is where I'm at. People used to count it and then do the multiplication. I remember the guys who could do that. That was always fun. And then you got, right now, if I put it on grid mode and grab like a bar, let's see. Let's go to a part that's clearly... All right, now Shift Apple L gives us loop mode. That's got to be it. Now, if we're in a position where it's like you're not sure, sometimes it helps to just solo drums or something, and then you'll just hear does the loop sound good or not? And just find the right place to do it, because a part might be played in which the drummer then came in a millisecond later early, and it'll throw you a little bit. But, if you're not, when in doubt, try another spot too. But in this case, I sort of know that this is the deal because that sounded pretty close to me. That's a good example. Like when there's a fill, that's the place far too often that will be messed up. So look for a part where there's just groove. Like look for the groove. Yeah, that's it. It sounds a little awkward, but it's definitely the tempo. I'm pretty confident this is the tempo.
Well, I said be heard on. If you got the nerve to heard on. If you got the nerve on. If you got the nerve on.
And you could also, when in doubt, flip this to like 98, but it's just going to be worse. So I'm going to stick with 97 because it's right. But it's not uncommon for people to try the closest one the other direction. Since you round it down a smidge, try 98. But this is feeling 97 to me. We're feeling 97. We're feeling 97. Get your motor right. And usually I write this in the song. Usually I'll just put it somewhere, but a click track, something, tell me something. But in this case, I didn't. But that's like the other trick is always put a track in there labeled what the BPM is at all times. It's obviously the move. That way people can import the WAV files in any DAW and they'll always have what the BPM is right there. That's a good tip for anyone mixing for you, or if you're sending your stuff somewhere, put it in there. Put it in there. DJ Victor Nova's asking, after you A/B with reverb, it does sound more appropriate with less reverb. Yeah, it's literally personal taste. So that's a no right answer, wrong answer thing. And the interesting thing is I love Brendan O'Brien's mixes. I love them, right? And I'm pretty sure, and Rick Costi, I think, Rich Costi, had the same experience when he was mixing something for Rick Rubin. I think it's coming to me. That was the Audio Slave stuff where he showed him something and then basically Rick was like, take out, like, where's the reverb tracks? And he showed it to him on the desk and he just pulled them down. And he's like, now we're talking. Like, something about that. It's such a personal taste thing, but if you're losing personality because now there's all this fluffy reverb on it, that's a problem. It's way better to feel the band's personality coming through, and that usually happens when you err towards dry. Like I said, not always. Sometimes you want the other. Sometimes you just need a throw. An automated throw could be helpful to just bring something in certain places, which is why I do the flavor tracks. In this case, they were pretty much already built into the session in the Highline ones, these guys. But that's what these are. They're just moments in time where I felt like a throw could be helpful to influence the groove of the vocals, like specifically. So that's why you take your time to throw those together. And if you never saw me do that, I'll do it to 1 second of the song so you can see what that is, because I don't think it needs more than what's there, but I just want everyone to know how to do this if they don't. So in this case, Shift Option D duplicates on Pro Tools, right? If you don't have Pro Tools, it's going to be something else, so I apologize for that, but I don't know what the deal would be otherwise. So I just do that so I don't have to route everything some other way. But now I come in here, it's already routed because I did that jam I just did there where I duplicated, so I don't need to route the I/O after I move it. So you grab a part, it doesn't matter what part, grab any of it, throw it down here, hit Audio Suite on that thing, and dial in whatever you like. Somebody wanted me to use some other delay this time instead of Echo Boy. I think it was Braxel was asking for another delay. There's so many. Valhalla's cool. I think this one's free, isn't it? I like free stuff. Who doesn't like free stuff? We do. Free stuff. I'm glad it just showed us that. Whenever it says that, you just need another track. So don't be disheartened. Shift Option D, throw another one right below it, and now just grab them both. Don't ask. Some of the plugins, like right on each of the plugins, I know there's probably a reason for this, but right on each of the plugins, there should be a way to go stereo. Click a button, and see how it says multi-input mode? Like, it's here, but I don't think it does that. I think, like, we'll see in a second. Ready? This is my hack for it. I just create a second track to then be able to process on. So I just like that as a concept. Now, let's just see if that's what it is, if it's just that menu. I just remember trying that menu thing in the past and being like, why isn't this button doing what it should be doing? Like, why, when I go to this, does it not process? But maybe I'm wrong and I'm crazy and it was all a dream. Let's see. Nope. See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? It's not. There should be a way to select it. I'm sure GDP knows. This is usually one of those things where it's like, GDP, we're about to hit a mountain. And he's like, change your heading to the 6 chords by, change the tilt of the plane, and the pitch, and boom. No problem. We can Scale that mountain. And when I click this button, I'm always in the dark. I'm like, what is good? Clearly, we know what multi-mono is compared to stereo, but neither one of them does what I want it to do. Unless it's this. Is it this? Maybe it's this. Let's see. Output mode. Most plugins don't have this UE. They're GUI. So who knows? Maybe it's that. It's still not that. It's never that. So what I'm saying is some plugins, this is what you should keep in mind. Some of them want stereo and some of them want mono. That's just what they want. So the way I juke them out is I just create another track and then I would just take the same thing and paste it. Now what I learned is don't have to paste it exactly where this is. Paste it somewhere else, like we're on grid mode. So you paste it like this. Just move it. Because I was like, if I need to do this anyway, maybe I can get more juice for the squeeze. So move it over. Do something weird. All right, let's try that.
I took it slow.
You know what I'm saying? There's not a whole lot here, but it could be cool that way.
I took it slow.
I think I copied a freaking S. I copied a S because it's just what's delaying the freaking S sound. Perfect. It's exactly what we wanted. More S sound. No, we didn't. We hated that idea. So, but this is the concept. And then you fade in and out. Sometimes if I copy the exact word, like I guess this is important to know. If you copy the exact word, like whatever this is, that down. If I copy this, I can't put it on top of it. If I put it on top of it, it just doubles up the sound. Your delay or whatever you do is going to take effect after the sound. So you'll have a clean sound, then a delayed sound, and it will sound twice as loud. So I always kind of put it where I want it first, and then I manipulate eighth, quarter 16, and I'm fairly sure this is free. So everyone should sample this plugin if you haven't already, but it's one of their free jams. What do we got here? And the more you turn feedback up, the more spacey you can make it, but just be careful because then you'll have to, basically fade the thing out because it might get too crazy. Once the feedback loop hits a certain point, it just loops on itself and keeps getting more and more crazy, and that's when you're in trouble. But if you're using Galaxy Tape Echo, you're not in trouble. You just have to wave to the spaceships as they drive by. It's kind of cool. Just, when they come too close to you, you got to get down. But other than that, it's totally good. See, bada bing, it needs 2 of these again. So let's put a second one underneath. It doesn't have to be deadlocked. Let's see how it sounds like that. Slid over a bit from itself. Sometimes that could be cool. Let's try it. It's kind of cool. I don't hate it. And don't get all crazy with this stuff where it's got to be perfect. Like, I am a bit of a perfectionist in general, but I also realize that effects are just colors and flavors. And like, if you were blending colors, one day the purple would be a little darker than the next day, then the next. It's not always going to be the same. So just kind of be willing to accept what it is if you like it. If you hate it, you'll know instantly. But if it's close to something you might like, leave it. And, there's no reason to like try to make it the most perfect sound for every second. Sometimes I just hate things so much I have to keep trying them until I don't hate them as much, which is a doable thing. That's actually normal, I think. You hate it until you don't hate it. But if you're like, I kind of like it, then it's probably that you like it. You're just, your taste is you're like, should I keep trying? Should I spend another 10 minutes on this one word kind of thing? Like, it's not always necessary to do that. And we could put it deadlocked also, or close enough. It's not deadlocked, but like, that's what I mean. It doesn't have to be really. It just sort of makes the delay dance when it's not totally deadlocked. Like, now let's change this from an eighth to a 16th. And let's just crank the feedback and the delay and let's see what happens now. Spaceship City, guys. See what I'm saying? That's what I mean by you gotta watch out when that you hit a certain point. It's just Spaceship City. There's nothing you can do. We'll do dotted eighth this time. Let's see how that works out for us. And the interesting thing is you're selecting extra space so it has somewhere to go. You always get a little more, but you don't get forever more. You know, it's definitely not a forever more situation. Like you can't just pull it forever. It sort of gives you more because there was more processing. There's always a tail that it accounts for and it puts it there so you can access it, but you can't always get more than like a extra bar or something. It's not a lot. So I recommend taking as much as you need, like way more space. The way I can judge it is based on what's above. So I know the next phrase starts here. So I don't want this thing going until the freaking middle of the next verse. So I sort of just, that's where I judge the space of how much I need it to occupy is based on what happens next. That's why I keep it near a vocal that's the lead vocal. Even if I'm pulling these from a harmony or a fifth or whatever else is in here, I could pull these from anywhere. You know, you could pull it from an instrument. I've pulled it from bass or keyboard or guitar, whatever you want. You pull it and you throw it usually near something that you need it to stop before. Like I need this thing to kind of be done by the time this vocal comes in or it's going to overshadow it. So that's where this comes from, of where it needs to stop. That's how I decide how much to choose. If I grab it, you know, and this is probably another S, but like you could literally grab any word. It doesn't even have to be the end word, but usually end words and beginning words are the best to do this with, like the start of a phrase or the end of a phrase. But like that's, you know, if I go here, perfect, it'll process to here and then I can fade it out before this and control where it ends. Whereas if I only process to here, I may only get it to open up to about there and maybe I want more. So that's the concept. Like a freaking broken record, even though I know it's only going to process, I keep freaking only putting one track there. I know it needs two. See, that's interesting. Sounds like like confit. It's on the confit. It's on the menu. We might want the Eshen. See, that's interesting because of where they're placed. They're not deadlocked, so they're sort of dancing off each other. I also don't think it needs more than like one repeat there. That was kind of cool, just for one repeat. This is so taste-driven. Like, everybody's going to do these different based on what they like. So I hope that made some sense, just understanding how I do that. Also, don't forget, what didn't I do yet, and I think is absolutely critical to these? Panning. Now, you could go in with a panner and draw it. You could just draw crazy up and down marks to make it work. But instead of that, what do you got to do? You just throw an auto pan, because what I found is through time, it's not a whole lot different, and I like the unpredictability of where that auto pan is going to be because it's always moving. So it'll move, it'll be on the left one time, on the right another time. I sort of like that. And usually from one print of a mix to the next, that's the only thing that changes when it's an in-the-box mix, where your auto pan is. So if you don't like that, you would print the effect to the track itself. But I like it. I like the unpredictability because it always could be better. It always could be a little different. Everyone always thinks their stuff could be a little better, always, no matter what. So this is like, oh, it could be better if it's throwing the pan in a different direction. And I'm not, I'm pretty crazy picky. I am. But I'm also not picky enough to not like a mix because the freaking vocals on the left on one mix and on the right on another on some ad-lib part that was a flavor track. Like, what are we doing here? It's like not wearing a certain pair of jeans you like because there's a thread loose. One of the threads and the stitching at the bottom, one of the threads, just one little one, is not totally, it's not there. It broke. One of the threads. I can't wear the jeans. It's absolutely crazy. You can wear those jeans. So auto pan is on the flavor here. And if you move it to another track, something I noticed is sometimes it'll stop and you actually have to move this somewhere. But what I like is setting them differently. So I'll set one of them 94 or usually whatever it is, super slow. Like I stay on this side of the line. 34, 39, whatever. And then this one is happen to be 39 also. We'll make that 54. Just set them different, however you do it. That's actually also why I like using different auto panners, because some of these, like if I use Pan Man, for example, on this track, you can set it in a lot more ways. So like it does this weird thing where it goes all the way left and then shoots back right. Like that's interesting. But they're all sort of different. Like every preset mode in here is different, So like look at that thing, the left center, the minor movement. There's all sorts of cool that you can add. I look at this stuff as just different. The pendulum is usually my favorite, and then I'll slow it down a bit with this. But because the pendulum's the most like auto pan. That's why I like it the best. The other ones are cool too, but I think this is cool stuff to know. And something's grouped, so I can't go in and juice the goose right now. Hold on. We got to fix that. Juice that goose. Perfect. Okay. So that's how we do. I mean, it's pretty simple stuff here. What do we got here? But it's simple and complex simultaneously. Multi. Blah, 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 blah. If reverb and delays too much, it makes a mix sound unpro. I agree. There's a moment where I check in headphones to make sure that those reverb buildups and the tail buildups of all that stuff doesn't get in the way of everything. Super critical. So let me throw the chat up so I see it on the biggest screen. So where are we at? We're down here now. Let's see. Where are we at? Yeah, so the sushi talk made me a little hungry. Every time I read it, I get hungry. I'm not going to lie. So are the vocals usually this? Yeah, so that's where we went. We started talking about the vocals and the dryness. And Braxel was saying that Gregory Scott is a cool mixer. He's saying so laid back as a mixer. Yeah, Gregory Scott. All I can think in my head when I hear that is Great Scott. I find him so interesting. He speaks a lot of truth from a different angle. So laid back. Yeah. If reverb, yeah, I like it when you can kind of know it's there, but if you took it out, it would feel too dry. But when you leave it in, it just feels like you don't really notice it, but it's still there. To me, that's the sweet spot. Professor John Smith, how do you get stereo depth in a recording? Well, I think that's multifold. It starts, in my opinion, with, if we're talking about the entire recording, like within a mix too. I mean, you say recording, but I assume you mean when all the tracks are pushed together into a 2-track. Like, how do you get your depth? Panning is the biggest, is a huge one, because if everything's in the same place, then everything is not deep. There's no depth. So deciding what should get out wide and what should stay narrow is critical. Vocals, where you put the lead, generally down the center. Now where the harmonies, try to get them out wider to give you some depth. Also, it's like a picture. If you're drawing a picture and you don't put a horizon line on it, that's every child's picture, like of all time pretty much, is no horizon line. So everything is in the foreground, like a lens that's like a 9mm wide angle. It's just everything is in your face, and there's not a whole lot of depth. Maybe with video lenses, I mean, it's maybe not the best analogy, because you do still see, you can get you still see the room. You might get that bokeh, with the depth. But when it comes to a picture everything with no horizon line, you can't judge depth. As soon as you put something in the background, like something that has a bunch of verb on it, now all of a sudden your ear gets a sense of where the back of the room is. So all of a sudden now things can seem close as a comparison to that. So even in a dry mix, you could put one or two elements, or just pick something. It could be ad-lib vocals. It could be, I usually do it with the flavor tracks on the ad-libs, but it could be, one guitar. It could be a keyboard, something. And even if you use throws to create that moment for a second, that just being there for some amount of time, even if it's not the whole song, will give you this sense of depth. And having that in the background will allow you to put things right in your face, and they'll feel like there's still room there, between the dryness of in the face, because dry in your face doesn't always mean totally dry. You could add a short millisecond, 20, 30, 50 milliseconds on the delay, like a 30-second note, or, a nice little short delay to give things depth. Like, it's not literally the little bit of delay will make a vocal sound more clear and more powerful, but it might not give it that sense of dimension and space where you can clearly hear that there's a delay there, or that it sounds like a little bit of reverb or something. No, if in the mix, if you don't hear that, but you took it out, you clearly hear that what happened, why the vocal gets smaller, So that's a big tip every mixer uses, pretty much. I would say 99% probably use that. The short delay trick to get things to have like more dimension, even in an up close fashion, because a vocal is a good example where it's in your face, but giving it that little bit of short delay gives it a little dimension. And then if moments of the song go by where you throw it with a huge reverb or something, you really give it that space. Now all of a sudden there's a world that we're playing within. That's something I like to do, is try to make the mix sound like it's in its own world. And the way I do that a lot is by starting the song with a piece of a track that I hit with Audio Suite and really expand the space. Because now all of a sudden, once you hear something super reverbed out in a lot of space, and then the vocals come up right here, that change catches your ear and your attention. It sounds big and major. Something's going on here. I got to pay attention. Whereas if you just start dry and everything's dry, that's where, you lack depth when everything's reverbed or everything's dry. You need the change to make it work. And that's why automating your scenes like this helps a lot. A little bit more on one track, less on another, more on one, less on another. So that when you get to like this verse part, it's this way. And then the other part here, this is now louder. And, these are different. And then you come here, these are louder and these are lower. I'm changing the scene. If you ever soloed tracks on stuff you listen to a lot, you would notice that the vocals go through these like metamorphosis as the song goes. They go from clear or dry to now a little more reverb to now a delay effect, now back to the clear dry. Like, they go through a change. And I think that helps drive a song. There's so many cool, references here for how to create this. It's the same with EQ, to be honest with you. You could like just picture rolling off highs and lows of stuff in a verse and then letting it out in the chorus. I do this all the time and you could do it multiple ways. You could do it on all the tracks. Like, there's a 4K G or whatever on every track. I could go in and automate for every verse, tighten up the high pass and low pass filters a little bit, and then in the chorus, let them out. Now, all of a sudden, the song went from tight to wide. And it's like, how did that happen? How did it get bigger? Well, we gave it all the low end and high end that was there, and we actually made the other parts smaller to make the next part bigger. So I think too many people try to make everything sound good the whole time, all the time, without, that change. Nothing is bigger. So you actually have to make parts sometimes sound worse, or not worse technically, but on a sonic scope, take out some highs and lows to then make the next part sound bigger. And that change is often great. Don't judge the song based on 10 seconds. You have to judge it based on what's next and what was before it. And I don't mean other songs. I mean within the song itself. Every song is its own roller coaster. So you don't think about like whatever other songs do. It's not even relevant. That's why references can be really actually destructive too. Because you could be like, oh, why is this one so whatever, so big, and so I can't make mine sound like that. If the instruments are different, if the tempo's different, if like everything combines to determine what's going to be able to do what, and if you gave the guy who mixed that other one your stuff, I bet you it wouldn't sound like the reference you're referring to. It's ridiculous. So, you can only use those things, in my opinion, for like one element or two. Like, you want to know a snare you like, you listen to the snare you like, you try to make your snare sound close to it. It's somehow helpful sometimes for that. And I hardly ever do it on the stream. I'll never do it, because if I play a song from a pro band that's, got a label with lawyers, I'm done. So he's cooked if I do that. So I can't do it. What do we got? So that is how I do it. I stop the playback and hear the delays and reverb once the music stops. It helps me gauge things. That could be helpful, Braxel. It could be helpful. It's less relevant than in the song, because in the track is all that matters. Unless there's moments in the song where everything stops, it matters less. But in terms of showing people what it's doing, or so you can hear what it's doing, like how the delay actually does whatever it does, it can be helpful to do it in solo and then just make it louder. That's also, just hitting stop will kind of give you a sense of what's there, but don't rely on that solely for sure. DJ Victor Nova. Yeah, they are my salt and peppers. Delays and reverbs definitely are my salt and peppers. Tube modulator. I don't even know. Do I have that on my list? I don't know if I've ever used that. Depth comes from having also mono tracks. Yeah, well, most of the tracks in the session are mono. I mean, they're all mono. All the buses aren't, but everything here is mono, and it's feeding straight to the mix bus, and the panning is key. So, like, literally figure out your panning to get your stuff to sound better out the gate. Because how you have your guitars panned, how you have your cymbals panned, how you have your whatever else is in the song panned really matters. Yeah, it's definitely all about contrast, DJ Victor Nova. Completely true. The Beatles records are so telling for like how to do stuff. Just I don't know. They're so helpful. The longer we go past when that actually came out, I think the more people just like want to ignore that, think it wasn't good, or think there was some hype around it and why people liked it. It's like, nah, man, you just couldn't be more wrong. It was revolutionary in such a way that it still holds up. The songwriting was so good, but all the cool stuff they experimented with, it was truly guys who cared nothing about nothing else but making amazing music and always making themselves a little better all the time. That's what they did constantly. If you just work on being a little bit better all the time, if that's your only goal, not comparing to other people, not comparing to where other people are in their career, just make yourself a little better every mix. You'll be a great mixer soon. That's it. And that's the goal everyone should have. It's the same for musicianship. Just be a little bit of a better musician. Every freaking time you sit down to play, just learn a little, just stretch a little further every time. In live shows too, play on the edge of your comfort zone. Stop playing all the comfy stuff. Stop playing everything comfy. Be a little bit where you don't know if you're going to mess it up because it's kind of new to you, but you practice really hard and you want to give it a shot. Right on the edge of your comfort zone all the time. It's like that for everything in life, I think. I didn't think about the idea. Oh, here we go. Ostrich, CK1BQ. I didn't think about the idea of automating panning to create dynamics within the track before you talked about it today, earlier, and now thanks again. Yeah, man, I appreciate it. I appreciate that. Panning is the key, man. Somebody mentioned it in an orchestra context. They're like, well, how do I make the orchestra thing I'm mixing sound better, like more like a great mix of an orchestra? I was like, well, listen to some stuff that was an orchestra that was mixed that you like, and then take note of where the chairs are, who's sitting where, like figure that out. What instruments are in what space on the sound stage, and just try to get closer to what they're doing in terms of the panning. That's the thing. The more instruments you have, the more panning gets super important. If you have 6 instruments in a song and that's it, like let's say every instrument had one track, but it's a 3-piece. You got a 3-piece band and there's like 6 tracks. Panning's, still important, but even less crucial. Once you've got like 35 tracks, 50 tracks, 100 tracks, panning gets so critical where you put everything. Because that's the easiest way to clear space, is to get it out in front of something else. Otherwise, everything's just in a line. You can see the first guy on the line, but maybe a little of the second guy's head, the third guy's kind of. Once there's 30 people in a line, how much of anybody are you going to see? Nobody. I didn't think about the idea of automatic panning to create. Oh yeah, that's what we just read. Yep. Usually I change tempo and instruments, but changing panning. So, oh man, I'll focus on the panning for sure. You could automate the panning always. I have a tendency to reach for that if I don't have guitars that are like perfectly left and rights. Like if I'm missing a side, I could keep the guitar, like even in this song, I could, because there's so many guitars, I don't have to really, but like let's say we just had these and this one. Well, if I wanted this to be wide, I could pan this out to the right like it is, and then in this one, just in the choruses, pan this thing out left to make it balanced. But because I have other guitars, it's less of an issue because we can kind of achieve the same soundstage with all the guitars here. I'm a big fan of Imagine Dragons for the sound quality alone. Yeah. And Manny mixed that stuff, or a bunch of it. Manny mixes, or, that's a bunch of their tracks. What was the song? He did a whole album for them, I'm sure. But Manny is phenomenal at creating that soundstage. I love his mixes too, man. Are you using any outboard EQ or compressor? No, not for this mix. I mean, I have stuff, but every time I'm streaming, I'm mixing straight up in the box only. And a lot of times for my own, like for any work I do also in the box, because lately what I found is since I started doing these streams, I keep getting more and more comfortable with it. And it just seems like, lately I've been really enjoying it. It's a question of what you enjoy. I used to feel like I loved the hybrid world because I could turn stuff on and get there way quicker. So by doing more in the box mixes, I'm forcing myself to learn how to get happier quicker in the box. And I think without putting in that kind of work on it, you'll never get there. I think you just need that kind of like dedication to the thing. If I keep switching back and forth between hybrid and in the box and hybrid and in the box, I never get the same amount of, productivity in the learning. At least that's been my experience at the moment, where it's like, since I started doing these streams, I've really, gone to giving this a solid crack. The most important plugin we have, the water plugin. We got word from in the tower, in the flight tower, GDP saying everybody out there is using my hack, which is the same. I mean, it's not. They're doing the same thing. In other words, I'm not calling it like I'm the only one who knows about it. Everyone's doing that. Same thing to process an audio suite when it tells you, no, you need a stereo track. So obviously that's just the only way we have to do it. But I bet you in Reaper, there's like a button that you press and then a cute girl comes through the room and waves at you through the window and then she like rubs your shoulders. I'm sure Reaper does that. But for Pro Tools, we have to put it on another track and then hit the processing button, which I'm fine with. Sometimes you don't want your shoulders rubbed. That's a lie. That's a total lie. We always want our shoulders rubbed. What are we talking about over here? That would be a good plugin. You put it on, it gives you a massage while you're mixing. Now we're talking, guys. I should start doing these with like a beer helmet, but with water in it. And just freaking, so I can keep going without even picking up the water plug-in. The water plug-in's are arguably the best thing we need to be able to get a good mix. It's just be hydrated, Yeah, I use the headphones. That's exactly right, DJ Victor. You asked, do you use headphones to zoom into the mix for a second reference? 100%. The headphones will tell you, just no matter which headphones you're using, they're all going to tell you you have too much reverb and too much delay on the mix. So you have to basically get a balance between the two. When you're used to listening to the mix in your room, it eats up the reverb. It eats up that stuff. That's just part of the room. That's actually why I like a pretty dead room, because I feel like it doesn't eat it up as much. But it still eats it up. Then you put on headphones and you hear a lot of it, and now you go, ooh, that's too loud. And that's usually when I bring them down a bit. So, on the last mix, it was so clear to me that it was too loud, so I brought down stuff before we printed that final version. And it was, I feel like that stuff helps a lot. Like, you need a headphone check for stuff like that. I wouldn't mix on headphones all the time, because if I did, there'd be no reverb or delays on anything, practically. because in there it would be super low and I'd be like, it's perfect. Then I'd listen on speakers and it would sound completely dry. So I like it the other way, where you set it on speakers and then you just check on the headphones and then get a little happier by lowering a little bit of the verbs and the whatnots. So let's go in here. Let's turn these to touch and let's see what we can come up with some automation real quick. Also, now that we're in touch, turn the SSL jam on. I wonder how cool that sounds to you guys. I love the way it sounds when you flip these SSL things. I love that. It's like such a good sound of the faders kind of moving. That's my best impression of it. That's my best impression of a fader port moving and working. Yeah. All right, here we go. We're going to rock from the top and see how much we can get done without a whole lot of muss and fuss. Let's just see. Let us get a sense, because now this was a good chat break because my ears are pretty clear now in terms of like not getting overwhelmed. You know, you listen too long without a break, it's a problem. And somebody asked me, yeah, man, yeah, Braxel, bro, you know I do. You know I do, Brax. I got the UC1 on the left side and the UF8 on the right side. And when I moved into this room, I was intent on not mixing hybrid. And then somewhere along the line, I was like, I got to try it. So I did the hard work of plugging everything in and wiring it all up and all that. So now that exists all around me too. But originally my thought was, like, what's the smallest surface I can get for just a UC1 and a UF8 mixed completely in the box? And that'll be like my thing, you know? But the mistake I made was the desk had room for more. It's a mistake. It's what happens. You have to fill it. Once you've got racks and stuff left and right of you, you have to fill it up. So I brought all the stuff, put it all in, patch bayed up, freaking 50, 60. You know, we got the whole 9 yards, the burls, the whole thing. And I'm still getting like, I'm trying to get so happy with this in the box stuff. And I think I'm on the way. The reason I don't have a UF one, by the way, is because I felt like I didn't need it. The UF one, you know, it's got the analyzer on it. So if you don't have a TCE electronic jam, the UF one's not that much more expensive than the TC electronic Clarity M that I have on the desk. But if you have one of those, you don't need it in that. And then you basically get one fader only, which is okay. It's good, better to automate on a fader, I think, than a mouse. Personally, in my opinion, I just like it better. But you could do either. But with 8 of them, I can move more than one thing at a time. And if I didn't tell you this, it's important to note, I had the artist mixes in the past, and I had 4 of them. And what I realized was you can't use 4 of them. The worst purchase I ever made was 4 of those things. Luckily, I was able to sell them all back on Reverb and get almost what I paid for them, because some reason those things hold their value. Don't ask me why. It was just the right time, I think, for when to sell them. But at the same time, I learned a lot from it. There's no reason to have 4 of those things. Like, no reason. Because every time you move the session around, like, the different things show up on there. So nothing's in the same place all the time. Not to mention, if you've got your keyboard and mouse in front of you, there's no way to, like, reach over and, like, know what you're moving or touching. Your finger literally has to go on the faders in a certain way or it doesn't even register it. So it has to, like, push down from the top. You can't be, like, herky-jerking from the side. So there's so many weird things about it where, like, one of these is all anybody ever needs. And every time I see somebody with 2 of them or something, or 3, I'm always like, I don't think you guys realize how worthless that is. But just me personally, I don't see it. I don't see it ever working out that way for me. Whereas it works out because I have the 8 things I would ever want to move when I'm automating right in front of me. Just like the way Andy Wallace does with in front of him. He gets the balance solid, then he'll automate stuff on his 8 jams. That's where I got this idea from, and it made so much sense. I don't know why I didn't think of it sooner. So anyway, here we go. From the top. But this is a good example, actually. Where the song starts here, I want to add something for some flavor. Just because this will help with depth. Like, there's no question this will help with depth if I put something here. Now, it doesn't need to be anything. It could be this word. What is this?
Let it go.
Let it go.
Let it go. Let it go. Let it go.
This might be bad because of the consonants and stuff, but let's just see what happens. The idea is we're going to process something to just, we need something to take up some room here and just kind of set our boundary line, like a horizon line. Like that's the reason I do this. So now I'm going to come in here, reverse. You need the reverse thing too. Don't ask me. It helps because that word in English is forward. As soon as I flip it, it's no longer English, which is why I like it. Like now it's something else. So you don't have to select all that extra space. I just did that because I didn't realize I was going to do reverse first. But select the jam. You come out here. You go in here. You pick something, anything. I do like crystallizer sometimes for the weirdness. If I'm going for weird, I love the crystallizer. Hold on, you're not the only one who's not hearing it. I wasn't hearing that either because we were soloing the wrong thing. Okay, so now we process this thing, but it's obviously not like verbed up. So we have to hit it with a huge space. So this is, you could use any of these things. What was another free plugin? Was Shimmer Verb a free plugin? I was just gonna like see if I could stick with, was Shimmer, which one? Supermassive? One of these is free. I don't remember which one it was. T-Verb? What's the cheap one? Is it D-Verb? T-Verb? What was the cheap one? See, like Seventh Heaven, I don't know. I demoed them. That's why they're here. But the reason I'm a Little Play fan is because it's basically a one knob deal. But you could do this with any of them. These T-Rax plugins, I loved, like the Hall or the Room or the Inverse. The Inverse is cool. Let's mess with Inverse. Black Hole. Black Hole is also another great one for this because it's huge. Like you really want a giant reverb. Like that's what you want. Something giant. And then sometimes we want a delay on it also. So any delay. You want to see an annoying... Still not as much of it as I want, but let's see. Still not as much of it as I want. I want like a ton of it just to just sort of give us this weird space. I'll try this one. Yeah, you know the reverb did its job when you get all the tail on it. Like we want the tail. So if you notice, I've hit this thing with like 6 reverbs. And this one would have done it in like 1. And that's usually why I go to it. Because it's just, you can get so much out of one freaking reverb. Now, should I flip this around again? Potentially. We'll see. Maybe not. Let's leave it this way. So that's what I mean. It's just kind of going to create a weird space in the background for other things to occupy and exist in. That's really the deal with stuff like this. It's just... And sometimes when we throw stuff like this in, it works. Sometimes it doesn't. There's a lot of experimenting. You see what I mean? There's something about Little Plate that's just so good. It's just so good. Love that Little Plate. So this is the concept anyway. I just want you to be aware of the concept. It's not like everyone needs to do this kind of stuff. It's just if you start with something like this, now all of a sudden everything else has a place to go in the track. Things feel a little further back. This combined with the guitars gives you like a horizon. Oh, there's that thing in the background. Now what's in the foreground? The guitars, obviously. That was that the Valhalla thing. That's what that is. That loud ow. And since we really don't need it on 2 tracks unless it's helping the groove at all. Because like that's sort of doing the trick. Why have it on, like, so even though you have to process it on 2 tracks, you could always mute one of them. I like that. That works for me. So we're going to leave that. And let's just see the other The other Valhalla thing was right here. Let's make sure. This is literally the S. It's like, what was the point of that? Not a whole lot of point of that. Let's see if this inverse can help us in any way, shape, or form ever. Come on, inverse. It's like, this is your chance. This is your off the bench chance, inverse. What do you got?
took it slow. I lost control. I lock and load.
I think it held up. I think Inverse got an ground rule freaking double right there. Nah, maybe just a single.
I took it slow.
A little bunt.
I took it slow. I lost control. I lock and load. Let it go down astray. I took it slow. I lost control.
All right, that'll do. Now let's keep her boogieing. Let's boogie on down to these jams. I'm sure there's another Valhalla thing that's going to come back to bite us in the butt again, but we'll see. It looks like these two are Valhalla. Valhalla. Let's see. This is a situation where I might go like the left one and then the right one. Let's see. If that sounds a little harsh to you, don't be afraid to roll off some of the top end. You could do it with like the EQ1, like a typical jam like this. Just throw that jam on there. Let me see if when I add this to these, it makes them any better. Let's see. Well, now all of a sudden they're not totally quiet, which is good. I mean, they're not too loud. That's good. But let's see something. I like when my repeats are dark too. Like this might have been a little too dark, this one. So I'll just take that up a little, but I like it to be very contrasting in terms of different from the lead. So I don't want it to sound like the lead vocal. That's why I always have to hit it with something like Butch Vig or something to give it a dark filtered nature, because the vocal is generally clean that it's repeating after. All right, I'm going to abandon this because this is just color painting really for me. So easy to do this for a while. Where'd that little plate go? Stay here, little plate. Where you running? Little plate? Where you going, little plate? All right, there we go. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Oh, Ostrich wrote this little detail with reverbed vocal piece in the background sounds so good. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Do you use, and then we got Braxel's asking, I guess if I get the UF1, it would be the most useful and the smallest unit. My issue is I do not want my whole desk full of controllers. Yeah, I agree. It depends what you need it for. Like, that thing's good for the, if you don't have a spectrum analyzer thing, I think that's super valuable to have on the desk. To me, that was huge. It's one of those weird purchases people avoid for so long, but I could not mix without it nowadays. I just love having it there. If I mixed without it, I would still use one, but I'd have to pull it up and lose screen real estate every time I did it. And that would be worse. And it would be annoying. It'd be something to think about, or I'd have to leave it and block a bunch of stuff. It'd be annoying. Like, it's not ideal in any way, shape, or form, as far as I'm concerned. What do we got? Yeah, if you buy that thing new, you get the plug-in with it, if I'm not mistaken. So if I was going to do it, I would do that for sure. But like, Ostrich is Braxel is asking, do you use this gold clip tracker or on single tracks at all? Yes, I use it in place of this. So on my kick drum, standard clip is like my favorite because I had it before the gold clip. So I've spent the most time, I guess, with using this on kick. But if I don't use that, I would use the gold clip track and, not the mix bus version, the small version. And the same on the snare. If I need something kind of clipping on the snare, generally I'll do it with either the gold clip or the standard clip. Every saturator clipper, like, they all have a flavor. So, pick the one you want. The standard clip, if I'm not mistaken, was relatively cheap. It was like $40 or $50. So I don't know what the other things go for, but that thing was a deal. And, the amount of use it gets is kind of silly considering what it cost. It was so good. Like, and that's the thing. Some tools are so nice and affordable compared to others. Oh, Professor John Smith is asking, do you think us creative types are more susceptible to depression? Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. I would say, it's being being like someone who lives their life working on creative stuff all the time in some way, shape, or form. You are definitely more vulnerable because people who make things are very often at the mercy of everyone around them who doesn't make stuff but wants to comment and tell you how they feel about what you've made. That can wear on people, and it can make you where, it's been happening your whole life. You make stuff, you want to show it to somebody and have them appreciate it. It doesn't always go that way, and that's why I think the people who put themselves out there in general are usually more vulnerable people, because you have to be. It's part of being an artist is being vulnerable. Like, it's part of it. So it's really just like building up enough like mental fortitude to not let yourself go down those, like, any sort of rabbit holes of depression. And, the best way to handle it, in my opinion, is to actually, like, schedule work that you cannot allow yourself to change and keep completing the task. Keep doing it, at all costs. Just really stay up. You got to create some sort of structure, because without it, it's very easy to take forever on everything. And that creates more depression. Not actually allowing yourself to move on to something else. You'll be depressed sooner or later, the longer you work on the thing, because what you're really doing is telling yourself, I'm not good enough to finish this if it goes on for too long. Whereas if it's within a certain time frame of some kind, then it's, I am good enough. I can finish this. I finished this. That's a huge thing to be able to say that. And that builds confidence, and it builds armor against depression is what it does. Whereas the thought of, like, having forever to do everything is really very destructive, in my opinion. It's not it doesn't make anybody better at anything. Whereas judging yourself, like, you judge you later by, like, oh, listen to what I was capable of then, listen to what I was capable of now. Really, the only way you'll know that is to actually finish something and to put yourself out there. And usually that means releasing it, putting it out. But yeah, creative types, very prone to depression, 100%. GDP wrote, yeah, my wife knows all my vulnerable spots. Yeah. Yeah, not as a joke, but people who know your pressure points, like they could be more obvious than even you realize. Like you might not realize how much you wear your personality on your sleeve and your emotions on your sleeve, but there's plenty of people out there who, want to be able to sort of manipulate people in some way, and they will use those things. They will. The thing you got to realize about people is everyone's got the most important life to themselves. So that means whatever you're playing them or hoping they listen to or care about, you're lucky if you get their focus. You might just get a freaking empty suit standing there, so to speak, who's just trying to do the nice thing for their friend if you're lucky by listening, but they're not even in a place to be able to accept it or like it or listen or any of that. It's all so dependent on their own life, what they got going on and what's going on in their head. So, and what they think of you, so much of it is tied to whether or not they're going to like something, that you can't care about anybody else's opinion. You really can't care. And I think once people realize that, they could be a little less depressed, because it's a cycle. It's a vicious cycle where you care about what others think. Somebody says something you don't like it. It goes against the way you thought, and now all of a sudden you question your whole self and your whole everything you're worth. It's like, no, just stop caring what they think. Then you can learn to manage your own thoughts. But it's very hard to just say that and do it, rather. It's very, very hard. And it takes practice, like everything else. You have to start somewhere not caring. You have to start somewhere not caring, holding on to that philosophy. Just know that you're getting better, and then it's okay. No matter what you do, if you're always getting better, that's all you can hope for. That's it.
That girl's got curves. Well, I said be heard of. If you got the nerve, did I? Well, let's go back the way we came, while the sand around us drains. I took it slow, I lost control, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me off, she kicked me out, she held me down. We messed around, baby, she went down.
Now I'm going to focus first on, this is how I do automation. I focus first on fills, and I'll do this while the song's playing, but I first got to get a sense of where the important fills are, just a rough sense, and I sort of do it like a keep stock in here, like I'm going food shopping. What do I got to buy? So I'm in here. I'm like, cool fill into the chorus. So that's going to happen. What else? The guitar itself, if I'm not careful, just now I noticed I can get it where it was sounding good a little bit up, but then it got too far up, and then it started to affect other things, like losing a little bit of bass, that kind of thing. And now when I come into where is the guitar volume should be, it should be back to where it was at this zone. This was closer to reality. And then the vocal itself gets lost a little. So we're going to go one more time from the jump. But what I notice is this sounds really good on the static mix levels. There's not a whole lot I need to automate here in the beginning. Maybe just the drum fill. Let's go back to where the drum fill is. Where is it? Now, what I'm automating is pop, 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 crash, and then I lower it. Like, you sometimes want the crash. If the crash is too obnoxious, then you don't. Then you literally want just if the crash cymbals are loud enough without the automation, then why automate them? But usually, like Andy Wallace would do a pass for cymbals for freaking crashes. So there's a part of me that's like, well, I like the energy cymbals bring, but when you've got all your love of the drums on two overheads and a kick and a snare mic, sometimes by bringing up those two mics that need to basically handle the whole kit, it could be too brash on the cymbals, in which case I might actually pull it down a little right before the crash or on the crash. Let's check it out. See, that felt good, so I'm not even going to worry about it. Let's move on to the next spot.
That girl's got curves. Well, I said be heard on. That girl's got curves. That girl's got curves. Well, I said be heard on. If you got the nerve, did I? Well, let's go back the way we came, while the sand around us drains. I took it slow, I lost control, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me off, she kicked me out, she held me down. We messed around, baby, she kicked me out, she held me down. We messed around, baby, she went down.
Also, keep in mind this. You don't have to make something the same volume the whole time. Just getting more guitars on the front of this might be enough to bring them down after. Same concept with like drums. Just because you get that first like fill to the crash, you don't need to leave the drums at that volume. Like you could get one loud or two loud snare hits. Your brain goes, nice snare. And then it kind of forgets about it and it focuses on other things. So there's a magic to sort of doing this the right way. And like I said, and nobody will do this the same way between people. And everybody's capable of doing this in a way that works for them. So it's really just about practicing it. Could you automate this one at a time? Absolutely. It's just a question of this is easier, quicker for me. Shigiono music. Greetings, Evan, killing it again. Thank you, bro. We do got this. You got this. We got this. Jason D'Souza, sounding sweet. Thank you. I appreciate that. Jason D'Souza. Sometimes I feel I've completely burnt myself out, literally been saying music sucks out loud lately. I know the feeling is temporary, but still can get quite intense. Yeah, there's moments I think where no matter how you love something, how much you love it, you may experience sometimes where you're down on yourself and it's not working out the way you want and you're just getting sick of stuff. What I think you should do in those cases is most likely trace the cause of that to something. It could be the last song you worked on that took too long to do, or your bandmate who's getting on your nerves, or the fact that you got to drive 2 hours to practice, or you have to, something, an hour each way, right? The fact that you just, your gigs, you're not planning them out good, so you're practicing for no reason, or you're playing, you don't have something to look forward to. All these things matter. Like, even if you have something to look forward to, like a gig with friends, or just hanging out with friends, or something like a party coming up, you could be more amped up to perform better that entire week doing stuff you love, like your music or whatever, because you've got something you're looking forward to doing. It's, you have to kind of look at your life as this one big giant thing of, everything affects everything, just like a mix. So having nothing to look forward to is a good way to be upset at what you're doing, even if you love it. Make something to look forward to. Also puts a little bit of pressure on. I love booking gigs for that reason. The best way to get a band together, in my opinion, is to book the gig first. Because if you book the gig first, yeah, sure, you could wind up like not finding people or whatever, but now you got that pressure to find the people, to get them to learn the track, to play the song. I don't know, there's a lot there, but, it's like if you build it, they will come. It's kind of like that. And I don't know, I think music is sort of like that too. Just find something that does inspire you. If it's the song you're working on or whatever, write a new song. Record something new. Experiment in some way you haven't tried before. You've been dying to make a beat. You never made a beat in your whole life, but you want to go for it. Like whatever it is, come up with something new. That's the move. Shiona. I love your logo, man. Like whatever the your picture jam. It looks cool. Whatever that is. Every time I see it, it stands out. It's nice looking. That it's like black and green. That's cool. Whatever that is awesome. I dig that. It's so small on my phone that it could be something obvious that I just don't know, but I like it. It's like it looks like a really well thought out logo of some kind. I hope it's not somebody's logo. That's like obvious, but we'll see. That Valhalla confession.
I've got to make a confession. More like divine intervention. More like divine intervention.
Listen to how there's personality at the end of the phrases. So when I talk about what to automate, I heard Mark Daniel Nelson put this into words so eloquently. He basically said, like, there's all this personality at the ends of the lines. It's where you get, like, when a singer ends, he'll exhale a certain way, he'll inhale a certain way for the next line. There's like all this cool stuff that happens based on the end of the note. Just like on a guitar, if you were to bend a string, and do a little vibrato, how you do the vibrato is so much of a determining factor of how your guitar sounds. Like, I know, like, you could almost tell Slash from a mile away that he's on a record when you hear Slash's vibrato. It's so, like, him. It's very interesting. B.B. King has his own flavor of vibrato. So that's what happens at the end of the phrase. So when you automate those parts up, you're just bringing personality and just injecting it into the record. And every singer does this. Like, doesn't matter if you're a rapper, if you're speaking on the mic, it's the tail end of what you're saying, of all your phrases. It's so important. So if I do automate stuff, I automate that. Sometimes the whole part, but like I might focus on just that sometimes, or see if make sure that comes up when I'm automating the line. Don't bring it down prior to that.
I've got to make a confession. More like divine intervention. Never believe in the angels you see. Never believe there's a devil in me. The devil in me doesn't want you to be an angel.
Now, I might have done that a little hot because I was so focused on the vocal. That's the other thing. Try to do this while you're not focused on one thing. That's why I like multiple fader automation. It helps you bounce your head around so you're not just in one spot all the time, like on one thing. It's very hard to do that in a way that works. You'll wind up making everything louder far too often. At least that's what happens with me. That's always my problem. If I have one fader only, I make that thing too loud all the time, whatever I'm dealing with. And I like the balance we've achieved sort of before this automation, so I don't want to take it too far away.
I took it slow, I lost control, I lock and load. I took it slow.
This guitar stab should come up.
I took it slow, I lost control, I lock and load. Let it go. She took my money, she cut me off, she kicked me out, she held me down. I took it slow, I took it slow, I lost control, I lock and load. Let it go. She took my money, she cut me off, she kicked me out, she held me down. We messed around, baby she went, she kicked me out, she held me down. We messed around, she kicked me out, she held me down. We messed around, baby she went down. She cut me off, she kicked me out, we went down.
All right, vocals and kick drum together now, and maybe some. I gotta bring the bass back. Here we go.
She held me down. We messed around. Baby, she went down. She cut me. We messed around. And baby, she went down. 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 She cut me off, she kicked me out, and we went down. Me out, and we went down.
That's that fill. I'm bringing up the basic 2 overheads and the snare together on the fill.
Off, she kicked me out, and we went down. We went down. I've got to make a confession. More like
Those things, it's so funny. I liked them at first, and now I hate them. Confession? Get out of here, Confession.
make a confession.
I just don't like that now. Maybe that'll be okay. Let's hear it.
A confession.
It's the timing of it I don't love. Sometimes you can fix a poorly timed delay just by sliding it later.
Confession.
But in this case, I just don't like it. I don't think it needs it. Because I like to make a confession. We don't need excitement studio tricks. We just want in our face. This is actually a good moment where sometimes I would take effects off vocals for a moment like this. Like, for example,
Got to make a confession.
like I might, on the word confession, like listen to how it would sound just as an argument. If I took all these vocal effect tracks and let's just group them so that it's easiest to do. But like, let's just take all these and go lead V effects. And now let's just take them down all the way on the word confession. Just listen to this.
Got to make a confession.
Super personal all of a sudden. Listen, I mean, to me, it's big, but listen to the difference.
I've got to make a confession.
Now, the other way.
To make a confession.
I don't know, maybe it's not as big of a deal as I think, but by taking this right here, which is a short slap, which is 16th note, kind of giving it a weird depth thing, that's really the only thing that was up substantially. The rest are kind of lower anyway, but I just feel like it makes it more personal. So this kind of thing is super apparent if everything else was gone out of the track. Like if it was like,
To make a confession.
like for example, I'm not going to do this because I don't think it would work in this song, but if I just took out,
To make a confession.
if I took out like a bunch of guitars, like let's just say I took out a bunch of these, bunch of guitars. We're not going to do this probably because I like the way it was orchestrated this way, but let's just hear this.
I've got to make a confession. More like divine intervention. Never believe in the
But that's the kind of thing that I'm not scared to do. Like I try things. It's just even if it might not work, it's interesting.
I've got to make a confession.
You get bass in your face, which I like. I like bass in your face. Who doesn't? And then you also get more acoustic. Now all of a sudden the song has a totally different feel for the second verse thing in the first half of it. Let's hear it.
I've got to make a confession. More like divine intervention. Never believe in the angels you see. Never believe.
I'm feeling something like this. Hold on. Now I'm feeling it. I wasn't feeling it. Now I'm feeling it. Look out. Look out.
I've got to make a confession. More like divine intervention. Never believe in the angels you see. Never believe.
Also, here's another thing. Whenever you do this, you could like do some fade action, and I would recommend it at least as an option. It's not always necessary because if there's enough going on, you might actually cover up any sort of, weird glitching thing by cutting out a part. Like you won't hear a pop or a click or nothing by creating a break there. I usually as a habit do it because as far as I'm concerned, a clean edit is when you can hear it soloed and you don't hear any problems with it. But that doesn't mean that in a mix you don't have to do what you got to do. And there's been plenty of mixes that don't have these sort of fades in there, and you can, if you ever soloed the tracks, you'd be like, that's the craziest edit I've ever heard. But like it works and you'd never know it in the track. So that's what I'm saying is like on all steps of the process, I'd say when you're recording it and engineering it on that end, you want the edit to be clean so that if the mixer does something, no matter what they do, you won't hear a bad edit. But on the other side, it's like when you're in the mixing stage, it's up to you to determine what you can hear and not and fix it accordingly or not. Like that's truly up to you. So, and when we got this part, I'm not sure if it needs this front. It might not. Let's see what happens if I just do that. That's the cleaner spot to take it out. Let's just hear it the other way with this one note in it. And in this case, I may experiment with something like this, where I come in and I get rid of this fade, and then I just sort of fade this whole line out. I've got to make a confession. I've got to make... If it sounded too like brash, I might do that. I've got to make I've got to make a confession. More like divine intervention. Never believe in it. I got to automate this little thing up. Now I could do it because all the guitars are automated together. I don't want to automate it on all the guitars. I'm just going to automate this one section because I like that slidey thing. Whatever that is. Never believe in the angels you see. Just want to bring this thing up on only these. Divine intervention. Never believe in the angels you see. Never believe there's a divine intervention. Never believe in the angels you see. Never believe there's a devil in me. The devil in me doesn't want you to be. I think all, like this, almost like the whole part here needs to come up. It's just all sort of delicate guitar work. I don't want to lose it. Never believe in the angels you see. Never believe there's a devil in me. Gotta correct the vocal volume, it's too loud. Never believe. Here we go. If you see me go like this, it's because I'm turning the volume down, rarely up, this case down. And the reason is you can't judge this with a loud volume. You won't know what's too loud. So I got to lower it just to know what the right volume for this vocal is. I've got to make a confession. More like divine intervention. Never believe in the angels you see. Never believe there's a devil in me. Devil in me doesn't want you to be an angel. Alright, angel. I took it slow. Devil in me. I've got to make a confession. I've got to make a confession. More like divine intervention. Never believe Love this bass line. Paulie T holding it down as always.
Never believe in the angels you see. Never believe there's a devil in me. Devil in me doesn't want you to be an angel. Alright, angel.
I bumped it. Moved this too much.
An angel. Alright, angel. Took it slow. An angel. Alright, angel. An angel. Alright, angel. Took it slow. I lost control. I lock and load. Let it go. She took my money. She cut me out. She kicked me out. She held me down. Mess around. Baby, she went down. She cut me off. She kicked me out. And we, baby, she went down. She cut me off. She kicked me out. Baby, she went down. She cut me off. She kicked me out. And we went ooh, ah, ooh, it out. And we go down, ooh, it out. Ooh, ah, ooh, it out.
I love that intro. I just want all that. I even want the. I gotta put that in there. Too much. Sorry. Gotta make that lower. My bad. Listen to that bass line. I love how he goes up high here. Listen to that bass line up high.
Dip-a-doo-dop-doo.
CXQ5 the man. This bass player, man, he's just on fire. I agree with you there 100%. The bass line is crazy. What's going on, Dirkhead? What's popping over there? Ollie Peterson, 8322. I appreciate the thumbs up. We got Ollie's writing some stuff in here. What do we got here? Ollie's wrote, I hardly use any overdubs, but I think I need to move to CD level recording because the computer can't handle all the plugins. Does this sound horrible? I need to move to CD level recording because the computer can't handle all the plugins. CD level recording. I'm confused by this. CD, you mean like a mini disc? What are we talking about here? I hardly use any overdubs, but I think I need to move to CD level recording because the computer can't handle all the plugins. Huh. Well, the move if your computer can't handle the plugins is add like one plugin at a time and commit them all. I know it sounds crazy, but this will make you better. You could always commit the stuff. I don't know what DAW you're using, but there's several ways to commit and then always be able to undo if you wanted to get back to the sound before. But the thought process behind, like, treat the stuff to make it sound good with everything playing. Play the whole mix, but just add a plugin that you like, tweak it on, the bass. You make the bass sound great. Commit that. So now you don't have that plugin on anymore, and then deal with the rest. It's a little bit of a herky-jerky, crazy way to go, but I like the idea of committing things as you go, so it's not terrible. You could do a lot worse. Yeah, nothing's a terrible idea unless you've tried it and it's terrible. Then once you've tried it, you can decide at that point, but... Oh, nice. 100% original. That's an amazing logo. I love the simplicity, but also how it jumps out off the page. It's really nice. That's for Shigiono. Dirkhead, it's been a fun stream. There was only one crazy comment on there, or somebody about a hamster. You could probably figure out the rest, but it's the typical gerbil hamster conversation that everyone has. Ridiculous. There's always one who wants to go that way, but yeah, we're automating over here. What are we doing? Automating. That's what we're doing. We are automating. So as we roll through, as we get towards the end of this, because we are trying to boogie on time. We were really going for a firm, hard press 6-hour jam and being thorough in and out with it, and we're nearing that. So let's keep it moving. There's a moment of chorus. I needed more vocals. I'm trying to stay focused and also focus on the chat. Let's see what we can do.
Lord, let it go. I took it slow. I lost control. I took it slow. I lost control. I lock and load. Let it go. She took my money. She cut me out. She kicked me out. She held me down. Mess around. Baby, she went down. She cut me. Mess around. Baby, she went down. She cut me. Mess around. Baby, she went down. She cut me off. She kicked me. Mess around. Baby, she went down. She cut me off. She kicked me out. And we went going up, down, baby, she went down. She cut me off. She kicked me out. And we went going up, down.
Just losing some of the clarity here. I need more vocals.
And we went going up,
I love that line. But wow. I dig that. No words necessary. Make the English language work for you, not the other way around. It's actually a big trick singers use. They don't pronounce the whole word. I love that. How much of that can we get away with? Because I love that stuff, man. I love that. Almost want to pan that too. So it goes like left to right. Like, you know. Is the solo still soloed? Do we have a group? We do have a group. We have a group. No, we don't have a group. Where's our group? Oh, yeah, I know why. It's because I selected mix instead of edit. So we're going to go solo, mix, edit. That's fine. Let's, as the group already contains it, of course. One solo. Perfect. Now we come in here. We're going to go to pan. And just on this little craziness, that's going to go right to left. Maybe we want left to right. Let's see. I didn't even realize, but this is way before it. I wonder what's there. Let's listen to it. I literally hit some crazy like Stone Temple Pilots jazzy chord, but it's more like just nothingness. I love the STP's jazziness, but this doesn't it sound like a Stone Temple Pilots chord? What is this? It's a very Stone Temple Pilots chord, but it's the freaking thing is back here. This is the it's over here. I might have to automate this up to see if it sucks or not in the song. Let's go down there. Let's do it. Let's see what happens here. I'm getting too crazy with it. Where's that? Yeah, it needs to be more subtle than that. Eastwood Recording. I appreciate that. Thank you. And I appreciate you being here and joining us for the tail end of this stream where we go through final automation moves and then move on to mix bus processing. There's nothing on the mix bus at all. That is correct. You've come to the right place. No mix bus processing. There will be, though. Trust. I just like to get that done after this part because that way we can pick and choose our compressor for what it needs to do and bring to the table rather than mix into it and just sort of work around that. Because every mix move you make will be different if you put a compressor on there. I'm not saying it's bad to have it there. A lot of people do it and love it. It's just you sort of have to mix knowing what that's going to be, what compressor it is, and also the way it's going to work on your track. You know, fast attack. It's going to create a ducking on the transient. Slow attack, more transient. Depends what you want, you know, right? But I like to keep that stuff till the end, especially in the box. The other way, many, many, many times, I would just throw the stuff on and leave it there because I don't have a whole lot of choices of hardware compressors. So it's a lot easier to think about it, like mix into the stuff when you have hardware, 100%. In this case, we're going in the box only. Listen to that fill. I don't know about you, but I kind of like it getting that loud. Let's see. Just a smidge lower. Okay, let's see what happens next.
Never believe in the angels you see. Never. I've got to make a confession. More like divine intervention. Never believe in the angels you see. Never believe. Never believe in the angels you see.
I just want more overheads in this part. That's really all I feel it needs drum-wise.
I've got to make a confession. I've got to make a confession. More like
Yeah, I need that because the hi-hat's so quiet that I want more of it. That's really the thing.
I've got to make a confession. More like divine intervention. Never believe in the angels you see. Never believe there's a devil in me. Devil in me doesn't want you to be an angel. Oh, angel. I took it slow.
Let's see if we can get away with taking the drums from there back down. I don't know if we can. The drums boosted so much in this spot.
Doesn't want you to be an angel. Oh, angel. I took it slow. Oh, angel. I took it slow. I lost control. I lock and load. Let it go.
It's the guitar that's killing the energy.
Angel. I took it slow. I lost control. I lock and load. Let it go. She took my money. She cut me out. She kicked me out. She held me down. Let it go. She took. I lock and load. Let it go. I lock and load. Let it go. She took my money. She cut me out. She kicked me out. She held me down. Lock and load. Let it go. She took my money. She cut me out. She kicked me out. She held me down. I took it slow. I lost control. I lock and load. Let it go. She took my money. She cut me out. She kicked me out. She held me down. Mess around. Baby, she went down. She cut me off. She kicked me out. And we went through. Going up, down, mess around. Held me down. She held me down. Mess around. Baby, she went down. She cut me off. She kicked me out.
If you want the stuff to stay where it is, you use latch. So for example, if I just wanted the guitar to be where this volume is, all I'd have to do is tap it somewhere and it could go up or down and just let go. It'll stay there. Now that's good and bad depending on where your balance is. Once I get automation kind of dialed, I switch certain things to latch to make this part easier on myself. I find a volume I like, I can kind of leave it.
Mess around. Baby, she went down. She cut me off. She kicked me out. And we went through. Going up, down. Mess around.
I love that crash on the down. gonna see how much I can boost the bass on this one thing. I just want this one guitar part to come up. There's like a solo happening, but it's not a solo. It's like a little riff I just want more of. Where's the riff? Yup. It's all the little things that matter, honestly. That's it. It's all the little things add up.
If you got the nerve, did I? Well, let's go back the way we came while the sand.
We're gonna make the drums a little louder up here. That girl's got curves. Well, I said be heard on. If you got the nerve, did I? Well, let's go back the way we came while the sand around us drains. I took it slow. I took it slow, I lost I took it slow. I took it slow, I lost control. I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me off. She kicked me out, she held me down. Kicked me out, she held me down. Messed around, she held me down. Messed around, and baby she went down. The guitars get so much louder there that I almost don't need it. It looks weird on automation to come down there, but it does need it. I actually like it maybe right there. I think it is kind of okay. It's giving us power.
She held me down.
Let's just look at these drums real quick.
Oh, sir, that girl's got curves. Well, I said be heard on. If you got the nerve, did I? Well, let's go back the way we came, while the sand around us drained. Well, let's go back. Well, let's go back the way we came, while the sand around us drains.
Sometimes, instead of using a de-esser, I will use the volume fader to just be like,
Well, let's go back.
the lets, just on that lets.
Well, let's go back.
It's tough to catch, but
Well, let's go back the way we came, while the
sand, a little too much.
sand.
It's like your own, fade the S's in and out yourself.
Well, let's go back.
And when that doesn't work, we come in here and we throw a de-esser on it. The Weiss is supernatural, but we used Oxford. I could use that again, probably. We probably have the processing power. Do you have the power? Yes, we do. Let's see. I don't want to look at the meter. If I look at the meter panel, it's going to give me craziness, probably. Let's find out.
Well, let's go back the way we came, while the sand around us drains. Well, let's go back the way we came, while the sand. Well, let's go back the way we came, while the sand around us drains. Well, let's go back the way we came, while the sand around. Well, let's go back the way.
Let's look at let's.
Let's go back. Let's go. Let's go.
Listen, how the S is a few dB louder. Listen.
Let's go. Let's go back.
It's the vocal also loses a little clarity. That's why I don't love de-esser,
Let's go back.
because it dulls stuff.
Let's go back.
Sometimes I start with this whistle preset. Where is it? This guy. And then I just expand wherever I need to.
Let's go back. 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 Let's go back.
That's pretty unobstructive.
Well, let's go back the way we came, while the sand around us drains. Well, let's go back the way we came, while the sand around us. Well, let's go back the way we came, way we came. Back the way we came, took it slow, I lost control, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me off, she kicked me out, she held me down. We messed around, and baby she went down. She cut me off, she kicked me out, and we went down. We went down. I've got to make a call. We went down. We went down. I've got to make a confession. I've got to. I've got to make a. I've got to make a confession. More like divine intervention. Never. More like divine intervention. Never believe in the angels you see. Never believe there's a devil in me. Devil in me doesn't want you to be an angel. Alright, angel. I took it slow, I lost control, I lock and load, let it go. Angel.
We know we got to do something with that.
Alright, angel.
Ba-dum-dum-dum-dum-dum-dum.
Alright, angel.
Ba-dum-bum-ba-dum-bum-dee-bum-ba. Where's that thing? Here it is.
Angel.
2.5 dB up. Let's see what happens.
Took it slow.
4 dB up.
Took it slow, I lost control, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me out. Pulling me doesn't want you to be an angel. Alright, angel. Took it slow, I lost control, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me out, she kicked me out, she held me down.
Let's get more of that bass with that guitar on the down, on those plonks, plonks, plonks.
Took it slow, I lost control, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money.
Ooh, love that fill.
Took it slow, I lost control, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me out, she kicked me out, she held me down.
I appreciate that. XZS7EH. It's like my freaking password. Perfect. How you doing? Dude's taunting me using my password. That's awesome. How's it going over there? I appreciate the fire drop. I appreciate the drop of fire. I fell into a burning drop of fire. All right. Where are we at?
Well, that girl's got curves. Well, I said be heard of. If you got the nerve, did I? Well, let's go back the way we came. While the sand around us drains. I took it slow, I lost control, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me.
Listen to him. Ooh, he does it in both of them. For each pre-chorus. Ooh.
Control, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me off, she kicked me out, she held me down. We messed around, and baby she went down. She cut me off, she kicked me.
Love that bass line. I think everybody does.
She kicked me out, she held me down. We messed around, and baby she went down. She cut me off, she kicked me.
Eastwood Recording, I appreciate that too. Thank you for being a member of our amazing stream. I don't know why I decided to use that crazy voice there, but we do what we got to do. At the moment, you notice the kick is pretty sporadic where I do the jump pops up with it. Like, where do I do the jump pops, meaning automation? Where am I getting louder? Most of the time, it started okay over here.
That girl's got curves. Well, I said be heard on. If you got the nerve, did I? Well, let's go back the way we came. While the sand around us.
Just going to turn a little kick love up right here.
Well, let's go back the way we came. Well, let's go back the way we came.
Doesn't need it the whole time. Just that first couple hits might be enough. A little Andy Wallace. Give him a taste of more. Pull it back.
Well, let's go back the way we came. While the sand
Maybe a touch more.
go back the way we came. While the sand around us drains. I took it slow, I lost control, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me off, she kicked me out, she held me down. We messed around, me down. Me out, she held me down. We messed around, and baby she went down. She cut me off, she kicked me out, and we went down. We went down. I've got to make a confession. More like divine intervention. Never believe in the angels you see. Never believe in the angels.
His kick is so good. It's so tasty, this drummer.
Never believe in the angels you see. Never believe there's a devil in me. Devil in me doesn't want you to be an angel. Alright, angel. Took it. Want you to be an angel. Me doesn't want you to be an angel. Alright, angel. Took it slow, I lost control.
You can't let the energy feel like it's falling off a cliff right here.
Took it slow, I lost control. I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she
It's mostly the guitar there.
took it slow. Took it slow, I lost control. I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me out, she kicked me out, she held me down.
Too much fill raise. Hold on. See, this is where it gets tricky, but we got this. Hold on.
I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me out, she kicked me out, she held me down. Mess around, slow, I lost control. I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me out, she kicked me out, she held me down. Kicked me out, she held me down.
I love that right there. That'll do.
Kicked me out, she held me down. Mess around, baby, she went down, 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 down. Mess around, baby, she went down. She cut me off, she kicked me out, and we went ooh ah ooh it out, and we go da da ooh it out, ooh ah ooh it out, and wah
All right, I'm going to jump to mix bus processing in the interest of time management. My weakest point. Let's do it. 3348 tape. It's been a favorite as of late on the mix bus magic setting, but then I mess with the converter type. The X80 compared to 601 or the 3348 HR basically puts more high frequencies in. That's more of a roll off. Let's listen to it. Before we even put it on, mind this right here. Oh, totally. What do we got? Till 542 popping by to say what's up. Nice to see you, man. This is going to be a shorter one this time, so you're catching the end of it, which is pretty cool. Shigiono, you're tasty when you play the song, not for yourself. The song is always king to me anyway, for sure, 100%. It's all about like what's good in the song. That's why it's like I focus on the bass fills, the drum fills. Like I focus on what everybody's doing separately. You know, to create the whole is important, and not everything can't be the same volume. So there's always a compromise in some way where like you want to hear more bass fill, you're gonna hear less of other things, but it's worth it if in that moment it's the bass's time to shine because it's helping the song. It's all about what helps the song at the end of the day. That's really you nailed it, Shigiono. You nailed it. Now let's go in here. We're gonna hit it. The level will be no. It shouldn't be peaking. It should be halfway to 3/4 of the way max before I turn the 3348 on.
Well, let's go back the way we came, while the sand around us drains. I took it slow, I lost control, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money.
Let's go to the loudest part of the song. As soon as I turned the sidecar on, we experienced a little glitchy, but we're okay. We should be back in business. We are grooving the end of this mix. Now, what did I do at the end? Let's talk about it, right? We're about to be at the end of the mix. And we've got 3348 to round some high end off is really what I love about tape saturation. This one in particular, they all do something cool. So every song might require a different one. But in the interest of time, I'm going to plan on using this and just messing with the converters potentially to audition different conversion on it. The X80 sounds very different than these other options. So a lot of times I will set at Mixbus Magic, adjust the output down enough where it's like on and off. I can really barely hear a volume difference. The goal is to not hear a volume difference, but sometimes it works better than others. And I'm going to use the Mark Daniel Nelson sidecar here because I'm loving this thing with its EQ and compression all built into one. Now, not sponsored or anything. This is just what I've been using a lot and really dig it. I've also used the curve bender and you name the compressor. Usually compressor first, then curve bender. I still haven't figured out what the order of this is. Like in the circuit path, is it EQ into compression into EQ, GDP? Remind me, I got to look that up. I really want to know what that is. If you could remind me, that'd be awesome. Somebody remind me with that. I really want to figure it out, but I like what it's doing, so I don't care that much right now. I do like a 20 hertz, low, get the high pass filter thing going on to kind of tighten the low end a bit from 20 below. The top end I've been leaving alone, but sometimes if I need more rounded highs, I'll click on that 20K thing, and it just, gives you your low pass filter on the top also. Now let's just investigate. There's a depth this thing gives you because of the 8-channel, 2-channel factor. It's like somehow emulates summing in some crazy way. Now, in the way of getting up to volume, that's the way I look at this is how do we do no harm and also boost the love? So the way I would go about this, by the way, anybody watching and you've sat through, you got to this point, you're awesome. Hit the like button. I would really appreciate it. It helps push the stream out there to more people. Subscribe if you haven't. Obviously, anybody checking this out, subscribe. Tons more of these to come, especially this condensed version of it. And keep in mind, at the end of this, when I'm satisfied and I'm printing a mix, I will check the next day and listen one time with fresh ears and then make any corrections I need to make. Sometimes I wait 2, 3, 4 days to do that because you want a clear, fresh head, however long it takes for you to clear your head out. Then listen once. On that one time you listen, that will tell you everything you need to know. Don't go back, rewind, listen more and more, decide, is that really bad or is it not? Don't ever do that. One time, anything you need to change, it'll be readily apparent. You don't have to go looking for things to change, is my point. One time, maybe a tweak here and there, call it a day. That's the move. Now, gold clip is like this saturation knob, the gold knob and the alchemy thing. These definitely give you a little bit of love, but the goal for me is never to hit them too hard. So I'll find the loudest part of the song, and then I'll see what's gold, whatever the word that was, what's good before my mouth had a conniption. Let's do it. Let's listen to it. We're barely clipping, like it's 0.6, which is crazy on the barely department. Now, sometimes I'll also throw on a Pro L2, which is after the clipper, especially if the clipper's doing hardly anything. Pro L2 is going to be doing hardly anything. You don't have to add all these things, by the way. Some mixes I like to leave a bunch of this stuff off. It's in this case, like right now, I bet you, let's see if it even gets to 0. we're like 1 dB, which is all actually happening from the makeup gain that I'm adding to it, like the rather the input gain that I'm adding to it to, and that's really what's giving us the 1 dB. Without that, it'd be doing hardly anything. And then the CG2 is like my final little touches.
Took it slow, I lost control.
And if to make these things work properly, like we're barely at 1 dB, I could easily take this and raise some output up a little bit.
Took it slow, I lost control. I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me off, she kicked me out, she held me down. We messed around, baby she went down. She cut me off, she kicked me out, and we went down. We went down. I've got to make a confession. More like divine intervention. Never believe.
Let us hit this. GDP, we may go over the 6-hour mark a smidge. Just so we're aware. Oh, he gave me some clutch information. It won't be much over it. We're going to be on a tight ship here. But just a few minutes. Default flow. We've got input to EQ filters, compressor output. EQ shapes the signal before it hits the compressor. That's pretty cool. So on the sidecar, the input goes then to the EQ filters, which makes sense in the order of the way it's laid out. I almost felt like he would have switched the order if that wasn't the chain. I was just curious because it seemed like there's a chance that it wasn't. EQ shapes the signal before it hits the compressor. The compressor reacts to the EQ signal, not the raw input. That's pretty interesting, yeah. And there's no way to change that either. I wonder if a newer version of that might allow, he might throw that in there, or if that's just not the way he worked. It's probably, like, it's all based on the fact that it came from his console in that way, and the EQ was first, and then he would run it into a compressor. So that must be the reason that it's not like that. I'm gonna automate this on the choruses a little bit too for that little extra power. Not technically sure I need it right now, but I think it. Let's see if it helps. Because the guitars are already like really boosting love. So we're off, we're off, we're off. Post-chorus, we're off. Chorus, we're on. And that's the beauty of having this stuff labeled ahead of time. We're off, we're off, we're off. So this is on, and this is all off, off. Good. So let us now experience what's going on. Does the solo go into what? Another pre-chorus, right? Well, that solo's screaming. I like it, but it's screaming. Let's go down 1 on that. Actually, that's not where I want to take it down 1. I want to take it down 1 here. 3K. Just a little less on 3K. I thought it needed it, but now I'm not so sure. No, it goes right from the solo out, so we don't need it. There's nothing in here. Let's get touch on here.
Took it slow, I lost control. I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me out. I took it slow, I lost control. I lock and load, let it go. I took it slow, I lost control. I lock and load. I took it slow, I lost control, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me out, she kicked me out, she held me down. Mess around, mess around, mess around. Baby, she went down, she cut me off, she kicked me out, and we went I lock and load, let angel. I took it slow, I lost control, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me out, she kicked me out. My money, she cut me out, she kicked me out, she held me down. She took my money, she cut me out, she kicked me out, she held me down. Mess around, baby, she went down. She took my money, she cut me out, she kicked me out, she held me down. We messed around, and baby, she went down. She cut me off, she kicked me out, and we went it out. She cut me off, she kicked me out, and we went it out. And we gon' it out, it out, me off, she kicked me out, and we went it out. And we gon'
It's so funny when I get happy with something and then I try to move it. It's so clear when it won't be moved, when it can't be moved. Like moving this in any direction, because to me, 0.8 is the smallest number there is. 0.8. If I need to move it 0.3 or 4 or 5, it's not even a move that needs to be made as far as I'm concerned. Whereas if I can move it 0.8 and it works, then it's good. If it's like better down or up, doesn't matter, right? But in this case, 0.8 made this thing more of the lead and I didn't like it anymore. Down, it would be too quiet. So it's so, like, that's the thing about 0.8s. It solves your decision-making qualms. And in this case, there's no effects or nothing on this vocal. And maybe there should be. Maybe 1 or 2. Let's see. Just something, because it's so low. Let me just see something here.
She kicked me out, she held me down. She kicked me out, she held me down. Mess around, baby, she went down. She cut me off, she kicked me out, and we went it out. And we gon' it out, it out, she kicked me out, she held me down. Mess around, baby, she went down. She cut me off, she kicked me out, and we went it out. And we gon' it out, it out,
I love that thing. It sounds like we're in a gymnasium and all of a sudden, like, it makes everything seem so live when you add that. It's such a Weezer trick. The Weezer, man, the Weezer, it sounds ridiculous. Weezer used the freaking, that all that awesome feedback that they would, like, in every song on the Blue album, and it sounds amazing. It's almost like they wouldn't record a guitar part unless they could dial in the perfect feedback for it, like, every time. It's so good. Like my name is Jonas. All their songs do it, though. Pretty much every song on there, Say It Ain't So, Jonas, they're all like that. What's with these homies dissing my girl? So good. I like want that first note louder, but that was too much. 0.8. Let me just throw the automation on. I gotta quiet the. It's like just a little too loud. I feel like if I put on headphones, it'll blow me away. Let's see, with the loudness.
Never believe in the angels you see. Never believe there's a devil in me. Devil in me doesn't want you to be. She cut me off, she kicked me out, and we went ooped it out. And we go ooped it out. Ooped it out, and
I need a little more kick in my life.
that girl's got curves. Well, I said be heard on. If you got the nerve, did I? Well, let's go back the way we came, while the sand around us drains. I took it slow, I lost control, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me off, she kicked me out, she held me down. We messed around, and baby she went down. She cut me off, she kicked me out, and we went down. We went down. I've got to make a confession. took it slow, I lost control, I lock and load, let it go.
That's the most ringing kick drum ever, and I could gate it or something, but I don't want to. I don't want to. I've already tried cutting some of that mud, like a little bit of 200 out, a little bit of 600 out to kind of get rid of some of that mud. And on the API, I'm boosting around 50. You know, I could take some wide boost out on here too. Let's see what happens.
That girl's got curves. Well, I said be heard on. If you got the nerve, did I? Well, let's go back the way we came. While the same I took it slow, I lost control, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me off, she kicked me out, she held me down. We messed around, and baby she went down. She cut me off, she kicked me out, and we went down. We went down. I've got to make a confession. More like divine intervention. Devil in me doesn't want you to be an angel. That girl's got curves. Well, I said be heard on. If you got the nerve, did I? Well, let's go back the way we came. While the sand around us drains. I took it slow, I lost control, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me off, she kicked me out, she held me down. We messed around, and baby she went down. She cut me off, she kicked me out, and we went down. We went down. I've got to make a confession. More like divine intervention. Never believe in the angels you see. Never believe there's a devil in me. Devil in me doesn't want you to be an angel. Alright, angel. I took it slow.
So there's a ton of choices on this track, but a lot of them are muted, so I can kind of audition different things. And I like, sometimes I'll use multiples, but I like the idea of one serving a purpose too, and not using a bunch. So a lot of times I start with one.
Well, that girl's got curves. Well, I said be heard on. If you got the nerve, did I? Well, let's go back the way we came. While the sand around us drains. I took it slow, I lost control, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me off, she kicked me out, she held me down. We messed around, and baby she went down. I've got to make
Just turning samples on in the chorus now.
kick me out, she held me down. We messed around, let it go. She took my money, she cut me off, she kicked me out, she held me down. We messed around, and baby she went down. She cut me off, she kicked me out, and we went down. We went down. I've got to make a confession. I'm more like divine intervention. Never believe in the angels you see. Never believe there's a devil in me. Devil in me doesn't want you to be an angel. Alright, angel. I took it slow, I lost control, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me off, she kicked me out, she held me down. Mess around, baby she went down. She cut me off, she kicked me out, and we went ooh ah ooh that out, and we go down, ooh that out. Yeah, she cut me off, she kicked me out, she held me down. Mess around, baby she went down. She cut me off, she kicked me out, and we went me out, she held me down. Me out, she held me down. Mess around, baby she went down. Me out, she held me down. Mess around. Me out, down. Down. Mess around, baby she went down. She cut me off, she kicked me out, and we went ooh ah ooh that out, and we go down, ooh that out, ooh ah ooh that out, and mess around, baby she went down. She cut me off, she kicked me out, and we went ooh ah ooh that out, and we go down, ooh that out, ooh ah ooh that out, and that girl's got curves.
I think we're about there, guys. It's feeling nice, feeling tidy, feeling nice, tidy nice, tidy nice. So when the sample comes in, it's still like 8 It's more than that because this is at +4 now on the VCA. So it's roughly like 12 dB lower. Barely audible, really, but it's only on the choruses and, a moment of that brief pre-chorus for the kick only. And I'm not sure if it needs it necessarily now that I brought the kick up, but let's hear it again.
Baby, she went down. She cut me off. She kicked me out. We went down. We went down.
It almost makes it too loud. Let's hear it without it. Hold on.
Messed around. Baby, she went down. She cut me off. She kicked me out. We went down. We went down. I've got to make a confession. More like divine intervention.
Yeah, I don't know about you. If I can get it away without using a sample on any of the drums, I know every drummer in the world would prefer it. And I think that might sneak into my brain a little bit sometimes. I'm ultimately just after the best sounding mix possible. But in this case, this sample is really for just for a little bit of length. Really, it's just adding this. Sounds like a snare in a way. It's just length. Now, I don't know if I need it. Sometimes in the chorus, it's helpful, but this drum rings for so long by itself. It's not necessary, I don't think.
Baby, she went down. She cut me off. She kicked me out. We went down. We went down. I've got to make a confession. More like divine intervention. Never believe in the angels you see. Never believe there's a devil in me.
I brought it down 0.8. I'll settle for that. I like a nice kick in your face. You play the bass in your face, so what you gonna do? All right.
Girls got curves. Well, I said be heard on. If you got the nerve, did I? Well, let's go back the way we came. While the sand around us drains. I took it slow. I lost control. I lock and load. Let it go. She took my money. She cut me off. She kicked me out. She held me down. We messed around. Baby, she went down. She cut me off. She kicked me out. We went down. We went down. I've got to make a confession. More like divine intervention. Never believe in the angels you see. Never believe there's a devil in me. Devil in me doesn't want you to be an angel. Alright, angel. I took it slow. I lost control. I lock and load. Let it go. She took my money. She cut me out. She kicked me out. She held me down. Angel. Alright, angel. An angel. Alright, angel. An angel. Alright, angel. I took it. Took it slow, I lost control. Took it slow, I lost control. I took it slow. I lost control. I lock and load. Let it go. She took my money.
Whenever a drummer goes, ksh, 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 you got to be able to hear it.
I lock and load. Let it go. She took.
You hear that? Pop, pop, pop. It's like a count off on the hi-hat. You got to hear the count off.
I lock and load. Let it go. I lock and load. Let it go. She took my money. She cut me out. She kicked me out. She took my money. She cut me out. She kicked me out. She held me down. Kicked me out. She held me down. Me out. She held me down. Mess around. Baby, she went down. She cut me off. She kicked me out. And we went
I appreciate that, Shigiono. And you wrote also, some of the guitar parts remind you of Phil Keaggy. Nice. Nice, man. Getting my chopsticks ready now. Alex Christoph, get the forks ready. It's about done. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. You know it. Everybody can kind of feel it when I start doing the little picayune stuff. Everybody knows it's about to be over because I spend, I think, so much of the mix doing this broad scope stuff. And then, you know, once I get down here, everybody can see the light in the distance. And that's usually the way it works. Once I turn this stuff on, it's like countdown to happiness.
I took it slow, I lost control, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me out, she kicked me out, she held me down. We messed around, baby, she went down. She cut me off, she kicked me out, and we went down. We went down.
Maybe this we went down. Maybe that should come up a smidgen. Where's that? It's kind of nice being behind the riff, but let me just experiment with a little louder here. This should definitely come down a smidge. I like it kind of just hiding behind the riff. It's like, what's he saying there? That feels better. Something.
I'm all like divine intervention. Never believe in the angels you see.
Just a touch lower on these acoustics, not a whole lot. 1.5 dB, 1.5 dB.
I've got to make a confession. I'm all like divine intervention. I'm all like divine intervention. Never believe in the angels you see. Never believe there's a devil in me. The devil in me doesn't want you to be an angel. Oh, an angel.
Also, vocals are pretty down the center in this song because I felt like I didn't have enough to split them out. Like this one's doing a high voice, but it's largely doubling the same parts. And then this is a different voice, I think. Let's hear this.
Control, I lock and load.
This is more of the double. It's the low voice.
She went down, she cut me off, she kicked me out, and we went up, down, down.
So this is an interesting example of a song with vocals only in the center. And that's not typically what I would do.
Control, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me off, she kicked me out, she held me down, mess around, baby, she went down.
Let me just see something here. On our choruses, let's experiment. Let's take this left. Let's take this one right. If it gets in the way of the guitars, we won't do it. Let's just see what happens.
Around us trains, I took it slow, I lost control, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me off, she kicked me out, she held me down, we messed around. I took it slow, I lost control, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me off, she kicked me out, she held me down, we messed around, baby, she held me down, we messed around, baby, she went down, she cut me off, she kicked me out, and we went down.
Now, it might work, but the volume, like now we're dealing with pan law, and we're going to go down, I don't know, let's go down like 6 dB. Good old pan law. Basically, when you pan stuff out wide, it's pretty much getting louder on you too.
She cut me off, she kicked me out, she held me down, we messed around, baby, she went down, she cut me off, she kicked me out, and we went down. Control, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me off, she kicked me out, she held me down, we messed around, baby, she went down.
I'll tell you why I don't like it. It's making it where S's and stuff are now super apparent to me, and they weren't before. So it could be too wide. It could just be too wide, which is an interesting theory. If I go 50-50, let's 50-50 up. And we already have a de-esser on this one. We don't on this one. Let's paste her in. Let's paste in a de-esser up here. We could copy it from either track. Let's do it from this one. Where is that de-esser? Yeah, that looks like it could be okay.
Control, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me off, she kicked me out, she held me down, she held me down, we messed around, baby, she went down, she cut me off, she kicked me out, and we went down.
I tell you, I don't think it actually helps for some reason. I can't tell you exactly why, but it's almost like it was blended in a nice way, and now it feels like the vocals on the sides don't work as well with the lead. It needs to be on top of each other like a freaking sandwich.
Control, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me off, she kicked me out, she held me down, we messed around, baby, she went down, she cut me off, she kicked me out, and we went down.
It's probably a symptom of the notes being different.
Down, we messed around, and baby, she went down.
It's like sometimes harmony, sometimes unison.
Held me down, we messed around, baby, she went down.
So I'm going to restore order here. Order! Order, I say. Order. Let's bring this back to where it was in the center. Order, I say.
Baby, she went down. She cut me off. She kicked me out. And we went down. She held me down.
Let's get the volume back to where it was, because now too low is too low. Where were we at? So we're at 9 here. We got to get back to normal. I could also probably just hit undo a million times, but I don't love doing that.
We messed around. Baby, she went down. She cut me off. She kicked me out. And we went down. Went down. We messed around. Baby, she went down. She cut me off. She kicked me out. And we went down.
Now it sounds like a smooth vocal sandwich, and before it didn't. You know what I'm saying? It sounded not like a vocal sandwich. It sounded like a popsicle stick. I don't know. I can't really explain what it sounded like, but you know, it wasn't the same.
We messed around. Baby, she went down. She cut me off. She kicked me out. And we went down. Baby, she went down. She cut me off. She kicked me out. And we went down. We went down.
I appreciate that, CXQ5 the man. Niles? What's poppin', Niles? Yeah, dude, step up. I like that you said that. I really need to step up my automation game. Yeah. No, it just makes all the difference. I can't tell you. I wish I could give everybody the feeling I had when I did a test of a mix that was as good as I could get it, but static. Just all the volumes not changing, you know, the way a lot of people, like, especially mix before there was automation. But even then, this is what you got to realize. Even if you could get a great balance between the tracks, they would still realize the benefit of, like, all right, you guys grab these faders, we'll grab these, just a little of that, a little of this. Like, there was always a benefit to this, even when it was impossible to recall in tape world. Always a benefit to this with a console that even didn't have any automation, you know, like brain to remember stuff. So that's what I just started realizing. I was like, I got to try it. So I did a static mix in the box. Then I did a mix in the box with some automation flavor. And granted, the volumes are changing, so it's not like a straight 1-to-1. But I'm not judging a plugin, or I'm not judging whether the volume difference is different. Like, all I'm judging is the excitement level. I'm judging the listening experience. It's night and day when you add the night and day. Otherwise, it's just day all day, or all night, but it's never night and day. And as far as I'm concerned, we need some night and day. We needed some night and day over here, okay? That's what we needed. So when we come down here, you see all this stuff automated like crazy. The solo, nothing exists here, so that's why it's the flatliner. And the flavor track was just fine at 0, so nothing gets touched. But that's pretty much, you got to do some automation. You know, when you look at all the tracks, like, that's the VCA automation you're looking at through this window, this looking glass. You know, that's why it gets a little confusing sometimes. It's like the track's doing this. It's not like whatever moves happen here happen also in congruence with whatever I do on this track. So if I lower this, they're going to still do what this dance is that's written on the VCA, but they're also going to be lowered by 1 dB or whatever. It's kind of like using trim and stuff, like, where's the volume trim? Like, it's kind of like that, but from a point of view of how to visualize it, if you get a nice ride or whatever and you just want to make the whole thing come down a little, like, volume trim is nice. But I don't know, I'm a big fan of that. CXQ5, like, East Coast guys know how to play, but honestly, it's like there's great players everywhere, man. And honestly, this bass player is like a freaking, Like, there's no understanding why he's this good. Nobody gets it. Nobody understands. He's just that good. But I think it's like that with a lot of musicians. It's like, why are they so good at this? Because, as far as I know, the dude never really studied theory, or like, he's self-taught as it comes. Like, as self-taught, and the dude is so nasty, And then the same thing with Leighton. Leighton is a phenomenal drummer. And I don't know. I don't remember if I don't believe he had any like serious schooling involved with his abilities. He just played all the time, listened to tons of music, tons of amazing influences. That's what developed his playing, Practicing stuff that's groove oriented, like, will make you super tight. And a lot of this is also, it's built in. Some people have a really solid, amazing sense of like metronomic timing. Their metronome is just firing perfectly. And some, it's way weaker. And I've noticed it. And I don't know if you can train people with weak metronomes to have better metronomes. And with drums, it's extremely important. But I don't know if you can. That's one thing where I'm not sure. I think everybody can always get better, but it's like, what are you practicing? I think the guys who are super tight at playing, like super solid, a lot of times it's because they played along with a lot of people who were really tight, like whether it's playing records, playing along, or a metronome, or some way to practice that influences and forces the tightness. That's really the important part. Like, really starting to learn how you have to breathe for your body and heartbeat to lock into stuff. It's so important. It's like running. You can't run the same amount of distance if you don't learn how to breathe. Well, you can't play consistently to a click or no click without you can't have that metronome without knowing how to breathe. It's so much that's interesting with this thing. I think it applies to all instruments too, but especially drums. Like, drums is the one that it applies the biggest to, because it's the most obvious when a drummer is not solid and tight. It's the most obvious thing out of every musician in the band. The singer can so get away with being behind the beat or a little in front. Like, their timing is very different. It's always very critical, but it's also a little different. It becomes more important, like with stuff like rap, where the vocalist is basically a drummer. Like, they have to be, because they're playing drums with their mouth. That's what rap is, essentially. So it's pretty cool. But yeah, you can just get away with a lot more stuff in terms of timing if you're not a drummer. That's for sure. Set your metronome to 270 before bed. Who sleeps with a metronome under the pillow? Let me know. And don't forget, hit the like button if you dug it. Subscribe if you haven't already. I appreciate that. There's going to be so much more of this. And so much more. I'm about to do a print, and then we'll call it a day, and we'll finish up with the chat. And let's do a print. Let's do it. So I'm going to go from the end of the track. Where are we at? End of the track. Let me just make sure this is actually the end of the track. Where are we at? 7-0. So you know what my deal. I look up here. 744. So that's 400ths of a second after the fade. When you have a fade, you don't need all that really, but there's no point to choke it, because like I said, I like a little air at the back. Like, a little bit of air back there is nice. So the track ends, and then so what? You get a second of silence. Who cares? Next track starts. It makes it easier when you're in a context of potentially putting songs up more like singles rather than on an album. But like I said, there will be a day of mastering only, in which case it's not critical, but it's better to not have to go back and like change a fade because you cut it too short. stuff like that. Even this, I'm gonna loosen this a little bit here. Okay, now we will print, and then I'll jump back in the chat. Any questions? We'll call it. We'll do our wrap up, and anybody's got anything else, throw it in there. And keep in mind, more of these coming your way, so just stay tuned. Hit the notification jam so you could see when the next stuff's coming. And there will also be more videos posted on my channel. I have one in the bank already. I just got to put it together for you. But we will get there. This is, that end of November, December kind of, holiday season jam. What do we got? Shigiono, I'm glad you dig it, man. I really am. And Braxel, I hope your nap was okay. So you did a little pass out. You got to do what you got to do. Everyone passes out sometimes. Don't feel bad about it. Time management, your one weakness. Oh, totally. I don't know if you're probably referring to me, but definitely. Time management is definitely a weakness of mine. But because I enjoy this stuff too much, I want to take it too long. But at the moment, we're still doing okay. We aimed for 6. It's going to be 7, it looks like. Let's see. Printing the track as we speak. Let's save it as something else. M1. Boom. I'm going to come in here. M1. Wave. Change this. 1314 AES. Interleave 2496. Add MP3. Import. Good. Put this in the right place. Cut me off. It's in the right place. Import. Add MP3. 9624. Interleave. Okay, we're all good over there. So now I'm going to pop this off. I'll pop it back on when it's done printing through. Here we go. Keep in mind, we're going to do the wrap up. So anybody got questions or anything, throw it in there now. So I'll catch it as soon as this print is over. Let's make sure nothing's on auto read. No, nothing's on auto read. Saving. Here we go. I'll be back in a second. Here we go.
Curves. Well, I said be heard on. If you got the nerve, did I? Well, let's go back the way we came, while the sand around us drains. I took it slow, I lost control, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me off, she kicked me out, she held me down. We messed around, and baby she went down. She cut me off, she kicked me out, and we went down. We went down. I've got to make a confession. Divine intervention. Never believe in the angels you see. Never believe there's a devil in me. The devil in me doesn't want you to be an angel. Alright, angel. I took it slow, I lost control, I lock and load, let it go. She took my money, she cut me out, she kicked me out, she held me down. Mess around.
We are back, and we have a print. That's weird. Why is it over there? Oh, it's because that's because it just moved it to the start of the session, and the start of the session's not at the beginning. That's why. Usually I select selection, but I guess this time I didn't. I select start, session start. But yeah, that's the only reason I moved it back. Works for me. Now, as I was listening to that, I was pretty stoked on it. Pretty happy with the way this came out in that quicker amount of time. I think we really accomplished some niceties within this thing. And there's, like I said, there's always things you could change, and I may come back tomorrow at some point and kind of, or the next day and just sort of one time listen, make a change based on that one listen I just heard. That's the thing. When you're beat up on a mix, like after several hours, you don't always just, what you think in your head might be the thing you have to change, might actually not be needing to be changed. Wait until you clear your head and then let whatever happens. You'll forget what that thing was. Then see if something bothers you. And if it happens to be the same thing, then it did have to be changed. And if it's something completely different or you don't notice that at all, then it didn't matter. And I think there's something so interesting about that. It's that, like, just because I may focus on something right now, even that I heard that it might need to be changed, I'm actually going to sit on it because it might actually not need to be touched. So that's kind of where I'm at with that. Let's check out the chat over here. What do we got? We got Alex Christoph, flatter globe. what are we talking about? So, sometimes I come in the middle and it's totally my fault. Flatter globe. Well, I guess you mean East Coast guys know how to play. I think, is that what you're talking about? I don't know. Are you talking about East Coast, West Coast, or the entire globe? I don't know what you're talking about. The Far East? I don't know what you're talking about. Set your metronome to 270 before, but that's a good move. Here we go. Niles wrote, as an electronic music guy, I've always been super curious if my internal metronome is good or bad. You would know, probably, because when I don't know how to put it. Try, if you ever played along with anything, you could know. It doesn't matter what your genre of music is. You could be playing a drum beat on a sampler and you'd know how good your metronome is if you played with something else. Playing all alone is really difficult to not, because you got to lock into something. If there's nothing else there, except for whatever you're doing, that's the way you wouldn't know. And the weird thing is, even with drummers who, like, I can't imagine a drummer practicing listening to nothing. But to me, that's like the way to practice. That's the worst, probably, is to just play, but not listen to anything when you play, because then you're really just in your own world. Practicing what? Fills? Like, I just don't get it. It doesn't make any sense to me. Like, you want to lock into something. So it could be great, Niles. It could be great. How would I even rate/test myself? You would put on something, it could be a band that didn't record to a click, and you try to play along with them. Use any kind of splitting tool to get rid of whatever it is you're playing. So if you're playing drums or whatever instrument you're trying to add, get rid of that using a splitter of some kind. I usually use Lalal, that Lalal AI or Lalai or whatever that's called. I use that. But you could do it with, I think Ozone does it too and stuff. There's tons of ways to do it. If you're but playing by hand with something, like, don't just play a couple measures and loop it. Play way longer, because you won't know what, like, you could make a mistake and fumble over something or like double tap something, and now all of a sudden you realize how much better it sounds when you have that happening in the song. But if you just loop stuff, you're not experimenting enough, I find, to really get there. Even the simplest keyboard parts on stuff like Thriller comes to mind. The guy played that the whole time. It's not a loop. Like, literally, he played the keyboard part, like, the entire song. So he does that because you fall into a groove with it, and it's not the same every time. And that's what makes it more fun to listen to. There's little minute changes when you don't loop stuff that are great. And I like to think I offer that to people when I mix their songs that were made with beat tracks. Because far too often, the guy who makes the beat track makes freaking 4 bars one way or 8 bars one way and then 8 bars another way. And then just loops the stuff and sells it. Like it's, power to you to make a beat and sell it. And, if you don't have to do more, then you don't do more. But for me, that's never been enough. I want fills that are different each time a verse to chorus happens or chorus. Like I want fills that are different. I want the drums to change a little. So I actually change them. I manipulate it. And to me, that makes all the difference. And Niles just wrote, I dig it. Everything else I play the whole way, but I think I need for the drums to be rigid in context. My instrument playing is drunken rhythmically. Sometimes that could be okay. I mean, like, look at Dilla, Jay Dilla with his freaking, like the way that he can orchestrate a beat, how the music's slightly behind, the drums can be like a little in front. It's really interesting stuff. But like, if that's not drunken playing, then I don't know what is, in a sense. I mean, I'm not trying to disparage it at all. I think that's really amazing how he came up with that and the way it sounds. What I'm basically saying is, that's in my opinion, it's like you have to experiment to get something like that. You have to try things. You're not doing one little spot and looping it. So just experiment more, be willing to fail. Also record all your practices and listen back. Every band I've ever been in would record every practice and then we'd listen back, because that's so telling to know what's really going on. You record the shows, record the practices, but especially recording practices can be very helpful, because in the moment, while you're focusing on what you're doing, you're not really listening. You should be, but it's tough to take your head out of where you're at and like zoom out and really hear the whole. But, a lot of times even if we focus on our own things somewhat and we are listening, it's still helpful to listen back. So just record whatever it is your experiment is. You have to record it and then listen later. That's the key. No matter what you think happened at the time, listen later. It's often not as bad as you think, or vice versa. It's worse than you thought, depending on where your head starts. Some people always look at their stuff as not good enough. And often those people, it is good enough. And then the people who think everything they do is good, far too often, nothing they do is good. Or a way lower amount of what they do is good. So it's just, there's a sweet spot. There's a sweet spot. I hope what I just said made some sense, because it did in my head. But I probably should have stopped talking 3 sentences ago. Let's see. You're basically Dilla meets Pert. Shigiono, make the kick solid and the rest needs to move a bit. Yeah, kick solid. Kick in a solid place is good rule of thumb. But I would play it all out by hand. I like the way drums sound when they're played out. A lot of the guys that you like, if you like old school hip hop, were playing the stuff out on, even like they weren't just static grooving, throw it on a grid and let it rock. They were totally playing it out. Columbo Official, I appreciate that. Thank you. I appreciate that, and I don't recall seeing you here before, so that's awesome. I appreciate you checking it out. Anybody who hasn't been here before, hit the like button, subscribe, and hit the notifications so you know the next time I'm popping up. We do this all the time, and we're going to be doing it more and more now that we're dialed over here. So, yeah, this is let me flip through here. Anything else I missed? Anything else I missed in the questions at the end here? I don't think so. Anybody have any other questions while I wrap this up? I just want to thank a bunch of people on this list. Here we go. We got a list for amazingness. Braxel, CXQ5 The Man, Alex Christoph drums, DJ Victor Nova, O Ostrich, CK1BQ, Lil Interesting, Professor John Smith, Danny Lyrica, Toman, Shigiono TH Music, Jason D'Souza, Ollie Peterson, Dirkhead, Eastwood Recording, ZDZS7EH, The Password Guy, Awesome, Till542, and Niles. You guys are all awesome. You guys are awesome. I really appreciate you checking out the stream. If I forgot anybody, I apologize. And everybody, Till542. I don't think you were on the list, and you are here, you've been here before. I appreciate you checking it out. And Dirkhead, of course. I mean, Dirkhead deserves the double shout out usually. He's the comic relief most often. And GDP, thank you so much, as usual, for rocking these streams. You do an amazing job of keeping this thing running smooth the way it needs to. And everybody, the dude is awesome. GDP Japan holding it down as always. So I really appreciate everything he does. Now, what else? Oh, Jason D'Souza. What else? Who else might I have missed here? Professor John Smith. Professor John Smith. And yep, we grabbed Little Interesting. I like that. I like that name, Little Interesting. I like that. And Benjamin Buttons, cannot forget about him. The man, the myth, the legend, Benjamin. Benjamin, as I flip through here, I see a call for Reaper. Always a call for Reaper. Reaper just sticks out. Whenever anybody writes it, they write it in all caps, and there's usually it's on its own line. Audio Guy, 1994. I know we said Tomon, but I'm popping into this Tomon section again, and I forgot about Audio Guy, 1994. And yeah, as I flip through this thing, that seems like it. It was a solid day, solid chat. I hope everybody has an amazing weekend, because we are in the weekend stages at the moment. CXQ5, thank you. I'm glad you had a great time. Shigiono, I appreciate that. And GDP is the man. We all know that. Colombo, I appreciate you dropping by and checking it out for the first time. I think maybe you've been here before. I'm not sure, but it's the first chat I remember. Everyone's welcome to come through, chat, ask questions, jump in. However, anything anybody wants to do in there is all good. We like to, as long as it kind of fosters the conversation of something positive in some way, even if it's jokes or music talk of any kind, or any questions about anything, is always welcome. So you guys are awesome. You guys are doing it, and you're allowing me to keep doing this. And this thing's going to keep going. This thing's going to go. So everybody have an awesome weekend, Niles. I appreciate that. And just keep in mind, the same thing I try to always leave on. What did I miss here? I think I got them all. I was just trying to check on something. So Niles had asked, early reflections, true verb, EQ, all of the above. For depth and dimension, yeah, it's really about, we went into a whole section on that. It's about kind of setting something, using different timed reverbs, longer, shorter, to create a sense of change between parts. That and a combination of literally everything, all of the above. But same thing with EQ. I mean, you could, so many things about keeping things tight and then opening them up. There's so many ways to create dimension. But I just want to say, you guys are awesome. Braxel, that dude literally watched one of the entire 12-hour streams, I think, once. I mean, he was probably bouncing back and forth between other stuff, but he was there with us for the entire time. And we don't forget it. We don't forget it at all. Everyone have a great weekend. I love that ostrich. It's a thorough comment. Have a great weekend. Enjoy your freedom to the fullest. Exactly. Honestly, we can do amazing things by mixing and by producing and recording, and whatever it is that drives you to do something, sit down, record it, do it. Don't let anybody's opinion of what they like influence what you're doing. Go by your own compass, because everyone has one. Make decisions, stick with them. And like we said, especially when it comes to a mix, there's a certain point where you do start to get a little numb to what's out there, what's going on. That next day, one listen, that's the key. It was one of my bigger videos, too, that I made on that subject. And I have to say, it's because it always helped me more than everything else. That concept. Next day, one fresh listen. That's the money. So I just hope we're all there. We're all on the same page. Just everybody remember, you could all do this. Every single mix I've done on these streams is all in the box. Just a little better every time you work, a little better every time, you'll get there. That's really all there is to it. So with that said, I just want to say you guys are awesome. And I'm about to call this thing. So thank you for watching. Thank you for being here. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. We will get more of these things done for you guys. So Evan Jaffe, me and GDP Japan, we thank you. All right. Evan Jaffe, this is Custom Cut Studios. You guys got this. Take it easy.